Good morning, y'all. We are getting ready. So, YouTube voted overwhelmingly for Poland Switzerland as the first match to watch today, which is good news because that is the only open match that we have available. We got one open, one women's, one seniors. My guess is that Lovebridge is probably hosting the other open match, which I don't know, maybe that's fine, but that seems like a silly way to do it. Hey, Eves. Good afternoon to you. So anyway, we're going to start with Poland, Switzerland. We're probably going to head to the non-Zimmerman table, and Craig will be joining me, but I'll be doing the commentary through BBO. So I guess to get that all set up, let me just remove my webcam here. Let's cover up the text chat, because no one wants to see that anyway. I will uncover it if someone says something relevant, but for the most part, all of those people are clowns. So we're probably going to head to the table that doesn't have Zimmerman on it. I don't know if the Polish team has a sponsor. Let me look. They have Boris Novak, Janisevsky, and Stremecki, who I don't think are a sponsored partnership, and then Gavel and Jagniewski, who I don't know as much about them, but I'm not sure. But either way, we'll try and avoid watching Zimmerman's table just because I think the quality bridge will be a little bit higher. So we do have Driver against Janisewski, against Stremecki. Janisevsky. I'm practicing my pronunciations in case it comes up. And Zimmerman Nowazacki against Jagniewski and Gavel. Let's head to Driver's table. This will be fun. See you all at the break. Good morning, everyone, and happy Halloween for those of you who celebrate that or have children who celebrate it. We're going to be starting off the semifinals of the World Bridge Games in Buenos Aires. I'll be joined by Craig Ganser in just a moment, but this is going to be an exciting matchup. Switzerland, the overall one seed coming into the tournament, although they faltered a little bit in their group stage, and then Poland takes down the giants of China that ended up winning the group with Switzerland in it earlier in the event. On the other side of the bracket, we have Italy against Argentina. And the first board, we start out relatively tame. Get to a no-trump contract. Driver famously playing their kind of unusual system that they have developed, a little bit of a homebrew. And Janisevsky and Stremecki are playing a... Just pulling up the convention cards, I think Al Hollander is going to give us some info as well. But the East-West partnership appears to be playing kind of a very natural 2-over-1 structure. Opening club lead from the 5-card suit. Not that unusual, although it does pick off that jack in West's hand, which was always going to be available. Good morning, Craig.
Morning.
So, a couple tricks in. Declare appears to have guessed the spade jack, kind of in the natural way. East-West are setting up the clubs, and East probably expecting to get in with that King of Hearts later in the play.
Yeah. Looks like Declare still is in pretty good shape here. He'll get 3 spades and 3 diamonds, assuming he catches the king first.
Yeah,
And at match
taking.
points, maybe you wouldn't catch the king because you might take 4 diamond tricks for taking the first round finesse, but yeah.
Yeah, that would be a little bit silly here.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Queen of Spades holds, and diamond to the ace, I would assume. Oh.
It's taking the match point play. So, I mean, he's still fine. He can cash his 2 clubs and he'll still have the rest.
Yeah, so this will be 120. Declare sacrifices the over trick, but kind of
Yeah.
only in this one specific layout. Singleton Queen and East Sand.
Yeah. And the other, if West had Queen 10 or Queen 9 doubleton of diamonds, you can pick up 4 tricks if you decide to finesse the 8 on the way back. So, with no real danger to the contract, this seems fine.
Okay, good start to the match for Switzerland, I believe. And onto the second board. So, Brink and Driver are playing a very aggressive preempting style. Although, obviously, South has an opening bid. South will get to open a diamond, showing generally 5 or more.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, North-South are 2/1, but play 9 to 12 no trumps in some non-vulnerable seats.
Yes, first favorable 9 to 12, 12 to 14, not vulnerable, and a variety of other ranges depending on seed and vulnerability.
So North will show his spades, presumably by a negative double, and we'll see whether North-South get any higher than than the 2 heart contract the opponents are likely to land in. Yeah, I think East just raises. Probably could have been 2 diamonds as a sounder raise in hearts if they're playing transfers, as most pairs do these days.
Yeah, and so Brink with the Singleton Heart, 3-card spade support, and also, a good 6-card diamond suit of his own, decides to make the support double, I believe.
I think this is just I don't think this is a support double, especially when if North showed exactly 4 spades.
North's
I think it's
double showed 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay, that's probably support double.
Yeah, but West,
Yeah.
looking at the vulnerability and also the excellent 6-card heart suit, does decide to preempt the auction by competing to 3 hearts. North-South don't really have anywhere to go over that, even though 4 diamonds might have been a reasonable contract on their cards.
Yeah, and West knew he was going to have to bid 3 hearts over whatever North-South did, so better to do it now and maybe just end the auction as it did. So, North has a pretty normal lead of his partner's suit. No reason to go looking for anything else quite yet. The defense looks like they can beat this, right? They can take 2 clubs and 1 of each other thing for plus 50.
Yeah, and there's no real way for any of these losers to go away.
Like the 4th spade. Like maybe somehow something goes terribly wrong and the 10 of spades becomes a trick, but that's unlikely and not useful anyway.
Brink overtakes the first diamond. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He does want to put a heart through. Maybe on a good day, his partner actually has ace queen third of hearts and can pull all of dummy's trumps.
Yeah, so this diamond doesn't really need to keep those around. And I think this is probably going to go fairly quickly. Declare really just has nothing to do, but but eventually just go down.
Actually, very interesting.
I was going to say,
okay.
this.
Very interesting that Declare doesn't go after a diamond rough.
Diamond rough, yeah.
North would have been able to rough in front with that 9 of hearts, so
Right. Which he know. I mean, I don't know if he knows it, but the Jack of Diamonds lead, possibly in their methods, indicated shortness. I don't know. Nah, I guess not. That wouldn't. I was gonna say even if they're playing Rusino, that wouldn't apply here.
No, not in
Maybe he
partner
had maybe he
suit.
had some reason to suspect diamonds were 6-2.
Yeah, even so, it still does look a bit unnatural to not at least give it a try.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, for
Even if the ace
spree.
of diamonds gets ruffed, you can then the opponents can't pull dummy's last trump. So I
Right.
feel like we might have seen a bit of an operator error. Either way, the
Oh,
contract does go
yeah.
down two. So Poland pick up one imp on the very first board. They do manage to make all 9 tricks, picking off the diamond in one no trump at the other table.
Yeah, so as you're saying, north south are aggressive preemptors. Does that mean that they play? I was gonna say, does it mean they play two ranges of weak twos via multi? But here, south just opens three on what
No,
looks like
they
a hand most people would open two.
no they just play generally. I think about a suit or one card fewer in their suit than most other people. So they'll preempt at the 2 level with 5, 3 level with 6,
Got it.
and that's what we see. 3 hearts by south, which does buy the auction.
Yeah, so north obviously has a nice hand. To give partner a couple of tricks, but nowhere to go at over three diamond preempt or 3 heart preempts. So and east west is three of diamonds is kind of a standard Polish second and fourth throughout, which means when you have two, you lead your second highest. So low from doubletons in most situations.
Right. Well, Declare is going to try as hard as he can to pull some trumps. West gets in with the heart ace. Might think that the hearts are as they are.
I was I was wondering if he was going to try this, shifting to a low club, trying to somehow generate a trick if Declara had Jack in one instead of a small doubleton.
Yeah, oddly enough, this club switch does blow a trick from a double dummy perspective. Declare can strip the spades now and then end play West into leading away from that 10 of diamonds. Not that he knows
Mm-hmm.
it. But it was very important for West, at least from his perspective, to kill Dummy's long or late entry to the
Right.
spades. So that's why we do see a club switch. I mean, ace of clubs and a club would have been somewhat
Right.
equally effective.
Yeah, so Declare maybe we'll just. I mean, he's shifted to a diamond, which obviously is a bit of you know, a strange play if he did have, some diamond length. So he may be thinking about leading diamonds to 9, but he also may be thinking that's probably not going to do anything. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a club.
Yeah, and Declare can still strip out the spades, and
Right.
maybe he will.
Eventually play heart heart. Yep.
So a second spade to the ace, and now's kind of the decision moment for Declare. Diamond to the
Yeah, of
9,
course.
ruff a club, ruff a spade.
Yeah, and Declare, of course, is going down regardless, but certainly going to want to try to hold the damage down. And, from his point of view, he could be making, if this 9 of diamonds that he's about to play holds, just put the hearts 3-3 and, suddenly you've made 3 hearts.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so in the Polish carding methods, I think Brinkdown knows that the 9 of diamonds is not going to win the trick. And in fact, it'll go 10 and then a ruff, and he'll lose an extra one if he puts it in. 3 then 7. It's possible that he had 7-3 deuce for that, but I don't think there's any holding where he could have the 10 and have led the 3.
Is 10-7-4-3 not possible?
Well, 10-7-4-3, I think, would have led the 7
Okay.
on the first round of the suit.
It would make more sense because then, and in that case, West also probably would have returned one from King Doubleton to try and get a ruff himself.
Yeah, right. There is that. Again, not knowing from his point of view quite what was going on. Declare could have put up the queen you know, from a bunch of holdings. Yeah, I should say I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that's how the Polish carding methods work. Yeah, and obviously it is still tempting to put in a 9 because when it doesn't work, it's a 50-point under trick, and when it does work, you make your contract. But yeah, he does decide that it's just not possible the 9 is going to hold the trick. So, all right, I'll just try to split the hearts, and West will take his 3 tricks, and that'll be that.
Yeah, so well judged to avoid the diamond ruff at least.
Yeah.
Alright, down 2. We'll see a claim shortly. And on that second board of the match, Switzerland picks up 5. At this table, the Polish pair did get to 3 hearts and ended up down a few tricks. In the other room, North-South actually reached all the way to 5 diamonds. A little bit of an aggressive preempt on the West cards made the auction a bit uncomfortably high for North-South, and they felt like their hands were just fitting better together. So they get a little bit overboard.
Kind of funny. In the other room, started diamond 3 hearts, and North with a hand that made a negative double here passed, and somehow North showing some values here kept North-South at a lower level than North denying values at the other table.
Yeah.
Because South reopened with a double, and now North felt like he had to show his undisclosed values that maybe he was close to a negative double earlier, and so he Q-bid, because his partner's hand was unlimited, and he thought he had extras, and they just got a little too high. So, East opens a Polish club, usually weak no trump, occasionally a strong hand. Oh, sorry, not a Polish club. None of the Poles play Polish club.
They don't. They're just playing a 2/1 style.
2+ club, yeah. So Brink, it's a light 1 spade overcall, but they're aggressive, and it's nice to get spades in when you can. I think from his point of view, if he doesn't make this overcall, he's never going to get another chance to bid. It's going to be way too dangerous on the next round. So 2 diamonds. Looks like it was a sound spade raise. Probably exactly 3 cards. I'm not sure exactly what they do over this double here.
It looks to me like they play that 2 clubs as hearts and 2 diamonds as spades after these overcalls. So
interesting.
So yes, as you say, hearts would have been a sound spade raise.
What would 2 hearts have been?
Diamonds or clubs. I guess it would be the other minor.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. All right. So West starts off with his partner's suit, which may or may not be his partner's suit, but with a queen, it's probably safe anyway.
Yeah, and now East has a decision about what to switch to at trick 2, assuming he doesn't want to continue clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Although the 6 of clubs could be from a doubleton, but I think he might suspect it's more likely to be from 4.
Right. Again, Polish method, 2nd and 4th. So with an honor, you lead 4th best. With small cards, you lead your 2nd highest, regardless of your length, I believe.
Yeah, so I mean, a couple of options. One that looks relatively attractive is to switch to hearts, and he does. Okay, the 10 of hearts has a lot going for it. I mean, not only is this probably their proper count card as 2nd best from Queen 10, but it's also going to kind of clarify the heart position to their partner. If their partner happened to have, say, King 9 4th, then their partner would expect, now we've set up a couple of heart tricks.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So with honor fourth, they always lead fourth. I'm not sure what they do with honor 10 third. Maybe we'll get a chance to see what they do where there's not a technical reason to play the middle one like this. So yeah,
Uh,
maybe like a diamond maybe is possible. Like you might get him with the ace of spades. You could partner rough if he has king and one or ace and one.
yeah, so from honor 10 third, they'll lead the 10.
They do okay.
Declare decides to cross in diamonds to start on the spades.
So
And now
good news in the spade suit for
Janisevsky
him.
elects to try the ace of clubs at this point. He knew he had the ace of spades as an entry, so waiting to see if his partner could get a club ruff was not all that costly, and he has set up hearts in the process.
Yeah, and you can see that even if he does have hearts to catch, there's just no hurry. Declare can throw one away in dummy, but he doesn't have any trumps to rough with. So, there's no urgency to catch the hearts that he set up at trick two.
Right? And Declare tries to rough out the club queen to no avail. Now the diamond jack falls, and we'll see a claim for 9 tricks.
Yeah, so nicely done. North South getting in on light values and making 140, where East West probably had, even with the bad club break, they could have made something.
Okay, on to
All
board
right.
5. I don't think these colors driver
Yeah.
will be preempting, but
I think, yeah, non vulnerable, 100%. We would have seen a two spade call from North.
so he'll probably pass and be very pleased to hear his left-hand opponent open a spade.
Yeah.
Now he knows not to come into this auction. He would have gotten murdered.
And we'll get to see whether East West have a specialized method for this kind of 5-5 intermediate hand. A lot of pairs do, and it's nice because bidding 2 hearts on this hand, whatever. Like you do it, and it's, kind of the standard way to handle it, but it could be the same hand with basically like a 5-4-2-2-12 count. Yeah, he does bid 3 hearts, which is only showing invitational values 5-5, which is really nice to have. Like this is an important hand type to be able to show.
Yeah, so this is, I think, pretty popular in a lot of the European countries that they play a gazilli method over a major no trump or a heart of spade auctions. And so this is kind of the follow-up to that if East had any more in the way of high cards, while a lot of Western pairs or American pairs would be jump shifting to show the game forcing values, East would have gone through 2 clubs gazilli to show his hand.
Right. And if 3 hearts is a game force, your hand isn't good enough for it, so you start with 2 hearts. With a hand like West's, probably you just pass, and now you're playing 2 hearts on this hand that has a very playable heart game. So yeah, there's kind of like 3-level jumps to show 5-5 in an intermediate range work really well. They don't come up super often, but when they do, they're hands that were going to be very difficult to show in standard bidding.
Yeah, for sure, because if this auction had started a spade and no trump 2 hearts, West has a little bit of extras, the 2 aces, but the singleton spade isn't great. West doesn't know that they have a heart fit yet. It might be a little bit taxing to expect West to always find another call with that 8 count, and they miss the game.
Well, that's it. You just say, okay, I'm going to play my partner on balance for 4 hearts because 5 is much less likely. So, you just pass, put down the dummy, and hope that he can take a bunch of tricks. The opponent's lead a trump, and you're in a 4-3 fit. 2 hearts could be in a little bit of trouble, as it is. But here, once he knows his partner has a 5th heart, he just says, okay, great. I know where to play this hand.
Yeah, South has a bit of a decision on this trick. Because South can see that if he just, say, discards a diamond or a club, Declare is going to rough with the 4 of hearts, rough a diamond back to hand. He's already seen that diamond rough, and then rough another spade with the 10 of hearts. So South does well to rough in front.
Yeah, and he knows if Declare does need to rough another. It's possible Declare did have the Ace King of Spades and not the Queen of Clubs. That would kind of also be in his range, although at the top of it. But now he knows Declare needs to rough more spades. He can force out the 10 here, rough the next one, lead a trump, and then hopefully strand Declare with, um, you know, enough losers. I guess maybe that's not possible. That Declare is still going to take. Yeah, I think he can still count Declare for four more hearts, and he's looking at the Ace of Clubs and dummy. But still his best chance to take whatever extra defensive tricks they can.
Yeah, so another diamond rough with the 9 of hearts, and
Declare will play a spade without much hope. Still got nothing better to do. Possibly when he doesn't know about the heartbreak. Possibly if South roughs this spade, he can't return a trump, and he will get to rough that last spade after all.
yeah, he's just kind of thinking about what's the safest way to play from here. Obviously, the very safest is to just catch the club ace.
Which is okay, right?
Trumps.
You play, club ace, rough a diamond, and now play that last spade. If that, I mean, probably again, like, well, yeah, I guess like that's almost certain not to work, but it's also at that point you guarantee your contract. The Ace and Queen of Hearts are still in your hand.
It's hard to lose a high trump.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in practice, like, there's not much reason for this pause. I think he's just like looking around to see if there's any possible hope of an 11th trick, but I think at some point he's going to realize that there just isn't.
It
Yeah,
would
this
be
is fine
possible
too.
if South had the King Jack of clubs. He could actually set
Yeah,
up a
sure.
club trick. Like South will
Yeah,
exit the
although,
trump here. Declare can. Um,
yeah, it's a little dangerous though, right? And I guess the cleric can draw trumps and exit a spade and hope someone's end played.
yeah, that's also effective, and that will probably work here because North does have the club jack. So
Yeah, and this is safe. I mean, if someone can cash a diamond, there's only one outstanding, so still 10 tricks, no big deal. The Ace of Clubs is never going away.
right, yeah, yeah. Declare has to decide what sort of end position to play for at this point. If South has the Jack of Clubs, we can run the Queen of Clubs right now, and then later plan on hooking the 10 of Clubs, which obviously has some risk to it. The Spade exit is, of course, very safe.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make any. Well, this is fine too. Just strip out a card from both North and South. I was going to say I don't think he's going to take any play that has even the slightest, most remote chance of losing the contract. It's just too high risk.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind
this
of
is fine.
amusing the way that that Declare played this out. North or South got squeezed down to a singleton
Yeah,
club, but Declare still has to guess what it is.
yeah, yeah. I actually was wondering whether Declare was going to still manage to get it wrong with South stiffing the King of Clubs, but no, he at least the play record says he got it right. So
Yeah,
and
450. Poland fights back on board 3, so Switzerland earning themselves a little bit of a part score swing on board that second board. But on the third board of the set, both of the Swiss partnerships do end up going down in part scores at their respective tables. 3 clubs in the other room in the 6-2 club fit. And so Poland back on top by 1.
so this time, I'm interested to see whether South treats his hand as a weak 2 in spades. On a hand that, some people might say it's unsuitable because of the weak trumps and strong outside strength. Yeah, he does. So West, of course, hoping his partner can reopen with a double. I don't think he'll sit it. I think he'll probably bid 3 no trump at this vulnerability, but he can't quite scrape up a 2 no overcall. Yeah.
2 spades does pass out. He's deciding maybe at these colors that It's just
Yeah, he
not
doesn't.
worth doubling without four hearts.
No, well, and also with with 8 points, three of which are the singleton king of the week two suit, and knowing how aggressive north south are, that a lot of the time you can go plus against two spades and he has nothing. Like I don't think he thinks he can possibly make a game opposite a passing partner, so he has no reason to bid here, especially knowing north south tendencies.
I mean, he would be wrong because three no trump is
Right,
just cold.
but sure, but like it might look to him like his partner has spade length and um, they're just gonna struggle in anything other than two spades.
Right. Well, heart to the ace. Declare tries the queen of clubs, of course, going after a club ruff in the north
And to be
hand.
fair, I mean, 3 no is very lucky, right? You do need that king doubleton of diamonds because otherwise South can just duck two diamonds and dummy has no entry.
Yeah.
So West probably just plays another heart here. I think he knows that if Declare had had a singleton heart initially, he would have cashed the king, so that's safe enough. Maybe there's something else to look around for, but I think a heart is safe and doesn't blow anything. No, he shifts to a diamond, which is going to give Declare one extra trick. Kind of good news from his point of view.
Yeah, I imagine West kind of worked out that his partner didn't have the club ace because the queen of clubs wasn't covered. So, it would be unusual for a preemptor to have an ace and a king outside of their suit, especially guys that are as aggressive as this. So, if West was expecting that Brink might have had something along the lines of king 10 9 fifth of spades, he couldn't also have the club ace and diamond king.
So I get that, but what's the rush? Right? Like, again, like we know a diamond isn't going away because dummy is entryless and didn't catch the king of hearts.
Well, but if we play a heart, then Declare goes club ace, club ruff. I mean, West doesn't know that Declare has the jack of clubs as well. He wanted to...
I see. So he was co-partner in for a trump play. That makes sense. Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, a trump through, jack of spades, ace of spades, full trumps, and then...
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about that. I was kind of fixated on, like, just like what's a safe exit, but it's true. We might need to get a trump from partner side.
Yeah, so whatever trick we just saw on screen is not what happened. There was a claim being made, and so that's going to be minus 50 for north-south.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume the number of tricks was right. I wasn't actually counting. I thought that they could take an extra defensive trick even after blowing the diamond. Maybe I'm wrong.
It looks like they only have 6. They have the ace of diamonds, club, and 4 spades.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong board. All right. Meanwhile, look at how fast the play is going compared to what we were seeing at some of these tables yesterday. 6 boards in half an hour, where there were times yesterday we were seeing the first 6 boards take well over an hour.
Yeah, exactly. And in the other room, play is proceeding much slower.
Yeah, so we were kind of on pace for 2 boards, and all of a sudden we're 3 boards ahead of. It's Zimmerman and Novosadsky, and who is playing for the Poles? Do we know?
Gobble and I forget who Gobble's playing with.
Yeah, so I.
But all right, South opens a heart. We have a Flannery hand type.
West passes. We'll see if. I don't know if North has an invitational 3 diamonds available. If I were playing this hand and I did, maybe it's slightly light, but I would do it anyway. Again, kind of, if I hold a hand like this, mostly when I make a bid like that, what I'm looking for is if partner has honor doubleton, can he bid 3 no trump, and am I happy about it? And on this hand, the answer to that question is yes, so I'm just going to ignore the fact that I'm a little bit under strength and do it anyway.
It is possible. Yeah, as you say.
One knows the alternative, and that just seems terrible.
Right, so king doubleton of diamonds would kind of be the dream holding. It's not as if 3-no trump is cold north south. Even if partner holds that, you might be off the club suit, you might be off the queen of diamonds offside, but you would like to be in
And
3-no.
he's not going to bid it without stoppers. Like if he has king doubleton, he might be able to safety play and lead a low diamond to the 10. I guess, yeah, maybe that's dumb because, if it loses to, well, actually, yeah, if it's queen third onside, it wasn't going to help, but it picks up queen third offside in a weird way. Yeah, so two spades, I think, was weak with either minor. Or maybe weak with diamonds because South is rebidding diamonds on a singleton.
It's not on their card, so I honestly can't tell
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
But
yeah, invitational with either clubs or diamonds. So he does kind of synthetically bid three diamonds invitational. It looks like. Yeah, Al Hollander was saying no bid to show diamonds was invitational plus, so he'll probably bid one no trump. I think Driver probably took the same view I was saying that we're vulnerable. If our partner can look at his hand and decide 3-0 is playable, we know that he's going to be right.
okay,
The
well,
defense can just lead the wrong thing, and if the diamonds come in, then we've got probably the first 8 tricks, and very often a ninth, even when we're off an entire suit.
yeah, imps is a form of scoring for optimists for sure, and
Yeah,
here they get to 3 diamonds, kind of right-sided in a sense, which makes this convention, rather interesting in that way because now the South hand is covered. I mean, we know South has 5 hearts, but we don't know the rest of South's shape at all. Whereas when dummy hits with 7 diamonds and 3-2-1 in the other suits, you kind of
yeah,
know what it was going to look like.
Yeah, I suspect the main reason to do it is just to free up some more bids. Like using one bid for 2 hands is better than using 2 bids for 2 hands. But this is certainly a nice side benefit.
Yeah, so Declare goes after hearts. The 9 of spades probably makes him believe that spades are 3-3. The 9 of spades opening lead, I mean. And
Yeah, the Polish
now
methods.
he can pitch a club. Oh, that's not what happened.
Yeah. I think he plays going quickly. I think he cashed the ace of hearts quickly and pitched a club and then played a diamond, and the operator just is a trick off.
Yeah, I think so too. The defenders did well to false card the Jack of Hearts, and
Oh,
I
that's
guess
true.
there's
Yeah, maybe.
some rationale for Declare not trying
Well,
to
because
cash the hard ace from there, but it still seems
yeah,
okay. We get a claim for 150,
yeah.
which
So he did pitch the club,
which
losing
means he
just a
did
spade
pitch
of
the club.
diamonds. Yeah. All right. Well, East West finally picking up some values here.
18 count for West, and I mean it's not
And
balanced, so
right, basically other than the 2 aces, they've got slam values. Kind of a classic key card. We have enough tricks. Do we have enough aces? No. Okay, great. 5 hearts.
yeah, turn the king jack of diamonds into the ace, and then all of East diamonds go away on the spades,
Yeah, or the king queen of clubs into the ace of clubs and just lose a diamond.
right? So heart 3 spades splinter, which West wondering if they can still score their 100 honors for the ace king queen jack of spades. But 11
Yeah.
chips just going to be the limit on this hand.
Do we know if East West are playing 2 ranges of splinters? Like, is this limited in some way? Yeah,
Um,
looks like they may be. 3 spades might actually not have been a spade splinter. It might have been certain range splinter with any of the 3 suits with 3-no asking, or it might have been a natural splinter with 3-no being a serious 3-no type bid.
well, the card that I have says 3 spades is a void splinter. So the card that they've submitted to the event is not accurate.
Yes, that's certainly true. But yeah, like it's still, I think, a little bit unclear. Like obviously East has shown a singleton. It's just not clear exactly how specific he's gotten yet.
No,
Like
so
3-0
3
obviously
now
was not an
probably
offer to play.
asking, four clubs showing
Right.
spades.
Yeah, again, probably. It's possible there's some more artificiality here. Or it's possible that three spades actually just was a splinter. 3-0 was a serious slam try, and four clubs just a cupid in response.
Yeah, but as you've said, West is just going to bid key card, which is kind of perfect for this sort of hand because once you find out you're off two key cards, there's no reason to bid the slam.
Yeah, and probably they play four spades key card. I think if he bids that now, that's what it means. North, of course, sitting there just hoping that somehow the wheels come off because if it was a void splinter, he knows that his two aces are definitely cashing. And if it wasn't, they're still probably cashing.
Yeah, I mean, West could always have the void, but if West goes through key card, then North will know.
Right. And, yeah, so he does. And West, the diamond holding is a little bit scary, obviously, because you've got two losers there and your partner's never had a chance to show anything in the suit. But that hand is just so strong. At some point, you just have to make a decision. He doesn't have a convenient cubit available, which is. Oh, actually, I take that back. 4-0 is probably a spade cubit. If four spades was key card, then 4-0 is a spade cubit. Again, they might not be playing kickback. You can check their card if you have it up. Yeah, so I would say it's not totally clear to me what's happening on this auction. I guess five clubs. If it's a key card response, he does indeed have zero. So if they're playing 0-3-1-4, that's what it is.
He has one, and they're probably.
Oh, sorry, yes, what they're playing in hearts. Yeah, so he has one, so 14-30. Never mind.
Yeah. They don't have kickback on the card for what it's worth, so I don't think that four spades would have been key card. So 4-0 looks like key card and five clubs showing one.
And my apologies, I'm a little slow getting started this morning.
No worries. So
Yeah,
is the
so
other
West
table.
now.
They're still on board 5.
Yeah.
All the way back
Yeah,
there.
so West, I'm not sure what West is thinking about here, right? Because, he knows his partner has, assuming this is a key card response, he's looking at two, so he knows the 1 or 4 is definitely one. So I'm not sure what he'd be thinking about here, unless there is some, possible ambiguity about what was happening earlier in the auction, and maybe it's not 100% clear that he did get to a kickback or Blackwood sequence, but that doesn't seem possible. I don't know.
I mean, it's certainly possible that West is thinking about trying to bid the slam off two key cards. Because since West has so many spade tricks, if the opponents find the wrong lead, he might be able to pitch all of Dummy's diamonds, for example, on the ace, king, queen, jack of spades. I'm guessing that's what went through his mind, and he did decide to go for six hearts.
Yeah, I mean he's right in a sense that if he wins trick one, he will be able to do exactly that with spade splitting 4-4.
Right. Yeah. Well, he doesn't even need that. He can just pull trumps, pitch the diamonds, and then knock out the club ace.
Oh, right. That too. Yeah.
So, he is kind of right in that slam will have play opposite partner's hand, even if they're off two key cards. And sometimes the key card they're off is the heart king. So there are plenty of layouts where he's not losing the first two tricks. But as you mentioned earlier...
Yeah, I think you're not quite right on that analysis. He need hearts 2-2, right?
Nope.
Because you pitch the diamonds away. But if you draw 3 rounds of trumps, you only have 11 tricks if the ace of clubs is offside, right? 6 hearts, 4 spades, and 1 club.
And
What's
a diamond
the 12th trick going to be? No. I'm counting that as 6 hearts when the hearts are 3-1. 5 hearts and 1 rough is 6. 4 spades is 10, and 1 club is 11.
Okay, sure. But it's pretty close to being cold. I mean, you need a lot of things to go wrong.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so... And on this hand, North does need to lead one ace and follow by leading the other ace.
Yeah.
Otherwise, obviously he's a little worried about one of his aces getting roughed. So Maybe you leave the ace of clubs since the shorter one is more likely to stand up. And then when it holds, I think the ace of diamonds is virtually guaranteed to cash looking at that dummy.
Yeah, driver just asking questions, and I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
will work out. You made this point earlier, which is that East showing the spade void. East doesn't have voids in clubs or diamonds on this auction, and
Right.
therefore West going through keycard also doesn't have a void because people generally don't bid keycard with a void. It is going to look unusual to driver that West getting a keycard response now decides to bid a slam off two aces, and he leads a trump.
Wow.
Oh my god.
You know, I don't know, maybe it's a little fishy, from driver's point of view when it goes Blackwood response, long think six hearts. Maybe that actually does make a void a little bit more likely than it would be a priori, since usually people who keycard already know what they're going to do over the response. And also, is it at all possible that East did show a spade void and just cites a splinter? I don't think so. Like, I feel like that's just not a thing that people who aren't Zia do. But if it's on their card, you got to at least consider the possibility that the card is right and the action is what's unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced that that really has any impact on the rest of the auction because, again, West did bid keycard. And kind of as
Right.
forementioned, if West wanted to keycard, if West had a void, West probably wouldn't have gone through keycard because it's always difficult to
Right.
interpret partner's response when you do that. So,
Yeah.
but here we go. 4 rounds of spades pitching those diamonds away, club up, and Declara just has 12 tricks.
Yeah, and I guess again, like if you had a void, it's possible that he didn't go through key card and that they do play kickback if this is a spade cue bid, but I think it's more likely that this is just key card and he took a shot and with North not leading an ace, that shot paid off.
Yeah.
Boy, North is going to be North is going to be pretty mad because now he's actually going to take all the rest. After that club duck, rough a diamond, rough a club, ace falls, rough a diamond, queen of clubs claim. So 13 tricks on a hand where North had two eight. Not only did the defense have two aces to cash, North was on opening lead with both of them.
Yeah.
Boy, this is going to be a little. They're going to be a little sheepish about this one when they get back to compare.
Yeah, certainly. And it's it's
And I
even
don't
worse
think
with
that.
Zimmerman in for the comparison.
Yes, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, like when the sponsor's there, and oh, Baby North did hop up with the ace of clubs. Like when the sponsor's there, and you're like minus 980, and he's like, "But you had two aces."
Yeah.
Like no matter how reasonable an expert might think it was, I think the sponsor is going to be pretty annoyed about it.
Wow, tough hand for Driver there. And
Yeah.
I do wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a pause here for potential director call. I mean, again, I don't know what happened in the auction in particular, but he might feel like there was a little bit of damage if he got some incorrect explanations or different explanations about the bids.
Well, I think not different explanations, right? Because he would just ask his screen rate, and whatever his partner was told is irrelevant, even if West did have a different take on what was going on at the auction. But yeah, then anytime something weird happens, you at least want to like take a second, look around, and see if it's possible there was damage, even if you eventually decide that there wasn't.
Yeah, North opens a diamond here onto the next board. Got to shake it off. And
Yeah, they're making the same point that he wonders what driver was told and if what it was steered him into this disastrous decision not to lead an ace.
all
All
right,
right,
diamond of
so
spade. West overcalls two hearts, of course. Excellent 6 card heart suit, despite the good spade suit on the side.
yeah, and here East West have an easy game and actually can make an over trick with the heart splitting. Just knock out a spade and lose one trick in each black suit. And I think East is going to do something, and I would guess it might be two no trump, but I think a three heart raise is really attractive with two aces and the king of trumps. Fine, you only have a doubleton heart, but partners overcall and sandwich seat, is virtually always going to be a 6 card suit.
Well, I was even wondering if East would be more aggressive. Like, all of those
Mhm.
cards are working, and as you
Yeah,
say, you are expected to have an 8 card heart fit here. No wasted
just bid
values in
four hearts. Yeah,
spades. Yeah, 4 hearts feels good. Two no trump, I would expect, is probably a heart raise. So,
probably a four card raise, three card heart raise, and just figure that's like close enough. The
yeah,
extra ace makes up for missing a trump.
yeah, it would be nice to have a way to at least invite in case West was stretching a
Yeah,
little bit, despite the vulnerability. So,
yeah,
yeah, 3 diamonds. I like this bid a lot from
yeah. Me
East.
too. Uh, Undo accepted, but I'm not sure why. I think maybe South is just asking about the alert.
Yeah, South does have a diamond fit. For them, I think they have a known.
West declares unbalanced would be at least five.
Yeah, specifically 4 by
Unless it's
1.
four by one, yeah. Yeah, so I guess he might have doubled to say that he has some diamonds and suggest a save. Yeah, so West with his strong 6-4 is very happy to bid a game opposite ostensibly a three-card limit raiser better.
King Club's opening lead will set up the defense's second trick, but yes, Declare now can just pull trumps and claim.
Yeah. Yeah, Hunter saying that he suspects he would not find three diamonds at the table. I think if you, as you say, like if you sort of like sit back and think about what you're going to do on this hand, eventually you will realize that three diamonds is a standout. I think if you bid quickly, you might not think of it. As I did not until we started going through it.
Yeah, yeah. And, you
But I
get more
think, yeah,
in tune with the actual hand when you're sitting there and holding the cards.
absolutely.
Sometimes
Yeah.
it's actually a little bit harder to find the right bid if you're looking at all 4 hands.
Yeah.
But East,
Yeah.
just picks up his hand, figures they have a heart fit, decides, well, 3 hearts is obviously not enough. 4 hearts doesn't really give partner a chance. I'm kind of burying them for some 2 level overcalls. Let's bid three
Right.
diamonds to make the invite. That's kind of the standout action, as you say.
Yeah. Yep. So declare, it's just gonna, I think he's like just giving it like a little bit of thought to see if he can talk himself into finessing the heart if there's any reason to do it. And I think eventually he's just gonna draw trumps and knock out the spade. Yep.
Yeah, heart to the ace, queen of hearts, 11 tricks.
Yeah.
Switzerland
So
picks up
nice.
3 more on board 6. In the
So
other
that's
room, they did
kind
open the
of. Oh, sorry.
multi, and over there, North decided to preempt opposite partner's multi opener, figuring with a 10 count and partner being aggressive in first seat that the opponents might well have game, so he wanted to
Mm-hmm.
stop them from finding the game. And technically, he was right. East West did make 3 now on that board, but they got to the 3 level. The defense didn't drop a trick, so that went 3 down and 3 more imps going the way of Switzerland.
Yeah, so once again, a nebulous two or more club by East. South has a sound spade overcall and makes it. West probably is going to bid 2 hearts I was going to say, unless they play transfers, and they do.
Yeah, so
So,
2 diamonds, showing 5 or more hearts. East accepts the transfer, not necessarily showing all that much, and Brink decides to bid a second time with his 6 spade.
and a little scary given that his hand has a lot of holes, but, mostly it's safe enough with, singleton and six trumps, aces, and kings. If West had queen, if West had four trumps, like, and a good hand, maybe at match points, he would be tempted to take a shot at it. I think at imps, two spades is pretty safe, and if partner somehow has some undisclosed stuff, you probably won't get to a game, but you're probably doing just fine here. Yeah, West does double, I think, just showing some extra values. Probably 2 hearts showed not a great heart fit, so he knows that hearts doesn't have much of a future for his side. And East, if double implies even like anything in spades, East might pass this with ace king ace. No, he bids 3 spades, so transferred 3 no trump seems fine.
Yeah, so 3 no trump appears to be makeable. East West do have a spade stopper. They have 4 clubs available because the suit splits, the jack falling. And then Declare can take the diamond finesse, which they probably will after this auction. So I would expect that Declare does end up making this contract, although they could have collected a penalty against 2 spades as well.
Yeah, I think two spades doubled was going to be a pretty quick 500. Yeah, I think the diamond finesse, as you say, is attractive. I think one disadvantage of it is when it loses, you're going down a lot of tricks in 3 no trump. You can always cash out 8 tricks, and if South has Jack Doubleton or Jack Third, you're just going to make it, 1 spade and 8 tricks in the minors. If you cash out 4 clubs, Queen of Diamonds, Diamond, and it loses, the fence is going to have 7 tricks, and at 100 a trick, those imps do add up.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how Declare proceeds.
Yeah, I mean, he'll get something of a count, right? I think he knows spades are 6-1. He'll find out clubs are 3-3. So he'll know about 9 cards in the south hand. Maybe there'll be some information on the 4th round of clubs that helps him out in some way.
Well, South will pitch a heart on the 4th round of clubs. And the thing is, I think South is also marked with the ace queen of hearts on this auction. So we're going to get
Certainly
a lot of info about South's hand.
I guess that's true. If you just sort of assume that he wouldn't really have a 2 spade bid with just ace third of hearts, if he pitches one and always started with ace queen third, then he only has 1 diamond left. So once you cash the queen, now the finesse has 100% chance of success.
Yeah, and so kind of from the bird's eye view, that almost means that South should pitch the queen of hearts on the 4th club, but that's just not a very realistic play that a defender is going to come up with. Maybe if anyone can do it, Brink will, and he'll prove me wrong, but we'll see what he discards on the 4th club. He could also pitch a spade, just trying not to give any extra information away, and I think that would be a very reasonable play to find. But it also just seems unnatural to a defender to not just hold on to all of your spades and pitch a low heart.
Yeah, it is true to say it's a really revealing play, but obviously you hate to pitch a winner when you can't pitch a loser.
Yeah, we'll see. So I think that the Queen of Hearts would give Declare a little bit of pause, although he might still go correct. If Brink pitches the 8 of Hearts, I think Declare probably already has worked out that the Ace Queen are so likely to be in South's hand that he has a complete count. And, oh my god, he pitches the Queen of Hearts.
That's a great play. What a play.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah, so he's worked out, obviously, that he needs to talk Declare out of this diamond finesse. As you say, the other way, as it is, it's still going to look like it's a 5-2 shot to take the finesse.
Yes. And
Declare South is 6-2 something 3 with another 2 mystery cards that are red.
Yep. And North pitches a diamond, which doesn't really give Declare a whole lot of extra info. North either has 5 or 6 cards in the diamond suit, so he would always be able to afford at least one of those.
Yeah, I think from Declare's point of view, this diamond does not tell him anything. North, if they were protecting diamonds, are still doing it.
Yeah. Although the 7 is actually, I was going to say a little bit of a revealing spot, because now South is kind of marked with the 8, but it does just show up on the first round of the suit. So here we go. Diamond to the queen, and now what does Declare think? As Craig had mentioned earlier, this diamond finesse, if South is able to win, South's hand is high. Turn that 8 of hearts into the jack of diamonds, and then South just faces their hand and claims down 3. Whereas playing the ace king of diamonds, although definitely anti-percentage, would at least guarantee down 1. So the 9 of diamonds gets led back. Declare does take the diamond finesse. Well done. I think well done by both sides, and a deserved plus 600 for East-West.
Yeah, and I don't know. Uh, like maybe it's just asking too much to find pass out of two spades doubled when the defense spades are 3-3, but plus 500 guaranteed does seem a little more comfortable than this. Plus 600 or minus 300.
Yeah, and South's two spade bid obviously had a lot of risk that it carried because if West happened to have four spades or if East happened to have four spades, then I think two spades doubled was going to be the spot, and they
Mm-hmm.
were going to get it 800.
Right.
Maybe a short break. Maybe everyone is pointing and laughing at Brink's Queen of Hearts. We'll never know.
So we do have a result on the hand that North South got to three diamonds and made two over tricks. North did respond to no trump. I guess they decided their hand wasn't worth a natural diamond invite or possibly wasn't available. And they stopped there and made plus 90.
Yeah, they have seven top tricks. They have
Yep, heart splits, that's five. Two side aces. So even if nothing goes right, you're certainly making at least one no trump.
all right, we're on to board 11, so we got six boards left to
Yeah,
play in this segment. South gets an exciting hand.
Yeah, I'll see. Whether he's a one club bidder or a five card major trumps all kind of guy.
Yeah, I think basically everyone would open this hand a club just because you
I think
have
so
easy
too.
rebids in the spade suit. If the suits were
Yeah,
clubs and hearts, there's a little bit of a difference of opinion, at least among the expert community, as to
yeah, for
what you
sure.
should open.
Yeah, and I do know people who would open the south hand of spade, but as you say, your auction is pretty easy. If you start with a club, you can just rebid spades twice
Yeah, none
most
of
of the
those
time.
people are playing in this tournament, I don't think.
That's true. Oh, that's true. Although at least one of them has won this event before.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Um,
So South now will bid some number of spades, whether it's one or two. We'll see. Two probably shows exactly what you have, which is nice. You can bid four. That also shows exactly what he has.
Yeah, and this bid has a lot going for it, not only in that sometimes it just makes, as it will here, but it might also just preempt the opponents out of a potential red suit game that they're about to bid. East has a singleton
Yeah,
club, West has a singleton spade, and the opponents were on their way to five diamonds or four hearts, and now you've taken that away from them.
it's true. You do expect to have play for four spades opposite literally any north hand that contains three trumps. Just rough. If partner has three clubs, they could split, and if he has two clubs, they could split 3-2. Ace king of spades, rough a club, and just lose one spade and two red aces. So, yeah, as you say, you know, preempts the opponents, and a lot of the times you're just going to have some completely random make.
Yeah, now Driver does have this kind of tough choice on this round of the bidding. Um,
Yeah, I mean, he could preference to five clubs.
right, and he knows his partner's 6'5", at least 6'5",
At least, yeah. If he could be 7-5 fairly easily.
but five clubs is a level higher, and sometimes partner spades are like Ace King Jack fifth, and then you can draw four rounds of trumps and run the club suit. But I think he probably will try five clubs because on a layout like this, if spades happen to split 4-1, his partner's getting tapped at trick one or trick
Mhm.
two, and then can't pull trumps. And if the clubs don't come home, then he's just going to go down a ton of tricks.
Yeah, well, also, I don't know, like whether he's quite thinking along these lines, but if spades were 4-1, his Jack to 9 of clubs would block the suit opposite the actual holding.
Declare can pitch clubs
Oh, on spades,
on
yeah.
spades,
Yeah.
but yeah, that is kind of a danger as well.
Um, yeah. All right, so looks like we got a result on board 7. The other table still Oh, sorry, that was the one we tried about on Trump. We have we're on board 8, which was the hand where in this room they made the impossible slam. In the other room, they stopped in 5 after presumably key card auction as well, is what it looks like. West also bidding 4 no at some point, and they did get their 2 aces after they found out they were off 2 aces and stopped in 5. So 11 M's to the polls, the first big swing of the match.
Yeah, and we kind of saw that coming from a distance.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But still nice to bank them.
Yeah, so Poland now does retake the lead. This has been a very back and forth matchup.
Yeah, yeah. So North still, as you say, trying to decide whether the 10 trick game being a level lower is more attractive than the 11 trick game that raced to be safer.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of wondering what sort of layout would 4 spades actually be safer. I guess you could make 4 spades if you're off, say, like the ace of clubs and both red aces. If spades split 3-3, because they'll take their 2 red tricks, tap declare. Declare can pull trumps in 3 rounds and then knock out the club ace. And then that might be the only layout, but how could partner have that hand? That would be what? Ace, king, jack, 5th, king, queen, 6th, and out? Maybe barely possible.
Yeah. I mean, is it possible he's thinking about given that he does have 2 pretty important cards, the Queen of Spades and the Jack of Clubs and the third club, 4 no is kind of like a 5.5 club raise in case partner has a void. I don't know. Maybe that's a little too deep, but you got to figure they just like his hand if partner's 5-7.
Yeah, I think it's probably too hard to reach those slams.
No, if 4 no is just I do have a better hand than you had any right to expect. Yeah, I think I don't think South can take it in really with confidence, but maybe it's just one more thing to think about.
All right, so 5 clubs is going to pass back around to West, who decides to just let it go.
I mean, I think West has zero confidence that both of his aces are cashing.
Oh, for sure. But they did kind of miss a heart fit, obviously, with spades 3-3 and clubs 2-2. East-West were not doing all that well if they decided to take a save.
No, I think once West passed over 4 spades, he had decided that he was completely done with his hand unless his partner took action.
So ace of hearts lead. East plays the 8. I'm going to presume, I'll check their card to make sure they're playing upside down.
Upside down counts card. Yeah.
But yeah, it is probably a count signal because this is clearly a cash out situation for East-West.
Yeah, and it turns out it doesn't need to be, but of course they're going to treat it as one.
Yeah, it is a count signal. So probably ace of diamonds next, and then we'll likely see the king of hearts continuation just to put Declare in. And then Declare has this guess for the trump queen. I mean, obviously the simplest line of play is 9 never, and we just cash the ace king.
And maybe, it's not like East West really had anything to do, but if someone had a singleton, maybe the tempo of the auction would have been a little different.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a good point, that it's much more likely that everything is splitting when the opponents just don't bid all that much. Obviously, South didn't give them a lot of an opportunity to do so with 4 spades.
Not just don't bid that much, but also, don't even really show any interest in bidding.
Yeah.
East West were just okay, pass. That probably indicates things are more likely to split. Obviously, all of that is authorized information to Declare.
And part of the thing on this hand as well that makes just playing the king of clubs a bit more attractive is that when it works, all you need is 4 2 spades from here. If you cross to the spade queen and take a club finesse, you might still need to ruff the spades good. So you're
Mm-hmm.
going to need a bit more help in the
Right.
black suits to make it from there.
Yes. They're pointing out that this is Boss Driver and not his brother, who was on the Dutch team that was eliminated earlier.
Yeah, eliminated
Um,
earlier by Switzerland, in
oh,
fact.
is that true? I have so little memory for these things. I barely remember who was knocked out yesterday.
We. I
I do remember
also
who was
wish
knocked
to
out
forget.
yesterday, but it takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah, I would also like to forget who was knocked out yesterday as an American.
Yeah. As an American, and I know we have some, we had a little bit of a rooting interest in the Korean team that Poland, sorry, I guess Argentina
Argentina.
eliminated them. Yeah, kind of in a last segment comeback.
Yeah, that was
Nice.
exciting. I think one of the big stories of the tournament, not only Korea made
Yeah.
it to the knockout stage, but four-handed, and then they won their opening round in the knockout stage. So very well
Yeah,
done by them.
and they may drop into the transnationals and get a second chance for glory that way. All right, so Declare does pick off the Queen of Clubs. That's one thing that he needed, and now all he needs is a 4-2 spade break, which he's gonna. Yep. All right, I do not think that was 12 tricks.
It was not. There's still a diamond to lose, so that'll get corrected shortly.
Yep.
Um, but five clubs making, and probably a good result for North South. Although with East West having double fits in the red suits, we could imagine that they could end up in trouble and get doubled.
Yeah, I think even if South had taken a slightly slower approach, the opponents maybe would give him another chance, but maybe not. If he had bid two spades, that probably would often end the auction, right? I think West sort of likes his hand, but has nowhere to go. East doesn't really like his hand and is going to be done. Maybe West at some tables would have opened. Oh no, it's not opened because he's over front thinking like, yeah, it's 14, like could be 14, 16, no trump, but of course the bidding was opened in front of him. Anyway, back to the table here. One club showing 2+, one spade, natural response. They don't play transfers. One no, just a natural weak no trump rebid, and that's that.
Yeah, South on
So
lead has to pick between the red suits, and hearts are a
I'm
little
a
bit
diamond
stronger.
leader. Yeah, like they're both going to blow a trick. Personally, I would lead a diamond here. I feel like this is often going to be Dummy's second suit when he has one. Yeah, Brink agrees with me.
So there's the diamond lead. Declare will score two diamond tricks after this lead, and doesn't have very many tricks of his own. Maybe it makes sense to even put up the diamond queen just for an entry so that we can start playing clubs towards the east hand.
Yeah, I like that play.
I
I think this is. I mean, obviously it's dangerous, but what's the alternative? Like run it to preserve your second diamond stopper, and then like play the king of clubs from your hand.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, I guess we can cross to the spade ace to take a club
Maybe.
hook.
Actually, yeah, I was gonna say, like maybe it is okay just to run it because the club position obviously it works here with Queen Doubleton on side, but it's somewhat unlikely, and the other obviously is safer within the diamond suit.
Well, Declare has correctly judged to put up the
Yeah.
diamond queen. Now he has an opportunity to play clubs, and he'll probably plan on playing a club to the 8, would be my guess, playing north for the queen
Mhm.
9.
Well,
If,
except
yeah, the 9 pops up,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
that may
So I
well have
think
been his plan originally. So, club to the 10,
I was
Brink will
gonna say
duck
we'll see if it
this.
wins the trick. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think maybe Brink, that Queen of Diamonds. Like obviously he knows his partner. I don't say he doesn't know his partner as a Jack, but he may suspect his partner as a Jack. Yeah, so now if North has an entry, they can lead through the 10 later, kind of get the defensive tricks going. He doesn't want Declare to bank a club trick and then maybe shift to a spade. Looking at the spades and dummy, if Declare had like honor third of spades or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. So he does work out correctly to continue diamonds, as you say, and now East is thinking, do we duck to cut communication, or do we win this and then continue working on clubs, cross in spades, lead the jack of clubs?
Yeah, one. I mean, he may even actually just. I'll say you could cross his space to do that, but if he thinks that the club was a true card, he might actually pick it off and use the spade entry for a heart finesse into the save hand. They can't attack diamonds, but no, he just ducks it. Like, the nine of clubs. I mean, it's like it could have been from Queen Nine Third, but that might be a little dangerous for North. Like, it doesn't rate to be a true card.
Yeah, I guess it's actually probably best to assume that it's not from Queen Nine Fourth. So we can
Right.
cross in spades and just play a club to the 8 and then use the jack of clubs later for a heart hook.
Right, but like after it went 9-10 ace, doesn't it seem pretty likely that it actually is Queen Nine Doubleton in North?
Could be. I mean, could be a, maybe a somewhat relevant Smith signal.
I mean, it could be, but that would be a pretty dangerous card. Is kind of my point. And also, most players play reverse Smith, so if they're playing Smith, it would be maybe the wrong Smith card because when the Queen holds in dummy, North is going to want to Smith, encouraging when his holding is his best possible holding, which is the Jack.
Okay, Declare has his 6 trick in, can cash the ace of hearts at this point. I think he may well also just exit a spade here, which looks relatively safe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
North
the
is
defense,
in. North can
cannot
cash a
strip.
second spade and then put a heart through, and Declare will be able to safely try the heart finesse, but with the king offside, he'll end up with 7 tricks. I mean, regardless, he goes plus on a hand that at the very onset did not look like he was going to take very many tricks.
Yeah, meanwhile, play is caught up in the other room. They're now playing board 11, the board that we just saw here that they got to 5 clubs.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that one because potential for swings, but I do suspect that North-South are going to be on their way to a black suit game, which makes
Yeah.
4 boards to go
Yeah,
in
like-
this set.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pause here. Maybe the players are just, talking a little bit about something. Who knows? And they're obviously well ahead of the clock at this point, so if they want to take a break, they can afford to. Well, while they're paused, I'm going to take a quick look and check the scores in the other matches.
Yeah, let us know what's going on in the Argentina against Italy match, which is the other semifinal.
One moment. So, results. Let's see. Open semifinals. Oh, here we go. Got a board up. Argentina is up 12-6 after 8 boards.
Wow, both low-scoring matches, and obviously as
Yeah.
we get later in the tournament, that's going to be the way of things. The play is a little bit better, and everyone's going to bid to their game contracts. Everyone's going to take all their tricks. But here we go. Another
certainly.
exciting one no-trump auction. One no-trump, all pass. East on lead.
Yeah.
Tries
So
his
with these
five card
colors,
suit.
north-south, there are 15 to 17 people. So, Heart lead gives Declare the free finesse. They'll just, start by cashing some diamonds. He's got the first 6 tricks fairly easily. Oh, first 7 tricks, 4 diamonds and 3 hearts.
Yeah, with the
think
diamonds
that's-
splitting, Declare
Yeah.
probably will just cash out. At match points, you may try a spade finesse, looking to score an extra trick in that suit, but here, Declare does unblock the heart. It's going to cross back to the queen of diamonds, king of hearts, diamond to the 9, lead a spade up, and see if the defense can manage to cash out from there.
Yeah, and I think with West just pitching I think they will eventually get the king of spades because, East. I guess East can just pitch a spade here.
Yeah,
But,
East could have pitched a spade on this trick, so East decides to pitch a club instead, and I think at this point Yeah, the defense is going to be a little bit bound into giving Declare a spade trick.
Yeah, and maybe East could have thought a little more and realized that, it looks a little weird to blank the Queen of Spades, but there's no real reason to protect it. Yes, they give him the spade trick right then and there. West presumably thought that East had a reason to guard his spades, and now that'll be that. I
Yeah, it's
think
a little
it'll
bit
now go
challenging.
club
I
that East is
mean,
going to claim. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
West, I believe, did ask for spades or signal for spades, so that's why East may
Mm-hmm.
well have kept the Queen Doubleton of spades, possibly as entries in case his partner had Ace King Fifth.
Yeah, so on board 11, we're being told they got to the same contract at the other table, five clubs. And West just cashed his aces, and that was that. And
Well,
yeah, we did get a.
Well, I mean, okay, actually, according to the VuGraph results, which we don't always have to trust, five clubs went down in the other room, so Declare misguessed the
A
trumps.
declare, wow. Oh, yeah, Gobble says Gobble took a second round club finesse.
Yeah, but hold, because East has opened four spades on this board. This is an exciting hand. I mean, it's a full 11 count. Well, kind of a full 11 count. Queen Jack Doubleton, Stiff Jack. And
And he's going to miss a very good slam for his trouble here.
they haven't missed the slam yet.
Well, sorry, yes, he might miss a very good slam. Just pitch the third diamond on dummies, third club honor, and as long as the spades are 3-2, six spades is easy.
Yeah, so West has to
In
decide how many
fact,
tricks they're taking.
if you don't catch the ace of hearts, you make an over trick because now you can rough out the diamonds.
Yeah. Um, so West can count 8 trumps some amount of the time. If partner has kind of the
Right.
typical king, queen, jack, 8th in spades, then that would be
Yeah.
your expected spade preempt.
And
West might-
any eight gives you a possibility because it could be 1-1. So
Yeah. But with 8 spades and 2 clubs, that's only 10. You're pretty far
Right,
off from making a slam.
I mean, you 100% need partner to have 2 key cards to be safe. Like, sure, you could have queen eighth and there they do split, but then you don't really want to be there. Yeah, so unless partner does have the king of spades and an ace, you probably don't want to be in slam, and that's exactly what he decides.
Right, and this is potentially going to be very costly because if East had gone a slower route by just opening at the 1 level, which I think a lot of players would choose with the 11 high card points and fairly weak spade suit, West would be able to start making slam tries, and East might not be too thrilled about his hand, but 2 key cards and a 7th spade, I think he would be pretty happy to cooperate.
Yeah, I think he just downgraded his 4 points in short honors, which I sort of understand, but it burned him here. I think if they had had a slower auction, East would have probably at least once tried to backpedal, but his partner eventually would be able to drag a cubit out of him, and now West would be in a pretty good position just to key card.
Yeah, so
maybe
this
he's
is...
goes low, and then West says, no, I really have a good hand. And she's like, okay, fine, Cupid.
Yeah, a real potential for pickup for Switzerland here on this board, and we'll keep an eye out in the other room.
Yeah, so I think in the slam, he might have pitched a heart there, but actually maybe not. I guess it's still safe to pitch a diamond and play for the diamonds to split. You're still only ever going to lose 1 trick.
Right, yeah. Ace of diamonds, diamond to the king, diamond rough,
Yeah,
and
so
then the 7 of
13
spades is
tricks.
a carefully preserved entry back to the 4th diamond to pitch a
Yeah.
heart.
And, it's a little embarrassing for East to kind of, make this 1 or 4 decision, get it wrong, and then take all the tricks just to, make it a little extra aggravating. Yeah, so defense just said diamond split is okay, great.
Yeah, 15-10.
Well, 5-10.
Or 5-10, that's right, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 15-10. Like you get one of those per segment, and they already had theirs.
They really did on board
The slam
8.
off two aces. Yeah,
Yes. All right, on to board 15. Brink has a nice 13 count here. But the
and
way that they open a no trump, they're 15 to 17ers. This is just not close to an upgrade into that range.
yeah, like I would certainly upgrade the South hand to a 14-16 non-vulnerable. Vulnerable, probably. I wouldn't make the upgrade. Um, so a diamond, I wonder actually, was a diamond natural or was a diamond something? And a heart is something, or is South just rebidding a heart because they know Trump is unappealing?
I mean, their system is a little bit unusual. I could describe all of the hands North would have for a diamond,
This
but
is
we might have
this is an
finished.
artificial auction. Yeah,
Yes, we might have finished playing the set before I get
got
to
it.
it.
So South two-step to show a weak no Trump. Is that what happened?
Um, yeah, give me a second. I'm reading. Uh, yes, so South has showed a weak no trump.
So North probably will scrape up an invite, although it's close with not a great hand. Like he does have 11 points, but a partner tops out at 14 and would often upgrade. Maybe you don't have so many regrets about passing it.
I don't think they upgrade all that often. It's not written on their card as it is with a lot of the pairs that they would write like
Mm-hmm.
14 plus to 17. Their card just says 15 to 17. There's no mention of upgrades. So
I see. So
I think this hand is, not necessarily even a maximum for this auction for South.
they're fairly aggressive in many spots, but red white no trump upgrades is not one of them.
Yeah, I don't think so, but North does decide to let it go. It's aceless, it's 11. They have a maximum of 25 highs.
Yeah, I think one thing is you don't really have a trick source, and with these colors, partner's going to be pretty hungry to accept on any excuse.
Yeah,
So, like, if you think you're often going to get to a bad 3 no trump, you'd much rather play a sound 1 no trump with an over trick or two.
right. And it looks like here the kind of lack of spot cards would doom 3 no trump. And the fact that the diamond ace is offside. Declare does have 5 clubs, 2 hearts, and the king of spades now, but there's just no real way to get a ninth trick unless that diamond ace was in West's hand. But in 1 no, Declare can cash out his 8.
Yep, and I think Declare will basically just cash all his round 2 winners, lead a diamond, kind of similar to the way he played that hand where he let a spade up and made the over trick here. It's not going to work.
No, this time the ace is offside, so
Yeah, the defense will just be stripped down to nothing but winners at that point. But, plus 120 once again is a nice result if there's any chance that your counterparts get to 3 no trump with 24 highs.
yeah, certainly. And overall, it's not even a particularly good 3 no trump. 3 no on a finesse would be great, but you need the diamond finesse, and you need to pick up a spade trick, and you need the opponents to not be able to cash enough to beat you.
Mm-hmm.
So, looks like North-South did very well to stay out of this one.
Yeah, and I like North's decision here. Like, if you do have a 3 no game, it's almost never going to be great. Like, it could be fine, but it's so rarely going to be excellent, and it's often going to be bad that even vulnerable at imps, at some point you just have to say that it's not worth it. So, Declare does not cash his hearts before playing a diamond, but nothing is going to matter. He can cash his ace of diamonds or not, and Declare is going to make the same 8 tricks he started with.
Yeah. So Ace King of Hearts will eventually score. It looks like Declare got enough info on the defensive carding to be able to safely duck a diamond there. But there's the heart switch. Declare cashes the king, and that will be the end of play.
Yeah, whichever card he plays now, either East or West is just going to put their hand face up on the table. Yeah.
Okay, 120. We got one more board to play in this opening segment. There are 96 boards in total, played over 6 segments in 2 days. We're going to have 48 of them today, 3 sets of 16, 48 tomorrow, and then whoever wins this is going to go on to the finals to play for a potential gold medal.
So let's see if there's any excitement to be had as we close out the segment, and indeed there is. So certainly north-south would open the west hand, 2 hearts, non-vulnerable. It looks a little bit much to me here. I don't think west is going to take action.
No. Certainly not with this hand. And so north does get to open a heart.
Yeah, and north-south actually kind of bizarrely we're close to a club slam with the queen jack of clubs dropping. They have 12 top tricks.
Wow. Yeah, but north-south...
Yeah, it's not close to a club. No, of course it's ridiculous, but it actually is there.
Yeah, north-south are definitely likely to head into 3 no trump, it looks like.
Probably. I mean, they may get a little bit higher. North is going to show a good hand. South has some extras here. Like, North does have, 18 count?
Yeah, so this auction is Gazilli, which we alluded to earlier, that East-West kind of is skewed to show that 5-5 hand with both majors. But here, a heart, a spade, 2 clubs is artificial. It could be just a weekend with hearts and clubs, but here it's going to show 17 or more high card points. South's 2 diamonds is 8 or more high card points, game forcing opposite the strong hand, and now North gets to show his hand type with extras.
Probably artificially, but we'll see.
Yeah, so the only bid that North could make to show a weak hand at this point would be 2 hearts. All other bids will show the 17 or more. And so here we go.
So 2 spades probably includes a variety of hand types. Probably asking, and 3 diamonds probably is now showing something close to what he actually has.
Right.
Yeah, this is a good method. As we saw, one of the things that it gets you is that you get to bid 3 hearts on a hand like Janisevsky did earlier with the 5-5 intermediate type. So North is now probably 3 no is just like, nothing further to do hand. He does kind of have a minimum for his previous bidding.
Yeah, certainly, especially the singleton spade opposite his partner spade suit.
Yeah, and South can obviously see that there's nowhere to go on this hand if partner's not interested in going higher. Yeah, 18 plus is a little bit stronger than I've seen from a lot of pairs that use this method. It's a little bit restrictive just because you don't pick up that many 18 counts. I've seen like 16 or 17 plus and then adjust the positive diamond range accordingly just to have it apply to more deals. But yeah, it hasn't really caught on in the US, but it's a very good method. And it's not really that complicated. Like, you can play a lot of complicated sequences, but it's not that hard to play a stripped down version of it that gets you almost as much as, as the fancy stuff.
Yeah, so West on lead, I mean, leading a heart through Dummy's 5-card suit is probably not what West is hoping to.
I think he's going to try the Queen of Clubs. Like, your best shot has to be to hit partner with something, and the Queen Jack of Clubs, at least if he does have something and it's there, is a really nice head start.
Yeah, partner could have, if we flip partner's minor suits, then the Queen of Clubs would actually start working at setting up the clubs in partner's hand, but here it does not.
Yeah, and effectively he's leading on not a blind auction, but like he has no reason to think that South has clubs. Like, yes, it's a blind auction as far as South's hand is concerned. He knows a lot about Dummy.
Yeah.
But yeah, now like what Ace of Hearts, club, quote unquote finesse, except oops, we don't need it, and claim.
That's probably about what we're going to see right now. The entry's a little bit tangled, so there's no real way to squeeze an extra trick out of the
Yeah.
opponent's.
Yeah, like you can see, obviously he does have the ace king of spades, um, but he can just protect them till the bitter end. Yep. So he does lead a club, planning a finesse, and finding out that he doesn't actually need to.
Yeah, so diamond to the ace, two clubs pitching something from dummy, and cross back to the king, queen, jack of diamonds to take the first 12 tricks, which may well just be a push in both
Yeah.
rooms.
I mean, probably you play it out like just in here it won't work. Like at the local club, maybe you play it out hoping that someone accidentally unguards the hearts, even though they're looking at them.
Yes, with North's hand face up, there's about a 25% chance only that you would score 13th
Yeah,
trick somehow.
I mean, we've all done it.
There we go.
Here he
All
does not
right.
insult his opponents; he just claims.
That is going to wrap up the coverage at this table. Head to the other room to check out the remainder of this set. The next segment is going to start in about an hour and 40 minutes from now, so there's quite a long lunch break for the players as well as us, but we will be back for the second segment of play in just a little bit. See you then.
Yep. Thanks, Rob. See you in a bit.
All right, chat. I'm back with you. Hello. Hopefully everyone's doing well. I don't know if Craig's planning to join me on Discord, but I have it pulled up. He can let me know. I did barely manage to put in a lunch order, so I think I should be able to get my food eaten before we start the next segment. Okay, Craig said he's heading out for a bit. Great. Then I do not need Discord at all, so... Oh, what a set. And the match is relatively close. Switzerland up by a little bit, although obviously not good news for Poland, considering Zimmerman was sitting in for this segment. That 11-imp swing. So what's going on here? East opens a spade. West bids a game forcing two clubs. I did see a lot of comments in the chat that I didn't have time to discuss, but I might talk about some of them during the break. So spade, two clubs, game force, two spades. 2-0, just looking to slow down the auction. 3 hearts, probably some sort of artificial something. I don't know why West wouldn't bid 3 spades over 2 spades, though. That's kind of weird. This is very confusing to me, the way this auction panned out. Like, normally, if you're thinking about a slam, you really want to establish the trump suit. And I mean, maybe they did, but I don't think 2-0 shows spades. So West, while I like the 2-0 bid to slow the auction down with extras, you really just want to bid 3 spades, and you're going to have to do it at some point to show the suit. You want your partner to start Q-betting. Ace of hearts lead, so East-West do also falter on this hand. Obviously, the 4-spade preempt is not everyone's choice and wasn't the choice in this room. Could have worked out. Could have been important to get that preempt in, but not on this hand when partner has all the values. But with the ace of hearts lead, Poland picks up 1. And I think the ace of hearts against a slam makes a lot of sense. Against the game contract, you don't want to lead from ace 10 fifth, but once they get to the 5 level and they show values that are on the cusp of making slam, you just got to get desperate. Hope that you can give partner a heart rough, maybe. Alright, board 15. So, are Gavel and Jagniewski playing 14 to 16 or 15 to 17? I guess we're about to find out. Oh, you know what? We do have a bingo square that might get filled in. Take a look at this. If Poland is still held to 18, we might get fewer than 20 imps scored by one team in a segment. We're a far cry away from scoring more than 100 combined. One no, three no. All right. Zimmerman on lead. He'll probably just lead a spade because he has 5 of them. And Declare is going to play a diamond to the king at some point. This could go down multiple. Alexander says, how about Bridge 101, cash 2 aces against a slam? I didn't mention it as a Bridge 101 moment. You're probably right. I think I'll say yes. I'll put it up there. You know, everyone at the local club would just play their ace and then their other ace and beat 6 hearts on that hand. Don't bid 6, missing 2 aces. Yeah, that is what they teach you early on in your bridge career. Gazilli is kind of a relay auction. Gazilli is kind of a relay auction. That's true. Alright, we'll take it. We're going straight down the middle of the card today. We haven't had anything else. Wait, we've had, oh, I see behind me, 1 no trump played twice in a row. Same contract, 2 hands in a row. I feel like I should change this square, declare guesses 2 50-50s to declare guesses 1 50-50 because we don't see we don't see any 50-50s at all. Okay, so spade over to the jack and ace. Heart comes through, and now Declare is going to try and run some clubs. But with that ace of diamonds offside, there's just really nothing that Declare is going to be able to do. Zimmerman pitches a spade. A little bit risky to do that. South could definitely have had that deuce of spades. And then the 7 of spades just... I mean, the 7 of spades specifically is very risky. Because Declare could just end up setting up an extra spade trick. Bridge drama slot. Oh, someone mentioned something about the bridge winners thread. We got some more replies, so maybe we'll take a look. Yeah, maybe we'll take a look at that. 171 comments. Oh my god. Let me take a look. If it's any good, we'll if we have anything that's actually worth reading. As someone said that Joe Grew responded. Is that what happened? It would be interesting to look at Joe's response. Found it. Joe did respond. Okay. We'll pull this up after the conclusion of play at this table. I haven't read it yet, so I just found it. Joe is just a good guy. And Rosenberg does tend to be a little bit stubborn in his views. Alright, 10 of clubs. So East is getting end played, right? Declare can go king of spades, heart, heart. Oh no, West could win the heart. But wow, the defenses made this a little bit complicated, didn't they? Yeah, Declare just plays the diamond to the king. Makes sense. And now East, I guess, has a little bit of a dilemma. If he continues a heart and his partner doesn't unblock the queen, then Declare can set up the diamonds. So he probably should play back a spade, and he does. This is just good defense, and I mean, this is like really important defensive awareness if you're playing with a sponsor, is that you need to protect your partner against effectively just like turning their brain off and going on autopilot. So really important for Nowozatsky to continue spades there. Diamond to the queen. Setting up the beer card and dummy, but there's just no way to get there anymore. Down 1, so Switzerland picks up another few. 6 more on this board. They're up by 10. Oh, also, good thing I remembered. I need to log off of BBO and log back in, since I was invisible this whole time, and I know that a bunch of spectators have it's just an impossible task for them to be able to send me messages if I'm invisible. I mean, obviously it's very doable. Like, Diana sent me messages earlier, but yeah, it looks like I'm offline for whatever reason when I'm invisible, even though I'm broadcasting. So I do need to correct that. I realized immediately after starting up the broadcast, since I'm always invisible online, and well, here we are. Last board of the set. So North-South got to 3 now in the other room. Pass by West. North opens a heart. South will bid a spade. And I assume North-South are also playing Gazilli here, so we should see 2 clubs from North. This is almost like Bridge 101 for Europe, but for American partnerships, like, just no one plays it. I mean, even the top American partnerships, it's not like this is some sort of complicated convention that that only the top pairs play. It's a relatively simple convention. There's a lot of complexities to it, but my food's here. This is perfect timing. We'll stick around for the auction and see where they get to, but then I'll run and grab lunch. So 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 now. Showing the extras. South bids 3 clubs. This looks like a relay auction if I've ever seen one. Any idea why none of the top American pairs play Gazilli? Well, for many years, there was the kind of standard American yellow card, right? Back in like the 60s, 70s or whatever, that everyone in America played because it was the standard card, and they added some, you know, different conventions to it, and eventually that turned into 2/1, and of course, like, Meckwell precision was a big thing. But for so many years, Americans have done fairly well without this sort of Gazilli treatment. And it does cause a bit of a change in your structure as well as a bit of change in your evaluation. If you grow up and for 20 years you're playing, because Gazilli is more of a modern convention. I don't think it came about more than 20 years ago. Could be wrong about that, but I think it's a relatively newer convention, all things considered. You have to kind of undo what you've learned to learn a new convention that has a big impact on your system. Like, if you're used to making these strong jump shifts on 19s, and now your jump shift is like a 15 or 16 count, or 14 to 16, or whatever, somewhere in that range, and you go through Gazilli with all the stronger hands, then you need to reevaluate as a responder. And you definitely go backwards for a little while. You can't just put a convention like Gazilli or any sort of other large system change on your convention card and expect to just learn it overnight. You would probably have to take several months and gain a ton of experience and practice by bidding a ton of hands, and also doing it in live competition. Like, just bidding with a partner online, having the deals randomly generated, doesn't give you the full experience of how often are the opponents competing over this? How often are the opponents doubling? What do our redoubles then mean in different scenarios? So it takes a while to integrate and develop a new convention. And while Gazilli is definitely a good thing to add to your card, for a bunch of professional players, you're probably going to go backwards for a little while, and that means you might be less desirable during that time. Your results might decrease. You might get fired from a pro team. It's not as simple as just saying, well, let's add Gazilli to our card and then work everything out from there. I'm speculating, but that's probably one of the reasons why I would expect a lot of American pairs have not added it to the card. Okay, auction's over. I'm gonna go get my food. I will be back in just like 15, 20 seconds. I forgot what I ordered, but I'm glad to see that it was Chipotle, because I'm relatively hungry, and Chipotle is like a lot of food in a small package. Jeffrey asks, is it a much bigger change than going from 2/1 being 10 plus in standard to 2/1 being game forcing? No, I would say it's about the same, but that's also like kind of a big change, right? And I think for many years after 2/1 was developed, people were still playing standard American. Like, a lot of the top pros were still playing standard American. Like, you know, we might see the change happening generationally. Like, a lot of the younger players who now grow up and find out before they start getting into all of the, like, advanced bidding that Gazilli is a strong convention, that at the junior tournaments all of their European counterparts are playing. They'll learn it from them. They'll probably ask a bunch of the American pros. The American pros will say, yes, it's a good convention, but we don't play it. They'll ask why. There will be a complicated explanation of why it's not necessary and blah, 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 blah. And then like the younger pros from the US will start playing it. So what did I order? I think I just got some soft tacos, chicken tacos, I believe. Okay, so Poland 18, Switzerland 28 after one set. And let's real quick get to the drama, and then maybe we'll look at some of the results in other matches while I eat. So drama time. Here we go. This was Joe's response. Joe says, I really don't want to discuss the important hand. To discuss Brad's questions to the directors during the first quarter regarding what should be alerted and should be explained via tablet. What should be alerted and should be explained via tablet. Aha. Okay. We've already got some more insight that Morden Bilda didn't mention. And again, I mean, you know, this is like a he said, she said sort of thing, even though they're both he's. Maybe it's like a he said scenario. So Brad wasn't asking whether or not he should alert. He was asking, according to Joe, he was asking where he should alert. Whether he should be alerting just by like pointing at the bid as you do behind screens. Like if the bid comes, the tray comes through the table and a bid's alertable, you point at the bid on the table, and that's how you alert the bids behind screens. You don't say alert. You don't necessarily have to like write down the explanation immediately, but if your opponent asks, you can. So Brad was thinking that, again, according to Joe, that Brad didn't know whether to alert by pointing or whether to alert by doing it on tablets. In the USA trials, you had to alert and explain every bid, and you weren't allowed to ask the opponent about an alert that happened from the other side of the table. I actually don't know what that means. You weren't allowed to ask the opponent about an alert that happened from the other side of the table. This is okay. I understand what he's saying, and this is actually a really important distinction, because Gavin and I had talked about this when Gavin was on for one of the segments that we did, where Gavin kind of complained that you can kind of get unauthorized information from the alerts of your opponents. So I think that the typical example that we had looked at was, let's say you're now I've forgotten the typical example, but Gavin had a nice example when he was on stream. This would have been like 6 months ago. I don't know if anyone remembers the idea, but let's say one of your opponents alerts something one way and one alerts it the other way. You now get kind of extra information about what your partner's bid means from seeing the opponents explain their alerts differently. Because it means your partner has like forgotten a convention, right? Or you've forgotten the convention, but one of you has forgotten a convention. So you and your partner can kind of diagnose that you have forgotten a convention based on the opponent's kind of uneven explanations in their alerts. I guess, like, here's a stupid example, right? Your partner opens 2 diamonds and you're playing multi, and your right-hand opponent doubles and explains it as takeout. Your partner forgot you're playing multi and 2 diamonds is natural. So, okay, great. That is something that is getting clarified here. So this means in the US trials, you had to alert and explain every bid, and you weren't allowed to ask an opponent about an alert that happened from the other side of the table. Cool. So other side of the table makes the alert on a bid, but while that still conveys some information, because obviously you wouldn't alert a takeout double, and you would alert double showing like 13 to 15 or whatever. But yeah, so that's kind of what Joe's saying here. So Brad just wanted clarifications to what he had to ask or explain. He wanted to avoid asking an inappropriate question to his opponent. Okay, very reasonable. He was bending over backwards to not put his opponent into a bad spot. This all sounds accurate from what I understand of them. He didn't want to ask him a question if he wasn't allowed to. I really like everyone on Denmark. They're all great guys. Thanks. I saw Joe responded to some of the other comments below. So, yeah, he wrote another comment down here. We were not sure about the specific rules with the tablets. The Americans had all played trials in Chicago with tablets, but we had specific rules against trying to ask questions to find out if the opponents were having an accident. There we go. So this is what Gavin had talked about. So we were just trying to make sure we didn't break any rules. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like this makes a lot of sense, and that to me seems like a much more plausible explanation than Morden's picture where he's trying to build Brad as like this villain who's like, you know, nefariously trying not to explain a bid to his opponent. So at least according to Joe, the statement is that Brad wasn't even like being asked a question that he had to explain. He wanted to clarify the rules by calling the director because he was the one who wanted to ask a question. So I understand that for a younger player, this might, you know, and especially if you're sitting on the same side of the screen as Brad Moss, you might be intimidated already, and then he calls the director and you feel like you've done something wrong. I totally get that Morton was trying to protect his partner and clarify that like he hadn't done anything wrong, and like, but he didn't really need to go attacking Brad in this scenario if Joe's explanation, which to me sounds accurate, is what actually happened at the table. So that gives a little bit more context and a bit of extra info, at least to that first point. And then, of course, you know, Joe doesn't mention anything about the 6 club versus 6 spade hand. I mean, I think the facts are all clear, and we discussed it the other day, as well as where was the comment that I was relatively happy with by Edgerton, I think. Nabil Edgerton had made this comment about, well, you probably... Oh, wait, Craig has made some comments. Hold on, should we read through Craig's comments? Here we go. Let's read through Craig's comments for a second, because I think Craig said that he was going to drunk post on this last night. We'll see. The time he spit 6 clubs, West had authorized information about 3 things about Easthand. Had some values, had some hearts, and had some clubs. What other than the tempo suggested that 6 spades would even be playable, let alone the best slam? Craig posted a lot. I mean, can you blame him if he was having more and more wine? Huh. All right, lots of back and forth. Anyway, I think that's the end of the drama on this thread. Well, there'll probably be more drama on this thread, but that's going to be the end of that set at least. All right, let's pull up the standings. So in the open, here's what. Oh my God, what a crazy set. Also, Argentina, Italy are playing super slow. 16-7 though. All right, I'm gonna eat while we talk about some results from the other matches. I am curious about a couple of the boards, so I'll probably pull them up and we can discuss. Low-scoring match. $11 imps on board 6. Oh, we don't get the hand record here? What happened? Why don't we have the hand record available? What is this garbage? Hello? Wait, they're all playing the same boards. Hold on. We can do this by looking into another match. Here we go. Board 6. 3 no trump. Wow, they got to 3 no on this hand. They got to 3 no. That's crazy. Holy cow. This is the one where I was like 3 no's cold. Technically, it's Jones cold. 4 spades, 5 diamonds, and you have stoppers and hearts and clubs. Yikes. Jeffrey says, thinks the hand records come up when the segment's complete. Gotcha. Okay, so that is then the Open. In the women's, USA over Sweden. Go USA. And Turkey over China. Both matches are close. In the seniors, France off to an excellent start against the US. And Sweden, India, very close. Man, these matches are all very low scoring, aren't they? Finally, in the mixed, again, very close matches. Poland, Italy separated by 2, China, Germany by 6. This might be the first time Germany has trailed, though. They're one of the strongest teams coming into the mixed, along with Poland and potentially the USA. USA did finish second, but they lost in their match yesterday to China. And then we have a bunch of other things as well. I don't know what some of these things are. Swiss 2. We have a second Swiss. Is this like the transnationals? This might be the transnationals. So how are people doing? Aha, we found Gavin's team. Shori is sitting in 18th currently. That feels like they're not going to be too happy with that performance. USA Mixed. Oh, so USA Mixed, who got knocked out yesterday, are in this event. I wonder what this event then is. Denmark's Open team is up here. Ireland's Open team. And then a bunch of other teams here. Dinkin. Oh, God. Please get them out. But yeah, a ton of teams over in this event. We have some pairs stuff. There's an Open and seniors, and then a women and mixed. I guess those are the 2 categories for the pairs. So we have an English pair. Oh, look, Joel from the US. And oh, Zach Madden. So I just played. He was on my team when I was at the regional in St. Louis. I met him out there. Bunch of other pairs. There's a second semifinal, and they'll probably qualify about half the field to the next day. Not a lot of pairs in these pair games. And over on the women's and mixed side, we have quite a few partnerships, in fact. Pepsi, representing the U.S., is playing. Alex Kolesnik, representing the U.S. Mikey Capoletti, playing with his wife or girlfriend, Allie. I think they're married now. And over in semifinal B, Looks like we got a few sponsored partnerships from the US that I see. Okay, over on Love Bridge, so supposedly we have results maybe from the other semifinal. Let's try and take a look. No. Wait. The other semifinal is just not being broadcast at all? So it wasn't just that they only had 3 tables available on BBO. They just, they're probably broadcasting one of the other matches, but that's stupid. What were they thinking? This is a terrible use of resources. So what are they broadcasting? Is it women's? Nope. Is it seniors? This website is unbelievably slow. Nope, not seniors, so I guess it's mixed. Maybe they're just like rotating among all the things. Yeah, so they're broadcasting the mixed. And this was kind of the final. We have some scores. Someone managed to reach 6 spades. Let's take a look at how that auction went. Someone also managed to reach 6 clubs, which could go down, but we'll take a look at that board as well. All right, 6 spades. So in one room, hello? Why is this thing on the left-hand side? Okay, anyway. East opens a spade. Can I go back to the single screen view? Apparently not. I don't know how to do it. So we're focusing on the blue room. 1 spade, 2 clubs, 2 spades, 2 no, 3 hearts, 3 spades. We saw a similar auction in the Polish. Maybe it's because it is Poland. Maybe they're playing the same silly system. 3 spades, 4 hearts by East, key card, 2 with, all looks pretty normal, and West decided to take a chance at the slam. They have enough key cards, they're not missing the trump queen. So that looks like a pretty reasonable auction to me. How did the other room not get there? East opened a spade, 2 clubs, 2 spades, 2 no, 3 spades. Cupid, sign off. Maybe a little bit pessimistic by both East and West. I mean, East also almost has a hand that might have decided to try keycard. East doesn't have any more cubids to make. I guess you could cue 5 hearts with the East hand over 4 spades or 5 clubs. Both seem pretty reasonable to me. 4 spades feels a bit pessimistic, and obviously West hearing partner has, I assume, a bunch of spades as well as a diamond control. That makes West's hand a little better, but West needs a source of tricks. Anywho, hard to get to the slam. Let's look at the 6 clubs contract, though. So in the one room, a club. Over in the green room, a club, spade, 2 hearts. Maybe precision or something, or a Polish club. 3 clubs by South, 3 no. Pretty reasonable. East led the 10 of diamonds. Declare probably just took the first 12 tricks. And over here, a heart by North, spade by South, 2 clubs, gazilli, 2 diamonds, gazilli, 2 no, showing North's hand, 3 hearts by South. I wonder when South shows clubs. Maybe 3 hearts shows a 5th spade, and 4 clubs was just patterning out. 4 diamonds could be key card, maybe, in clubs. Is that possible? 4 spade response is not correct. I don't know. There's a lot of alerts. North-south get to 6 clubs. East leads the spade ace. Okay, this holds. So what does East know about the hand? North is declaring. If we continue the king of spades and it gets roughed, any time declare has only 3 clubs, we beat the contract by continuing the king of spades here. But if North could have 4 clubs, continuing the spade king would just set up all of South's spades and declare would pull trumps and claim. So the alternative, I guess, is to exit passively, maybe, with like a diamond or a trump. And if declare has 4 trumps, they'll win. Cross and hearts, let's say, rough a spade. Cross and diamonds, rough a spade. The king doesn't drop. But I think North is just kind of marked with most of the missing high cards at that point. King of hearts, king, queen of diamonds. So declare could then pull trumps. I suppose it's a little bit more complicated. Declare actually can't rough 2 spades then, otherwise the 9 of clubs promotes. Still, it feels a little bit greedy, I would say, to not try the king of spades. You're asking partner for a lot of help in the red suits. What does East do? East switches to a heart, just passive. And declare able to pick up the trumps. Wow, was it necessary to play the club king? No, it was not. What a crazy play. You should like definitely cross in diamonds to play another club. I mean, what if West has queen jack third? Maybe they wouldn't split from that holding, but still feels like no cost. Queen jack doubleton drops. 10 of clubs pulls the 9. 10 ups to Italy. That's why they're leading. Okay, what have we got? We got like another hour because this is Argentina time, but well, anyway, it's another hour. So 13:15 Argentina time is when the next on Thursday is when the next segment starts. Does anyone have big plans for Halloween tonight? Let me know if you do. I guess while we wait, since there's probably not much else to talk about in the matches and we don't have anything else that's going on currently, I think all of the matches are over. Yeah, this match is over. The seniors, this match is over. And of course in the Open, the match was over. Let's play a, whatever the daily free tournament is. That sounds good. Oh my god, please stop telling me BBO Plus is live. I just have a virus whenever I log into the site, which is BBO Plus. This thing. I will put this on and we'll just like click through some cards while I eat. That seems like a good plan to me. Michael's staying home and distributing candy rather than going dancing. Were those the only 2 options? Lorian says taking the kids trick-or-treating with neighbors. Dad tax is important. Hopefully they get some good ones. Dancing would come with a live band playing. Dead Almonds and Floyd. And really cool costumes. Well, I think everyone has to have really cool costumes. It's like a Halloween thing. Hmm. Wife's second choice. Always got to appease the spouse. Why would 3 spades ever show 4 to 5 spades here? God, some of these robot alerts are just so insane to me. Alright. Screw you, partner. I'm gonna bid 3 no. Why would 3 no potentially have a 4-card spade suit? Like, what do we think 1 spade showed? Like, this is unbelievable. I really think 5 diamonds could be the better spot. Oh, apparently just partner has a normal 3 no raise over 2 no. Cool. Thanks. Glad we're here. Sure. How greedy am I gonna be? It's match points after all. I mean, there is a 0% chance the King of Clubs is onside, since West has failed to lead it twice. Already took a match point line in the spade suit, did I? Don't I need a bunch of spade tricks? I don't think it costs to play the queen. I think clubs are 2-2 and hearts are 2-2. Alright. But the King of Clubs is just guaranteed to be offside. There's no way that West forgot to lead clubs multiple times. 2 hearts. Okay. 25%. What did I do wrong? What did I do that was so wrong on this hand? Well, so much for that. Dude, look at this dummy. Spade to the ace, heart. Can I get 2 roughs? Probably not. Partner's not going to work out how to defend. Yeah, partner just hasn't worked out how to defend. Thanks, Pard. Awesome. I love you. I guess I could have given partner club rough, yeah, maybe? Maybe I should have thought a little bit harder about the defense on this one. Partner just leads a diamond away from the queen. Beautiful. I would have preferred if partner had like given me my diamond rough, then club to the ace diamond rough, and then we could go from there. I guess this is on me. Should have beat that too. Not a no-trump opener? It's a good 13. I mean, I don't like to show off bad bidding just because it's the robots. If I was playing in like the robot NABC and I was trying to win, sure. What is going on here? Is double penalty? Oh my god, this dummy. We switched to the King of Hearts, yeah? I mean, partner has kind of discouraged. Gross. Sorry about the lead part. I guess I should have led dummy suit, huh? Plus 200. My fault. 13 count. A diamond, a heart. Do we pass? Spade, 2 diamonds. Feels Pumpkin Man. Hey, Shift. Good morning. Ten of hearts lead, huh? Ace of clubs. They're doing a great job setting up my entire hand. Spade. Okay. I guess I want to rough a spade, pull 2 trumps, and then go club, 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 pitching a spade. Plus 130. We only got 86% for doubling 3 hearts. That's still my bad. Ace of spades was not the right lead there. I mean, it probably was, but it didn't work out. Club. A little bit of heart. We're almost back up to average. This is good. Club, a heart, 2 clubs, 3 no. Sure. Awesome. That's what we love to see. Oh boy. Let's win the king. Play a diamond? I'm short on tricks. We're really gonna need the ace of hearts on side. Okay. We could switch to clubs now. I guess I will switch to clubs. Ace of diamonds is in West's hand. Probably. I would like to lead a club from north, I think. Yeah, this looks good. Spade. Okay. Let's win the jack. Let's unblock the club. We're still very confident the ace of diamonds is in West's hand, right? So we can play a diamond. Now they just have to go ace of hearts and a heart. Made 4. 1 spade on our right. Ooh. We have a lot of clubs, don't we? This has been helpful. Thanks, guys. Yep, I'll go ahead and win the 7. Appreciated. Plus 130. We'll take it. Spade opener. We got 2 hands to go. And then I'm still going to have like another 45 minutes that we'll figure out something to do in the next 45 minutes. Spade and no trump. Oh, I just noticed we've been plus on every board. Spade and no trump. Tempting to hook at trick 1. Oh! I forgot to uninvisible myself. I need to remember to do that. Matthew says wait. You're catching up. Did a Dutch Swiss not cash 2 aces on lead in the first set against Slam? That is correct. Enjoy your bridge game as a Halloween person. As a prisoner. A prisoner of bridge. Yeah, you're looking at the scores now, yeah. Brink, we don't really know what happened. Brink might have gotten conflicting information, but I think he just either didn't think through the hand fully or probably didn't expect that they were going away, and both of which led to that result. Lose 11. I guess I'll duck. I might lose a heart rough because of this, but it feels like an okay play. I don't know why I led the 3 of spades instead of the 6 or 7. It's fine. Yeah, so we do lose a heart rough, but unfortunately the spades have split. I mean, they never lead away from kings. A spade, a 3 spades. A wobble, a 4 spades. Oh, I actually forgot this was a limit raise. Maybe double is a bit ambitious. I've been doing too much commentary where a spade 3 spades is mixed. What? Wait, what? Nice auction, guys, and also, what are they doing? Wow. What goofballs. Plus 50. I like how partner led their doubleton club instead of jack 10 9 of hearts. Awesome, thanks Pard. We went plus on every board and we're like average. Cool, good set. Good warm up. I'm like halfway through lunch. We still have like 40 minutes to go. They played so fast on the first segment. What are we having for lunch today? Chipotle. Tacos. On Funbridge, if you finesse and the opponents play the 5, then the finesse is failing. Wait, what? That's a really obnoxious tell. How could that possibly be the signal? You only have knockoffs of Chipotle in Ireland? I see, I see. Then you know to rabbi when you see the 5? Yeah, have you ever picked off the stiff king offside because they play the 5 in front of you? That would be funny. Oh, whoops. Let me, here. I'm gonna pull webcam up while I uninvisible myself on BBO. Boom. Done. Okay, now people will probably be able to yell at me in the middle of play. I should also cover up the chat because I might get bombarded with people being like, "Hey, you're online. I never see you online." We could explore BBO Plus. I could try it free for 15 days. I would be able to upgrade my social bridge experience, use in-game video chat, and these cool benefits. Enjoy these cool benefits. Advanced robots, customize the robot system, Bridgerama, access the monthly Bridge magazine, and be ad-free. Awesome. Has anyone tried BBO Plus? Just a question. Matt asked genuine question. Can anyone beat Switzerland? I think so. Although maybe the best chance that anyone had was the USA yesterday. You know, and I do wonder if we're going to get... You know, I'm nervous about this. I do have a couple things that we could talk about during the break, which is probably worth discussing. So if people are familiar with the chess situation about cheating and how disgraced former world champion Vladimir Kramnik is just going around accusing everyone of cheating without any, evidence, and he's just like the boy who cried wolf. I'm a little nervous about that Bridge Winners thread from Morden Bilda. Like, I don't think we're going to see things blow out of proportion, but I'm wondering what stops people. Like, not necessarily accusing people of cheating, but this sort of thing where it's like, if Morden Bilda gets to say this thing, which obviously is very harmful to Brad Moss's reputation, and not be reprimanded for it, then this opens the door for a bunch of other, like, angry threads to be made about random people to, kind of disrupt their flow or their presence or their image. And I think it's possible that, like, Brad is shaken from, like, the fact that someone has called him out for something that I don't think he did. So, this whole situation with Kramnik and chess, which, like, I follow because I follow the chess community, has caused a lot of, like, uneasiness among the people who get accused. Like, one of Kramnik's most vocal supporters for years got called out by him and then felt obligated to stand by and make, 10 or 20 different videos defending his actions rather than just moving on with his life, shrugging it off and being like, oh, this doesn't affect me, because of course it affects you whenever someone accuses you of something that you didn't do. I mean, I guess if someone accuses you of something that you did do, then it would affect you as well, but at least you're guilty. Matt says it does not seem like Switzerland cheat. I mean, I don't think anyone's saying Switzerland cheat. It doesn't look like that's going on. But he has noticed that the Switzerland pairs monopolize the time taken. Yes. And this is actually a really important thing that I've noticed as well. So, cheating would be like trying to convey unauthorized information or like give signals to your partner to get all of the guesses right or something, which there's no real evidence for any of that going on, obviously. But in terms of taking up more time than your opponents, it's not cheating, but it's definitely gives you an unfair advantage. That if you get to think for 10 minutes on every board and then come up with what's likely to be the right conclusion, and then your opponent's feeling pressured because they're behind on the clock, or see that your table is behind on the clock, don't take the full time, then that obviously does give them an unfair advantage. And I've certainly noticed that, and this is another thing in which I think someone who I would say is a highly ethical player would not monopolize time on the clock. There's nothing wrong with not being highly ethical, just as long as you're not doing something unethical. But I feel like, players such as like Brad Moss or whatever, maybe he's not the right example because his character is being questioned by the Danish team, but someone of that nature who, if they did take an unusually large amount of time on the clock, they would like probably alert the entire table to it after the hand and be like, I'm sorry I took so long, like, take as much time as you need, make sure that you don't feel rushed, but like if we run over time, this is my fault. So yeah, the switch to tablets might alleviate this issue a little bit, because then it would be very clear that Switzerland is taking more time, as opposed to, I mean, I haven't run the statistics, but you obviously could. There's plenty of past broadcasts of this thing that you can take a look at, and what I've noticed is that it does seem as if Switzerland takes more time than their opponents in every match. But wait, I have an important sales pitch for anyone who actually cares and wants to make Bridge accessible to more people. I think there's a way this can be done, and unfortunately it's not something that any national Bridge organization currently would be willing to adopt. But I think that this would be an important push, and probably would be effective like 10, 15, 20 years down the road. And that's doing something similar to what a lot of other card game communities call like a limited format. So if people are familiar with like Magic the Gathering, they have, the quote-unquote standard format where everyone gets the same collection of cards, and then they have to design and build their decks and show up to tournaments and play the deck that they have created and blah, 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 blah. But then there's this limited format where like you get a collection of cards and you have to build a deck out of a small set, and there are different strategies involved, and the game is much easier to pick up, and basically anyone can show up to a tournament and play this thing. So I'm thinking of like a proposition where Bridge has that sort of similar competition level. Something called maybe like Basic Bridge, or we could even call it after Magic the Gathering and call it like Limited Bridge, where the tournament is going to be structured as follows. It's an individual tournament. So you rotate partners every round. Everyone plays the same system, including defensive carding and whatnot. And the system is very basic. So it would basically be like standard American yellow card. or something of that nature. It would have a very small set of conventions. Bids are basically natural. Your carding would be whatever it is. There's no additional agreements that you and your partner can have, and especially because you're swapping partners round after round after round, then there's a limited cause for like concern about potentially other people adding in extra agreements to whatever, to try and get an edge in these spots. And so the tournament would be individual, which means that at the end of the event, everyone is scored individually, and then you can legitimately give people an ELO score at the end of these tournaments. There wouldn't necessarily have to be a prize fund, but, there could be. There could just be some sort of, like, you gain a free entry into the next tournament, or you gain a free entry into, like, a bridge class or something like that, where you can learn other things. I mean, I'm just thinking of, like, a practical thing that could be done on the outset before this grows in popularity, where there's enough people that you can start giving out prize pools at the tournaments. And so this would solve two problems. One, it solves the major hurdle that Bridge has, which is like there's no incentive to try and play and learn and do well because you don't really have a comparison. You don't know if you're actually improving or learning or like how you compare with other people. So that's going to turn a lot of kids off. Whereas in chess, you get a rating. At the end of the tournament, your rating goes up or down, and then you know whether or not you've done a good job or not in the games that you played. So everyone would get a rating. This would solve, that issue, as well as, like, I assume a bunch of the top players in the world would want to compete in these things to gain rating and prove or demonstrate that they really are as good as people say they are. And then also there's less of a barrier to entry, right? That people will, to teach someone the basic system, it's not as complicated as, like, you have to learn 2/1, you have to learn cubids, you have to learn all of these conventions. So, people can just show up, learn a system in, like, 10 minutes or something, or 15 minutes, and then they can play. And this would make it more accessible on broadcast. Like, even today, I mean, Craig and I are very experienced commentators. We have a lot of knowledge about many of the bids and systems, but there are so many bids out here that we can't even explain. So if us with like 20 plus years of experience, not doing commentary, but like 20 plus years of professional experience, have no idea what's going on in an auction, how can you expect someone to show up and be like, hey, this looks like a cool game, explain to me what's happening? We can't. We physically can't. We don't know what's going on a lot of these hands. So yeah, Sir Robin says you would have to find a partner, which is another difficulty in getting someone interested. And right, exactly. Like, you could just show up and play yourself, which is, I think, a lot of the draw of chess. A lot of people who show up and play at chess tournaments, I would know, are like outcasts. I mean, I wasn't an outcast in like my elementary school or anything, but like it helps. Many chess players are. They're introverts and they just want to keep to themselves. So finding a second person and like approaching them and being like, hey, do you want to play this cool card game? Like, I think it's fun. We should go to a tournament sometime. You don't have to do that anymore. You can show up yourself. You don't know who you're playing with. And then at the end of the tournament, you get to have fun. You understand what's going on. So I think this is actually a really good idea. Unfortunately, I mean, I just can't possibly imagine presenting this to like the ACBL and them being like, yes, we would be interested in doing this, right? Like, they just don't care because this doesn't help them. It really just doesn't help them in any way to do this. They don't have a belief that they're doing anything wrong, and that's what they're doing wrong. Yeah, Jeffrey said the televised bridge had simplified systems to make commentary easier. Of course. I mean, you have to. You need to be able to explain the thing to people so that they understand what's going on. Anyway, discuss or distribute this theory to relevant bridge organizations if you care. I think this is a great idea. We got about 20 minutes until the next round starts. I guess I could post something on the screen. Here. Bab says, Rob, don't I ever need to pee? I think I'm generally good for like an 8-hour stream that I can just use the bathroom before and use the bathroom after. Sometimes I've taken bathroom breaks in the middle of the stream, but usually I would say not as often as doing the entire broadcast without. Good question, though. How are we doing on the bingo card, by the way? I don't think I've seen any of the other... Oh, we had less than 20 imps scored in a segment by Poland. We saw that actually by almost every team. Every match seems to have gotten off to a pretty slow start. Preempt with one fewer card. We've gotten that as well. 4 spades on the 7-card suit. I think there was a preempt at the 3 level on 6. Also, no 14 imp swings, no pass outs, no beers. I think that's about it. Jeffrey says if the World Championships were big enough and the matches were spread out, commentators would have time to read up on various partnership methods. So there's 2 problems with this idea. One, commentators don't get paid much. I mean, I think I'm one of the only commentators who gets paid to do this, and that's just because I already have like a relatively large following, at least in bridge terms, on my channels. So, you know, you couldn't really incentivize me to, if I'm not getting paid to study the opponent's system notes, then I wouldn't be doing that on my own time. I mean, I pull up their convention cards that we have available, but their convention cards is wrong. And that kind of leads me into the second point, which is that they don't publicize their systems. Most of these players don't have their systems publicized well. So I wouldn't even have access to them if I wanted to take extra time. And so I would still never be able to figure out what was going on with their conventions, just because the only thing that I actually have access to is the system card. Al Hollander, I guess just because he enjoys doing it, likes to do in his spare time, he gets, he kind of like studies systems, and he makes his own little like spreadsheets on things about it to figure out what different sequences mean for a bunch of the pairs. So, you know, Al has probably as much experience as anyone in figuring out what bids mean, but he also doesn't know for a lot of them. Like earlier today when Craig and I didn't understand the auction to slam, neither did Al Hollander. Matt says Meckwell had 1,000 pages of notes. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, if someone wants to pay me like $10 a page to read someone's system notes and try and understand them for commentary, fine. Give me 10 grand and I'll read Meckwell Precision. Like, before I do commentary for them. I mean, they're not a partnership anymore, but like, that's an example. And I don't know if $10 a page would be enough for like something that I'd be willing to push, but you know, if someone was like, hey, here's 100 pages of system notes from this one partnership, I'll pay you $2,500 so that you're like well-versed and can do commentary, fine. Where did you get those 1,000 pages or 100 pages of system notes? Did the players just provide them to you, or are you guessing? Yeah, Jeffrey says publishing the system was a condition of entry. So system cards are required to be published. And if you look at many of the system cards, they're incomplete or poorly filled out. If you look at the Gru Moss system card, and I think this is another argument in their favor, their system card is very well filled out. They have appendix after appendix after appendix on their card where they just show a bunch of follow-up actions and what the bids mean. So they are excellent at disclosure because they have all of these extra pages and it's very well spelled out. Whereas most of the partnerships just don't have a very well filled out system summary. And of course, the system summary doesn't do justice to the whole system because all these people will have hundreds of pages of system notes. I think the shortest system notes that I had with any partner, which happened to be a sponsor, was like 45 pages, right? I mean, 45 pages is a small amount of system notes when it comes to a serious bridge partnership. But, you know, kind of the point being, why wouldn't they publish their entire system for the event? I mean, one thing, a lot of people wouldn't like to read through it, but for another, this is like intellectual property. If Klukowski and Kalita publish their system, or like, let's say the most famous example, Meckwell Precision. If Meckwell published their system, then everyone would get access to all of their bidding agreements and competitive bidding decisions and would understand not only how to improve their own system because they could start implementing some of these ideas for free, or they would get insight into how Meckwell think about auctions, and that could be used against them when they compete against them. So it's very detrimental to publish your entire system notes because this gives away not only, you know, your actual agreements, but also how you think about the game of bridge, which is important. I mean, this is one of these things that your opponents should be trying to work out at the table and that you don't have to disclose to them. Like, you don't have to sit down and be like, hey, I preempt like a madman, please double me on every hand. Your opponents are required to figure that out over the course of a long match. Yeah, Matt said that someone commented on Bridge Winners that one member of Gru Moss is significantly weaker than the other, which is like stupid and obnoxious. And I think, like, again, just people trying to blindly justify that Morden Bilda is correct, which clearly he is not. Now, again, I think that it is very hard to judge a player's skill level, or effectively impossible to judge a player's skill level without playing with them. So can I confidently say that Gru and Moss are both exceptional world-class players? No, I can't. I definitely can't. And I mean, it does look as if Brad Moss played... It looks... Okay, let me emphasize the word looks. It looks as if Brad Moss played very poorly this week. Because the times that we saw him on screen, he was misguessing a large number of things. And it looked like he didn't guess very many things correctly or make any quote-unquote good plays. But that hasn't really been my experience in the past. It seems as if Brad Moss has generally in the past done very well. I mean, I had played against him many times at the table in the past, either with Gittleman or with Gru, or I think even with some other partners as well. And I was always impressed with the way he played. He seemed to do a lot of things right. Looks like we're going to see Argentina against Italy. So, again, I don't have agency over which matches are being broadcast. I had told Diana earlier that I was planning to cover the Switzerland against Poland match the entire day, but if it's not available, then it's not available. I am committed to doing the commentary on BBO, though. So Switzerland, Poland is on Love Bridge, then so be it. We're stuck with Argentina, Italy, even if we want to watch the other match. Today, I don't really mind kind of flip-flopping between the two matches. I think for continuity's sake, I would very much prefer to cover one match all day. But on the second day, we'll probably stick with the one that's closest, would be my hope. Although, regardless, if they still have this sort of kind of random flip-flops and only one of the open tables available, we just don't have a choice. Yeah, Matt says that Brad Moss's character has gotten a bit of assassinated in the thread, which is sad. And I was talking about this earlier, kind of with the Kramnik thing in chess, that it feels very similar to me. Hopefully it doesn't grow more than this, but I feel like this thread, if it doesn't get like shut down in some way, not like from an official standpoint, but from a public standpoint, it really is opening the door for more accusations without repercussion. And I think, I mean, a big way to do it would be to not support Morden Bilda's point, but there have been a ton of people who've supported him, which may or may not just be because he talked first, right? If you get to present your viewpoint first, then people are going to tend to side with you because you often make a lot of convincing arguments and you can distort the facts in your favor. Similarly, when Joe Grew posted on the thread, he might have been distorting the facts in his favor, or his side's favor, Brad Moss's favor, but it's not the way it reads to me. And people will just say, oh, you're some stupid American, of course you're going to side with the Americans. But I try and be objective about reading through these things. Like, there are quite a few points of Morden Bilda that I would agree with if his information is accurate. But Joe Grew's story just seems more believable to me. That Brad wasn't asking about, Brad wasn't like trying to conceal information. He was just questioning how to give disclosure in certain scenarios. But yeah, anchoring bias, the first person who talks. All right, Argentina, Italy. I think Madala is a fun player to watch, so I will also, Michael Rosenberg also being called a bully, but like that's just factually true. So, I mean, no offense, but Michael is just a bit of a bully. I think the way that Michael presents points also is probably not ideal. He's very stubborn and has this all or nothing attitude, which, I mean, I've definitely talked about in the past on stream, but that's not really how bridge works. Your actions have a percentage chance of working. Yeah, Jeffrey said Joe Grew's explanation seemed to ring true. I mean, it sounds like a believable story. And I mean, I'm familiar with the U.S. trials that he's talking about, so I understand the nuances of his points there. But even if we ignore that, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with like asking the director about how you give disclosure. And that feels like a very Brad Moss thing to do to me, based on my understanding of his character. Is like he summons the director over, he's just like, I want to understand how to do this, I want to understand if I can ask questions, I want to understand like when I can do a thing, when I can't do a thing. And I could understand how, like, especially for a newer player where English is not his first language, this might sound as if like Brad was causing a big ruckus for no reason. So I feel for the Danish team in this instance, that even though Brad may not have had ill intentions, it could have been perceived that way. I get it, but I'm just finishing up lunch. I'm trying to get in the last few bites of my tacos before we start up again in 5 minutes. Yeah, Herning, Denmark is next year's Bermuda Bowl. Alright, I will be back in a sec. Cleaning up my trash. Paper crinkling. Okay, 1 second. I need to send a text, and then I will be back with you. I guess I can turn my webcam on so that you all can make sure I still exist. Boom, there we go. I can get rid of this message. Okay. Ilarian says the only thing that sort of shocked them was the exchange between Michael Rosenberg and Christoph Martens. I sort of wonder if they've had previous interactions. I only know Martens from his book series, but I've liked his systems and lessons. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a good bridge player. Then again, you know, Trump seems like a good businessman, and not everyone is good at everything. People have skills in certain areas and not skills in other areas. I don't know. I didn't read through all of that. I guess I can take a look at the Bridge Winners thread and very briefly, if there's anything interesting to look at between Rosenberg and Christoph Martens. I mean, I think Michael Rosenberg, just all of his comments could be read a little bit better if they are read in like an angry, yelling voice. You don't know his character, just hope it isn't questionable because that would be a disappointment. You never really want to meet your heroes, do you? I've never really had an issue separating the skills in one field from skills in another, but I think a lot of people do. A lot of people have this belief that if someone's just like a really fun, awesome person, they must be great at everything, or that if someone's good at one thing, then they have to be good at everything, or vice versa. That if someone's bad at one thing, they have to be bad at everything. Jeffrey, was this comment in response to my Trump comment? I mean, I actually don't know much about him, but he has a lot of money, so I assume that he's actually good at business. Craig says, where are we headed? Well, there's only one table. Oh, we got one person in this room, so I guess we'll head to the other room. Quincy, thanks for redeeming play with BradyBot. I can try and set some stuff up if you message me on Discord. So we can play an ACVL speedball if you'd like.
These are obviously the names from the previous segment. Looks like we were getting Argentina against Italy this segment with only one table on ViewGraph, so we'll get the player names hopefully in just a moment. I'm Craig Ganser. I'll be joined any second now by Rob Brady, who is going to take us through the next 16 boards. Let me just drop him a quick note to let him know where we are in case he's unsure. So we have Versace Cementa against Madala Bianchetti. Versace Cementa presumably know West well because he played for the Italian team for a while. So check out, already got a little action, light opening from East on his 11 count with the Doubleton Queen. Versace there has an absolute rock crusher of a hand, so start with double and then bid the appropriate number of no trump, probably 2.
Yeah, he has 22 balanced. I mean, not really a source of tricks, but no jacks. All of his honors are working. Certainly it does feel like 2 no trump might be the right amount, and he does.
Yeah, so I think Cementa is going to think for at least a few seconds here. You know, his partner's like sort of toward the bottom of his range. He does have probably a couple of working cards, you know, a little bit of help here. So he might be tempted to take it in even with only 3 points. Like, this 2-no shows better than a 2-no trump opening.
Yeah, it's probably in the range like 22 to 24. And
yeah, like if a 1-no overcall is 16-18, 15 plus 18, double and 1-no is 19-21, so this starts here.
But he does let it go, and it looks like Declare has 3 clubs, 3 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a spade for just 9 off the top.
Yeah, Cementa's meager values are all working really well in the club split. You know, the defense had let a spade. That was even going to be fine because the 10-9-8 provides a second stopper.
Yeah, exactly. And there is the entry in the Queen of Hearts to take the diamond finesse himself.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which is guaranteed to be, virtually guaranteed to be working.
Yeah, no, we scored a whole whopping 25 imps in the first segment of play in this match. So I don't expect this trend to continue. I would vote on the over for 16 boards and 25 imps in this segment and subsequent segments, but when 2 strong teams do play up against each other, they will often have a lot of push results and maybe some win 1, win 2, a couple part score swings here and there. But this one has the potential to be a game swing, of course.
Yeah, and a little surprising. You know, it is non-vulnerable, so Cementa probably figured if it's close, it's no big deal to miss it. But, and obviously, like, 22 opposite 3 doesn't play as well as 25-point layouts where it's more balanced. But, a little conservative and certainly was punished here a little bit by missing a good game.
Yeah, now it looks like it's East-West's turn to decide how high they want to bid on these cards. 4 spades does look fairly attractive, but the hearts are not guessable on this layout. So as long as South gets to put a heart through, which actually might never happen.
Declare if he dodges a heart lead, can set up the clubs. The the clubs being 3-3 means that you can just knock them out and use the king of spades as a late entry.
Right. So this could be a. I mean, this could be a tricky hand to play. We might see declare a pause for a while at trick one because I expect South will lead the queen of diamonds against four spades. And
Yeah, I think unless somehow North can direct a heart lead, I think South has a pretty clear diamond lead.
yeah, and so then declare does have to decide how to go about the play because while you can set up clubs, it might be a little bit risky to do that before pulling trumps. And if you pull trumps and say rough a diamond, then there's no entry back to the west hand to get to the long clubs.
Well, notice a heart lead is actually going to be to 2 because North can cash his 4 round 2 winners and play another heart, and that'll actually promote a trump trick.
Yeah. But we'll see what South does. He does make kind of the very natural lead of the queen of diamonds from his honor sequence, and now Bianchetti, after winning trick one, is going to stew for a little bit.
Yeah, North's double was take out of spades, assuming that 3 diamonds was, I don't know whether it showed like a 3-card limit raise, which is kind of what that hand looks like or what, but Cementa's double was obviously not lead directing. It was just takeout because here he has to worry about missing a possible game, after, if West is a little light or even if it's just a well-distributed hand, red-white, you can't let the opponent steal from you at this level.
Yeah, so he starts off by bluffing a diamond, and
I think that's going to be the end of the hand for him. Now he has to guess the heart.
no, he can still play on clubs. The clubs are 3-3, but
right, but how do you use them, right? You play a club. You use the king of spades, queen of clubs for a discard before, like after ace of spades, king of spades, yeah.
Yeah, but now it is over. He does play 3 rounds of spades pulling trumps, which I think is very reasonable. Again, if North happen to have 4 clubs, you just can't afford to let that 4th round of clubs come through before you pull trumps, and he's just going to play South for the heart queen, given the takeout double. Go down 1.
Yeah, I think like the only reason you might do the other thing is if you're positive that North has the ace queen of hearts for his double, and I think North could do it with lighter values. So you just you'd have to be so sure to back your judgment there, and I think he's very reasonable just to say, well, I'll try to guess the heart. And maybe he'll exit with a club, and on some layouts North might find himself end played. Like actually, he will, right? He just cashes king of diamonds now. He's fine.
No, North will cash 2 clubs and then play a diamond, sticking declare.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, yeah, that's right. He hadn't placed this right back. Yeah, never mind. So, all right, and on the previous board, we do have our first swing of the segment to Argentina. They did bid the game and won 6 imps on it. So similar start. Oh no, not a similar start. They had a slower auction with South 2-stepping his way to 2-no trump and North raising.
Yeah, North. So South in the other room actually bidding 2 diamonds the game force, probably hoping to find a 5-3 spade fit if possible, and eventually they do get to 3-no.
It's not like Versace was going to miss a 5-3 spade fit, though, right? If Cementa had 5 spades, I mean, I guess he would have to have a forcing hand, but he could have bid 3 spades over 2-no trump.
So there we go. We do see the king of diamonds cash, a club exit, and North correctly gets the count signal from his partner to know to cash a second club before exiting in diamonds.
Yep. So this will be possibly a swing. I think it's kind of normal to get to 4 spades east-west, but they could have made it, and maybe somehow their counterparts will stay out of it. Or they could win 2 imps if they lead a heart and beat it 2.
All right, 2 boards in, and Argentina picking up, 6 imps, but that's big in a match that is currently decided by only 17 imps. Still a lot of boards to play. Versace now gets to open probably a no trump for them.
I wouldn't be inclined to upgrade to a 2-no rebid playing 15-17, even with a strong club suit. Like those major suit shortish queens don't look great to me, but Versace may take the aggressive view.
Well, yeah, sorry. They can't
Is it
open a no trump on
14-16?
this hand because it's 10 to
Is that
13.
arranged? 10-13. I didn't realize that they did that. Wow. So do they play like some kind of quasi artificial club to sort out their ranges, or they play a two diamond 18-19 balanced? So all right,
17 to 19 in this seed.
17-19. Yeah, so Samantha probably will bid two hearts kind of to steer the declaration to south. I imagine that's just some kind of artificial, or maybe two spades transferred to two no trump, something like that. But I assume they have some kind of structure here. And then I think probably they'll kind of back into a statement auction on the next round. Like two spades, two no, etc.
That sounds right. Al is suggesting that South has denied a four card major for the two diamond opener. That doesn't
Oh,
look right to me, but
I think it might deny 4-4 in the majors, but he might be allowed to have one. Yeah, it's not clear from Al's text message whether that means both or either. Um, three clubs, some kind of asking bid, three hearts, some kind of response. Who knows? Maybe showing a minimum and denying a major if he could have had one.
yeah, North may well have showed four hearts here, and
yeah, we're being told three clubs was puppets, so. So this, if Declare puts in the 10 here, he'll win it, but I don't think he will. I think he'll just preserve his option to play toward it later. Some of the time East might decide to go up with the ace of spades and shift if it looks desperate. Or just go up with the ace of spades playing his partner for queen jack. No, he does stick in the 10. So good start for Declare there.
Yeah, a really nice start for Declare. Now gets to work on the club suit, and with the spade still stopped, diamond stopped, Declare will be able to eventually work on hearts to set up some extra tricks as well.
And Kit Woolsey is saying 10 of spades is clear, so maybe I'm misanalyzing it.
What was wrong with putting in the 10?
Well, I was thinking East, on some layouts might go up with the ace if he has it, either shift or play partner for the queen jack of spades. You can still lead toward it later if you decide you need to. If you play low and East puts in something middle and you win the queen, it's not like you've lost your opportunity to have a second spade stopper by putting in the 10 at some point.
Right, but then you have a spade guess, whereas if you put in the 10, you get two finesses.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, Declare is just thinking about how to score as many over tricks as possible.
Yeah, I think so. He's got four clubs and two diamonds and two spades, effectively. So I guess he can either continue clubs or play a hard, and then if that wins, play another club. And Martin counterpointing out on the previous board, if they can somehow get to spades from the west hand, that is called. I don't think that's super likely on that layout, but it is a good point.
Yeah, although, four spades from the east is also just as equally cold because South is always leading the diamond queen.
Right. So he does just continue clubs. Seems fine. Just top priority is obviously just to set up our ninth trick as quickly as possible.
Right. So club to the 10, diamond comes through, and now Declare can work on hearts.
So feels like 10 tricks. He'll lose the two major suit aces, probably, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, Declare does in fact have an entry to dummy. To get to the fourth heart, just because East only has ace doubleton.
Yeah.
So queen of hearts to the ace. Bianchetti now realizes how hopeless the situation is. He knows Declare has the diamond king remaining, so his diamonds are not taking any tricks.
Yeah, and shifting to a diamond was a reasonable shot there. If his partner had something in diamond instead of the ace of spades, maybe you actually can go plus.
Yeah, king doubleton of diamonds would be enough. He still had the ace of hearts as an entry.
Right.
But 430, we do see the claim.
Yeah, so pretty good start for north south here on the last two boards. Obviously, the first one they'd love a second crack at.
Okay, Mandala has kind of a nice hand, 7-card heart suit, first seat, vulnerable.
Yeah, I like three, but I wouldn't quarrel with anyone who opened one. I don't. I don't think anything else is really in the picture here. Red four just seems like way too much. Even white, I don't think I would love four, but red, I really hate it.
The 3 hearts is definitely down the middle on this hand. And probably going to be his choice.
And if you're north, you do have 15. Like, you would overcall one over one heart, probably over 3 hearts. And you could double. You could just pass and, hope it doesn't end the auction. I don't know. It's a pretty awkward hand for North to hold here. Yeah, and Kit, just in the text chat saying if West opens 3 hearts, North has a real problem. And yeah, if West could be lighter, and obviously East doesn't have to have such great values, it could be your side's hand for a red game. And if it could, if you pass it, it just goes all pass, and there you are.
And it is their side's hand for a red game. It's 4 spades. The diamonds come home.
Yeah.
And I guess 4 spades could potentially go not on this layout. You just lose a spade.
Yeah, like if West had a third, right? If West had a third spade, you could get a diamond rough. But with a singleton club in South, and South having King Doubleton of spades, looks like it's just completely ice cold. Yeah, so North does make the one no trump overcall over 1 heart. This seems clear enough, even though it's still a little bit sketchy with minimum values. And King Doubleton of hearts means flexibility in how you handle your stopper, but still seems pretty normal. East makes a card showing double, and South will probably have some kind of 2-suited run out that he'll use. Maybe 2 clubs was a 1-suited run out. Maybe who knows? I'm sure they have some kind of structure here, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so as mentioned, 2 clubs just going to be trying to escape the penalty, even though 1 no trump would make on the north-south cards. They have 6 diamonds and the ace of spades. The opponents can only take 5 clubs and the heart ace.
Yeah, West just bidding 2 hearts to say that he has extra hearts and no real desire to be defending on this hand. This is actually timed out pretty well for West light opening.
Yeah, although North-South now have another chance at it. I don't think North is going to get too aggressive when South does balance 2 spades here.
Yeah, and Bianchetti is really trusting his partner's weak 2 heart bid, and not tempted to boost it a level, even with 3-card support.
No, it's a 12 count if we count them all up, but all 4 jacks, 2 queens.
Guaranteed
Jack
trump
of hearts
loser
might not be working.
Yeah, we know North has at least 1 trump trick. Yeah, so nice bid by Versace here.
Versace finds a very cute bid. 3 spades to say, hey, partner, I think we might still have a game despite the opponent's opening and thinking about doubling you for penalty. And he's absolutely right. The 3 spade bid, I think, might vault Cementa into the winning decision of bidding the spade game.
Yeah, and notice Kit Woolsey is pointing out this is actually a 2-way make. East-West can make 4 hearts with the ace of spades on side, just losing a spade, a heart, and a diamond.
Yeah, but they're not really in the business of looking for it.
No, but it means they have a paying save. Like par is 5 hearts doubled down 1.
Yes, although I think, again, very unlikely to be the final result.
I think very unlikely is probably even not quite adequate to describe its unlikeliness.
Yeah.
But, nonetheless, it is there. And maybe the way some auctions time out at some tables, they actually would, somehow get there. Like, South would make this really successful three spade bid if North takes it in. And I think if he doesn't, he'll play it here and make 170 and probably be a little disappointed. Yeah, I think, Kit's saying that he doesn't see Cementa raising here, so I can't see them bidding it unless they're pushed into it.
I
I mean, it also a lot depends on what South has shown. Like, if South could have a six spade here, then I think Cementa has a really attractive raise.
I mean, obviously, South's hand is saying, I'm still interested in bidding game, even though the opponent's doubled us. And that's the most
Right.
important piece of information that we can get from
Yeah,
three spades. And
that's certainly true.
and so, opposite that, yes, Cementa has a 15 count, so he's kind of minimum in terms of his no trump overcall, even maybe sub minimum, you should say, with overcalling over one of a major. But his hand is so good in context. The king doubleton of hearts, he only has one heart loser. The queen third of spades in support of his partner's hand. He has a lot of other outside controls. He doesn't have any of these wasted jacks that Bianchetti has. The hand is excellent. I think for spades, he did give it a bit of a think, just probably trying to think fully through the auction. What can partner have? Construct a few hands that South could hold, and makes the correct judgment that four spades is on.
Yeah, I think West will lead his singleton, but Declare will just play ace and a spade. Yep. Try to start with the ace of hearts. This also seems reasonable. Look around and see what's happening.
Yeah, and this does put a little bit of pressure on East West, and now I think Declare is going to have all the time in the world, because if West switches to a club here, the defense is probably just going to play 2 rounds of clubs, and Declare then doesn't have to risk a diamond ruff. And
Right.
if West doesn't switch to a club, Declare can just win the ace of diamonds, pitch a club on the king of hearts,
Yeah.
and then play the hand relatively safely.
Yeah, so we'll see what Madala wants to do here. Obviously, he knows he has a spade entry, but he also knows he probably doesn't have a ruff given, um, unless somehow his partner has the ace of spades.
No.
And then actually, no, it doesn't even help then, because his partner, if he has the ace of spades, may well not have the ace of clubs. So if there's no side entry, it doesn't help. Yes, this is, we'll see what happens on the scoreboard, but this is a really good position for North South. I think getting there was, not assured by any means. Meanwhile, we have 11 imps coming in for the Italians on board 18, the four spade hand. They did make four spades in the other room, it looks like. Yep, four spades east. So I'm going to take a quick look at the play record while Madala thinks here. So opening lead was the same queen of diamonds, Declare rough to diamond as before, played the king of spades and a spade to the ace, cash another spade, cash yet another spade, cash yet another spade, and it looks like he's stripped. Oh, wow. So North, under some pressure, pitched down to the ace king of clubs and then pitched a club honor. So Declare was just able to knock out the other club honor and claim.
Yeah, North was actually strip squeezed on the run of trumps.
Right.
So
Right, if he pitches a diamond, North can cash East can cash a diamond and exit a club. So
yeah, and that might have actually been kind of a marked line of play. I mean, we didn't talk about it in this room, but Bianchetti didn't start running us trumps. I was a little bit curious why he didn't at least cash a handful of them to see a few more discards before choosing his plan. But yeah, so really instructive line of play in the other room, and it nets Declare not only just making the contract when it goes down here, but in fact an over trick.
Yeah, so what yeah, I think, I kind of didn't think of that. I was like, Declare can just try to guess the heart. But yeah, very often when it's safe, good things happen when you run your long suit, and that's exactly what happened here.
All right, 10 of clubs. So Madala being left on lead means he can now switch to the singleton diamond, and Declares once again in this position where the best he can do is ace of spade spade and hope that there's no diamond ruff, which there isn't on this layout. He's very lucky. But Madala might just continue a low club And then Declare will have some more options in the spade suit if he, rather than just going ace of spade spade, he could lead a low spade immediately towards the queen.
Yeah, once they don't threaten the diamond rough, there's a lot more play possibilities. I think if they do, you just have to play ace and a spade. If West plays two things that aren't the king, you have to guess. Yeah, Kid Wolsey's saying he has nothing better to do but play a club and tap Declare. Or, play a club and hope it, somehow the defense has a second club trick, which they often would.
Right. I mean, if partner's ace of clubs holds, then the king of spades is the setting trick. So that seems
Right.
like the most straightforward route to down one.
Right, they've already got two tricks in at this point.
I mean, the alternative is to try and give partner a heart rough, I guess, which could be happening.
Yeah, although South might have tried a little harder to. Well, I guess he couldn't really try to get to no drum thing like Abbey at Jack third of hearts. With South have been like looking at 3-no as a possible spot, but not really.
Yeah, additionally, Declara probably would have covered the ten of clubs to prevent the heart rough if he could.
Right.
So lots to think about, but as we can kind of see, Declare's most natural lines of play are going to make this contract.
Yeah, I think possibly Versace thinks that hearts would be 6-2 on this bidding. Like Bianchetti might not double with a singleton heart. Adala doesn't really need more than 6 if he has some distribution to make that 2 heart bid. Oh, sorry, no, wait, that would be no. If Versace had 3 hearts, 6-2 would be a very likely distribution.
Yeah, I will point out that now the match is tied after board 19. We saw North-South get to 3-0 at this table. In the other room, South opened a no trump, and there was no subsequent bidding.
North with a 7 count had no reason to do anything other than pass. East had no reason to come in with 2 diamonds if he even could.
Yeah, so just kind of a bit of a random system win for the Italians here because they're both ranges. It was well within the range of a no trump. It was a 17 count. One table played 15 to 17, and it was the top of the range.
Right.
The other table played 17 to 19. It was the bottom of the range, and the extra spot cards just help. That 10 of hearts, a big card. The 10 of clubs, a big card, and there we go. 4 spades makes in this room. So we might see a bit of a change in the match. I mean, Argentina picking up the first 6 in this segment, and they came in relatively hot with a small lead, but Italy could overtake them on this 4th board of the set.
Yeah, and I think at that point, it wasn't quite an assured 10 tricks. I think Declare just, looked at his opponents and said, do the diamonds come in? And they said, yes, next hand.
Yeah. Okay, a bit more distribution here from West, 6-5 in the red suits, but he's going to have to wait his turn.
Yeah, I think both East and South are going to take some action in front of him, which maybe is good for him, a club, a spade, 2 hearts. Like, now you're showing, you're maybe kind of in better shape than if it starts club past 1 heart.
Yeah, so a club, a spade, the 2 heart bid, showing the heart suit. Yes. North has an opportunity to raise spades immediately to either the 2 or 3 level.
Yeah, he'll certainly take it at these colors. 3 spades is maybe a little bit aggressive, but, you do have 4 trumps and a singleton. If it's preemptive, it does seem attractive even, given the vulnerability. But 2 spades is possible. Yeah, he does go with 3 spades. So East, despite having minimum values with his 4 trumps, has an automatic 4 heart bid. Now, the East-West, since they can pick up the diamonds, 6 hearts is not going to give them any trouble. And West is just treating his hand with controls in every other suit as a keycard hand.
Yeah, although, West is going to find out they're off a keycard and the trump queen. And that might get them to put the brakes on because East doesn't know his partner has 6 hearts. So East denies the queen of hearts here. and West now realizes they're down a key card. His partner might only have 3 hearts to the jack or even 3 hearts small, and then slam is not going to be great even if he's had the diamond queen. But West decides to gamble 6 hearts.
Yeah, I think when West doesn't have a fourth heart, he must have some compensating value somewhere because he could have just passed and waited for the next round of the auction. Yeah, so nicely done by West. Yeah, maybe he figures that like his partner could have 3 hearts, but he will often have 4 when he does have 3. Some of the time they survive it. So like across East range, you're gonna pick up the heart suit most of the time. Like
Well,
if he's average heart length is 3.5, you're in okay shape.
I mean, you still need the diamonds, but yes.
You still yes, yeah.
The another important point that we haven't touched on is that if the opponents don't cash their black ace, or maybe their suit isn't a black ace, then we might be able to pitch on the other black suit. And so then even if the diamonds or hearts behave poorly, we could still just be making when the contract was going down had they cashed their ace at trick 1.
Yeah, Kid Woolsey also points out partner could have a doubleton diamond. Obviously, the king of spades is somewhat unexpectedly wasted on this. I mean, it's not unexpected, it's wasted. It's a little unexpected the partner has a high spade value, given the north-south bidding and how little they have in high cards.
For sure.
So,
yeah.
Madala's bid is probably percentage, even though it's by no means assured he was going to make a slam.
So there we go. 980. Declare does pick up the diamond suit. Trumps come home, and
yeah,
that's a potential swing back in the direction of Argentina, but we'll see what happens in the other room.
Yeah.
2 big boards back to back, board 20 and 21.
Yeah, so we've, I think, already had as many imps scored this segment as in the last segment.
Yes.
23. I guess almost as many. There was 1 more imp scored in the previous segment. But yeah, after 3 boards, we've scored 23 imps, and the entire last segment we scored 25.
So Bianchetti gets to open a club on this hand. Versace will pass.
Yeah, counting him about 4 times to make sure he really has an opening bid looking at that.
It's not the greatest 13, but it is 13.
Yeah, I think West probably just bids a no trump here. Like, if he has an invitational club raise, he'll make it, but if he doesn't, 1 no seems like a better alternative than an inverted limit raise to me, even though it's a little bit heavy. Like a club pass and no trump normally is, a little bit over strength compared to making that bid over other 1-level opening bids. Yeah, so he bids 2 diamonds, which probably is a limit raise, so nice to have available. Yeah, like an inverted raise that's limit plus I don't really like, since you're kind of like limit minus.
So this is a limit raise in clubs. He could have bid 2 of a minor natural non-forcing. Two clubs, natural non-forcing.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting treatment.
Yeah, so according to their card, I mean, this looks like it's probably the best that West can do given his agreements, because for them, 1 no trump is 6 to 10, and you never really want to be like completely maximum and potentially miss a red game. Alternatively, he could have bid 2 clubs, also 6 to 10, which again he's just super maximum for, so he decides to upgrade this into a limit raise in clubs.
Yeah, like, playing kind of a somewhat lightish opening style. For me, I often play the 1 no trump was like 8 to 11, and then it's just spot on. So North decides to come in basically intending this as a lead director, but South, has to cater to the fact that it's stronger than that.
Yeah, and this is okay for North-South. Even 2 spades was going to be too high with the ace of hearts offside. So they have 6 tricks. They're not getting doubled. They're not really in any trouble here. They'll be down 2, not vulnerable. Yep, maybe even down limit. 3, depending on the defense.
The East-West limit was going to be 120 in no trump or 110 in clubs, losing 4 tricks. So going minus 100 here is, push or win 1. Going minus 150 is lose 1 or 2. Let them have a little fun.
Okay, well, Bianchetti makes this hand not a complete claimer. He gets off to the trump lead, which means the defense is going to be able to prevent a club ruff. Now, Declare has multiple ways to still come to 7 tricks. He could set up the hearts on this layout by playing low to the 10, or taking a finesse basically in the heart suit. He
Yeah.
could set up the fourth diamond to pitch the long club, the third club.
I I think he's going to play a harder trick too now that they've threatened to take his ruff away. Yep, as he does. And I like this lead from East a lot. South has shown, I believe, exactly a 3-card limit raise. He would have been 2-0 if he had a fourth trump. So, East knows that he's in very good position to stop a ruff. I see you laughing. What are you giggling about over there?
Well, the heart goes to the... So East doesn't split. And now Declare has played the 8, and West is in the tank, wins the ace.
That would have been very funny. I mean, I like East's decision not to split here. For all he knows, Declare is leading a singleton. I think he just doesn't want to set up some extra heart tricks for Declare if Declare is about to play to the king.
Yeah, and it's kind of safe, actually, for Declare to play the hearts this way, because, of course, he can never make it. The defense is always going to score 2 clubs and 2 diamonds and the ace of hearts at some point. So he's just trying to set up a heart trick eventually, and this is really like the percentage play in the heart suit. If you play low to the king, you might never get a heart when the ace is offside, but here at least you can play a heart to the 8. On the next round, you can decide whether you're taking another finesse if heart to the 8 loses to the jack, let's say, or you could play heart to the king later. There was no real danger in waiting to do this because he was always going to have minor suit losers to throw.
Right, and very often East will have ace, middle honor, low, third or fourth. So you lead low to the 8, it goes queen, but now you lead the second low one. East has to hop up anyway. And some of the time you get an extra hard trick if you had honor, ace honor third. So, well, I guess then we'll have 4 hearts. That's not possible. But yeah, some of the time the ace just pops up on the second round of the suit because it has to. If he plays low, you're going to put in the 9 again, and it'll hold. So I think playing to the 8 just seems totally clear.
Yeah, and now that Declare's picked up the heart, there's probably a real potential to get out for down 1. Declare can win the spade continuation in hand, lead another heart. This time East will split. Declare wins the king and then plays the 10 of hearts, throwing a diamond loser, setting up the 9 and dummy.
Right.
And eventually...
While you still have the ace of diamonds, yep.
Yeah.
Well, I think for exactly that reason, West is thinking about playing a diamond. That ace of diamonds is looking pretty useful late in the play for exactly that reason.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the defense does need to take a little bit of care here, but as long as they either prevent the club ruff or set up some diamond tricks immediately, they're going to be just fine to defeat this contract.
Yeah, Kowalski pointing out that if the defense isn't careful, Declare after that play is now, potentially, if he can get a club ruff, could take 6 trumps via ruff, the 2 heart tricks there, so helpfully letting him set up and the ace of diamonds for 9. I don't think that's super likely, but there are some traps for the defense here.
Yeah, I mean, it does appear like even the let's bang down all of our aces defense would still work. Ace of clubs, club to the king, spade, I think is still enough because Declare's communications get tangled, but that's just not a realistic defense that...
and even ace of clubs, club to the king, king of diamonds is good enough. Declare just doesn't have time to set up a trick. He can play on hearts as you suggested, but then we'll get a heart and a diamond plus the 2 clubs plus the 1 we've already taken.
Yeah.
So basically any any defense that includes playing a diamond at some point is going to be good enough, as well as some that don't.
I mean, Medalla doesn't know that anything has necessarily gone wrong with the defense yet, and it kind of hasn't gone wrong. East just decided not to split from Queen Jack, but he might think that Declare actually has, Queen third or Jack third of hearts, and this was just a natural heart finesse to take, so he's a bit worried that Declare might have 3 caching heart tricks from here.
Yeah, like with Queen third, maybe he would have put up a spade honor and dummy and started hearts from that side. But Jack Doubleton, Jack third is very much in the picture.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Madala knows there's a bunch of things that he wants to do, like start diamonds, cash some winners, play trumps, and he only can do one of them, so he has to decide which one is going to be most important. Yeah, as Kid Woolsey points out, a diamond away from the jack, especially looking at that nine and dummy, is a little scary. Trump probably, like, if nothing else, is neutral and like buys you some time to look around and decide what to do later. Or maybe your partner gets in at your side's next opportunity and he has a better idea of what to do than you do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Kit has overlooked the possibility that North could have the queen or jack of hearts, in which case attacking hearts this way would be very natural.
Yeah, well, he's saying that Declare might have led the Jack to unblock the suit, and I think with Jack Doubleton, sure. With Jack third, who knows?
Right. All right, there's the trump return. So, yeah, Declare will be able to set up a heart for some minor suit discards, but eventually the defense is going to get enough tricks to beat this one. There's a third
Are
spade.
you so sure about that?
Yeah, there's three clubs in a.
Oh, there's three right now. They've cleared the spades. They have three clubs to take. Yep. Yeah, so Declare will pitch a diamond at the next trick and lose three clubs, and possibly he's just claiming right now. Yep.
Down one. So ultimately, could have been a costly raise by South to the 3 level. As you had mentioned earlier, North was just trying to make the lead director stick 2 spades in there and caught his partner with a nice fid and some outside cards. But if Cemento was going to play the hand the same way in 2 spades, then we could see a part score swing.
So you were incorrect to doubt the Italians' ability to achieve par on board 20. They did get to 5 hearts double down 1 in the 7-3 fit where they had a paying save against the 4 spades that Versace declared here. So 9 imps to the Italians, jumping out to the lead after it was briefly tied. Yeah, very different auction. North made a takeout double instead of the kind of minimum 1-no overcall that Cemented shows. East now showed a limit raise in hearts via 2-no trump, which I guess could have been 3, but of course it would often be 4. So when South bid 4 spades, West believed him quite reasonably. He was correct to, and bid out to 5 hearts. So yeah, timed out very well for East West at the other table.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting play problem. The way the defense went, Declare was in a position that he could have made it double dummy, but ended up going down in 5 hearts. Either way, 9 imps to Italy, and Italy is now on top in the match.
So we got some excitement here. 2 clubs. Maybe this is like a sort of takeout double of clubs, or maybe it's, like, I don't think it's a Michael's bid. That seems totally impossible to me on that hand.
2 clubs is 5-4 or better in the majors.
Either way, presumably.
Yep.
And I gotta say thank you for keeping up on their system cards, and thank you to the WBF for having a more elaborate disclosure form than the ACBL so we can see all this stuff. So he's double just card showing, South's redouble, probably says, partner, please bid your 5-card suit.
Exactly. And so North-South have landed in 2 spades, and East, with his partner having opened, he has 11, but no spade stopper. He's got to come up with a bid here. A lot of players will play 2-no trump as takeout in a lot of these auctions, and that appears to be...
the thing is, though, having made a card showing double, doesn't 2-no sound natural?
That's a good question.
I think if he's passed over 2 clubs, then yes, definitely. Once you show that you have, a bunch of high card values in no direction, doesn't just continue telling that story?
Yeah, I feel like double would as well if it was penalty.
Well,
But
but double would be like penalty. I think, and to know would just be like, you know, here's what's going on.
anyway, we get to 3-0. So East going a little
Yeah.
bit high and aggressive. We saw that from Medalla earlier in a similar spot where vulnerable, you just
Yep.
got to get to these vulnerable games and hope that they make. And how's
Yeah, and I
Declare
think
doing on this one? There are 3 hearts, there's 3 clubs with the king in the pocket, there's 1 spade. That appears to be 7 tricks, and that's not enough.
the diamonds are friendly, but unfortunately, that doesn't really help him since his North's entry to the spades. But yeah, I think he also East may have figured that 3-0 on light values would be okay here, given that West is going to have a really good read on the entire deal. The bidding was so revealing that if there's anything to read, it won't be that hard to read it.
All right,
But
two
yeah,
rounds of
North with an
spades.
ace.
The third spade
Yeah.
marks the ace of diamonds in North's hand, more or
Yep.
less,
Yep.
because Cemento would have cut communication in spades otherwise. So Declare now knows not to play on diamonds. He's just going to have to hope that the hearts and clubs somehow provide enough tricks, which is impossible on this auction.
Um, yeah, and I think he knew from the eight of spades that his partner had 3 of them. Like, maybe on some different layout, if he found out his partner had a double tin, he might have been able to find something else to do to try to generate an extra trick. But yeah, here eight of spades upside down count, like terrific, like bang him out and just sit back and wait for the diamond to become an entry. I mean, I guess it's possible if North had a singleton ace of diamonds, the clubs could be 3-3. That would give him 5-4-1-3, and now you would have a fourth club trick. I guess no, you still don't have 9. You need the hearts to split, and that's not possible.
Yeah, Kit brings up the point that maybe the only legitimate play to make 9 tricks, given that we know North has at least 4 hearts, is to play for the stiff king of clubs in North's hand. Then North could get squeezed in the red suits. And spades. He would get squeezed out of a spade trick, and then you could set up diamonds. But Declare decides to play for the more, I think, natural approach of let's just take the club finesse that we expect to be marked, and now
Plays
it's
a
down
diamond, and
1.
North just puts his hand on the table. All right, so not a great result for the Italians, but obviously, or for the Argentines, but a difficult deal.
Yeah, speaking of a good result for
Yeah,
the Argentines,
wow.
though, 6 hearts, the contract that we saw bid in this room, where West just kind of gambled that his partner had the right stuff in the red suits. At the other table, they got all the way up to 4 hearts, and kind of on maybe a similar sounding auction, but West, I guess, had like a little bit of a convention over the spade overcall, and it unfortunately got their side a bit too high where they couldn't start Q-bidding, get enough info, and West decided to go low. 11 imps.
Yeah.
Argentina back on top by 2.
And Medalla, he was certainly gambling, but I think it was a plus expected value gamble. I think opposite partners' range of hands, which included possibly a doubleton diamond, he was a really heavy favorite to at least have play for it. Anyway, we've got yet another European specific 2-suit overcall. We've been running into these all week, little unfamiliar to American eyes.
Yeah, I'm perusing the system, but you suspect that 3 clubs shows spades and clubs, which seems somewhat expected. North's 1 diamond opener is maybe a little bit lighter than some would expect. It's only 9 high card points, but excellent 6-4, good texture in the 2 suits.
Yeah, and his alternatives are pass or 3 diamonds, since 2 diamonds is artificial. I don't like passing with a hand like that. I don't like opening 3 diamonds a hand like that. So what's left? South. Yeah.
South's gonna bid 3 hearts, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think this pause is asking some questions. Obviously, it'll bid 3 hearts, but this auction is gonna maybe get a little awkward. West will raise to some number of clubs, quite possibly five, and then it comes pass back to South. I guess you double it, but that's not going to work out very well.
I mean, it might. Um, Now, West, I think, does have an interesting decision over three hearts because now the opponent's most likely game of four hearts, he probably thinks he can beat. So if he does bid five clubs, he's expecting to get doubled, and I think a lot of the time he might expect to go down, in which case he's taking a phantom save against what the opponents are likely going to be bidding.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if he bids
That's
only
true.
four clubs, that might induce a four heart bid from North, and then he may well be happy either sitting for it or doubling it with his singleton spade on opening lead.
And I think so they can beat five clubs if they start trumps because Declare is going to be one trump short to set up his spades. I'm wondering if South leads a diamond. Can Declare do this? I guess not, because at some point he has to lead a heart toward the king, and South is going to be able to play ace in the club. Um, he just doesn't have enough entries to rough a third spade. I don't think. Is that right?
No, diamond lead,
Let's
you can
say,
make five
yeah, diamond
clubs.
leading. Yeah, ace and rough a spade, diamond rough a spade, diamond rough a spade, and now your spades are good, and you just, well, yeah, that's it.
Okay, I mean,
Uh,
double looks like penalty to me of hearts.
yeah, I guess because you can't promote the jack. Well, no, wait. Yeah. If you right, you're good. I was gonna say you can't promote the jack of clubs, otherwise, you would beat it in a weird way. Yeah, I think double is penalties. So, and this is, hmm. And if they get a diamond rough, they're going to do fairly well on defense.
I mean, although it's
Not
almost unbelievable that West is going after the penalty. Kit brings up that three hearts is forcing, which of course it is. So why
right.
would you want to double this when you can take your crack at four hearts on the next round, or possibly
Yeah,
three
that's a
now
very good
if they
point.
get there? But I don't understand what else it could be. I mean, Bianchetti is thinking about running. He is 6'5", and he's a little bit light in terms of values, maybe, for his three club overcall.
Yeah, and it's possible even that like somehow maybe they just have never really discussed this, and Bianchetti doesn't believe it's penalty either for that reason. Like I don't really see what else it could be, but you know,
Well, quick score update. The match is once again tied with two imps coming
wow.
through on board 22. At the other room, three spades actually does work out to be an effective preempt here because three clubs was made.
Yeah, support Bianchetti has a lot to think about here. He does, if his partner really does have a hard stack, he does have an ace and an unexpected singleton. Against that, he's got this undisclosed 6-5. I think he's going to end up passing. His suits are so ragged that if his partner really is concentrated in the red suits, he could so often be turning a plus into a minus. Yeah,
Wow.
and Kim was just pointing out that if they find the diamond rough, it's going to be 300, of course. Yep.
Against three hearts, you mean? Yeah, so
Yeah.
East does decide to push on to the black suit game, and now South will double this. Um,
Yeah, and South has an easy double. The question is whether his double is going to work. But double's totally automatic.
yeah, I suspect you
Yeah.
just lead the heart. Man, I wish I knew what the double by West was over three hearts, because if his penalty, maybe we don't lead the heart ace. But I would like to look at the dummy.
Yeah, and John Worf is suggesting that it would make sense for double to be a game try, given that it's forcing the double is kind of free, so you can use it for your side's purposes. And that makes a lot of sense.
You really only have that one extra step. Three spades and three no trump both have to be natural.
Yeah.
I, I guess three no trump natural doesn't make a lot of sense either, but anyway.
Right. It's true. If you have a 3 no trump natural bid, probably you just want to sit back and start doubling them at some point. Um, But yeah, I don't know. I mean, as you say, without knowing, I mean, it wasn't alerted, which suggested it was penalties, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah, the ViewGraph
And there,
operator does alert one diamond and three clubs, so I'm
no, those are self alerts. Remember, they're bidding on tablets in this stage.
yeah, but we still have an operator putting it in for ViewGraph so that we can see what's going on.
Oh, I guess was assuming that the tablets were pushing it directly to us. You think they're not, but in any case, though, the viewer operator will still be pushing the self alerts. So I think West did not alert his double.
Yeah, in which case it does sound penalty. There's the diamond lead, and
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think this hand just kind of plays itself now. Declare has to set up spades, so he's going to play spade to the yeah.
yep.
He's already doing it,
Playing it
but
very quickly.
well, spade rough, diamond rough, spade rough, diamond rough, spade rough, and now the jack of spades is set up, and West can't, or sorry, South can't over rough the fourth round of spades because he's roughing in front of dummy. Then Declare
Yeah,
just leads the queen of clubs, and
and South and can't get the lead into his partner's hand.
right, yeah. If North was able to get on lead and play a fourth diamond, the jack of clubs would get promoted.
It's
But
funny. So he actually, I don't think this is going to happen, but South could try to catch he's napping and play a low heart. And if he splits up the king, he'll actually make an over trick.
yes, yeah, it's possible Versace tries to get to his partner's hand in hearts. Um, it's probably actually the right play, yeah? Because East could be 5-5 technically. But anyway, we'll see how the play proceeds. I mean, Declare
Oh, I
needs
see.
to.
That would actually dummy lock Declare because he's been stripped out of the minors.
Yes.
So it would actually work if that's if Declare does have a second heart.
Yes.
That's very funny. All right, we'll see if we do reach that position. It would be quite a result for East West to be plus 650 on this deal.
Yeah, so Declare is a pause, probably just to, Declare has foreseen the problem that can occur.
Right.
He's going to get to dummy, he's going to lead that stiff queen of clubs, South is going to win, but he knows that South just has no way to get to partner's hand. So spade
Yeah,
rough,
there's just nothing you can do about it. Yeah.
diamond rough, spade rough.
Yep, that'll rough the spade's good. Maybe has to be a little bit worried about North having an over rough and on the last spade, but there's just not much he can do about it. Yeah, so the first few tricks were so fast. Now he's like, I think his options are restricted, but he's realized like maybe he should look around a little bit and try to see if there's any way around some of these pitfalls we're talking about.
Yeah, like you lead a diamond, North flies king, and you pitch a heart on this to cut communications. Could be a effective scissors
Well,
cue
that's
sometime, but not today. You really just need
yeah,
to
but
rough that spade.
right, but the problem is your spades aren't set up yet, so you just can't risk them winning and playing a trump.
Exactly.
I mean, if North had stiff ace of clubs, like then you get away with it, but that's a pretty specific position to play for.
Yeah, so Declare will exit the club queen. Be very pleased that North follows low on this trick.
He'd be more pleased if he followed with a jack, but yeah.
Yeah,
So
Versace
Versace
just
does
goes
not go
ace
for
of
the big play.
hearts. I mean,
And in fact, having pitched a heart earlier, he can't play for it anyway.
right, he would need to pitch the queen or jack of hearts, but
Yeah.
um,
And decides just to save the over trick. All right, well, quite a result for the Argentines here.
so 550. Yeah, very good result for them, and they might once again be back on top after that board.
Wow, yet another enormous shape hand for Versace. Well, not another for Versace, but another one at the table.
Yeah, another 6-5 in the black suit. So are we going to see the same start to the auction? East has a diamond opener, and South has the ability to overcall 3 clubs if for them that also shows clubs and spades.
Yeah, I think if not, he'll just overcall a spade. Just not worry about the six-card club suit.
They do have it available,
Oh, they do
so
have it available?
yeah, we
So it'll
could
be
see a
exactly the
diamond
same.
three clubs.
So if you're West, what do you do? I mean, do you make a negative double, presumably, even though you're not totally thrilled about it?
Card showing double, kind of same.
Yeah, whatever it is, you got four hearts, you got a little bit of help in diamonds if partner has a real suit.
Yeah, tough hand. I mean, the jack fourth of spades is kind of awful.
Yeah. Yeah, and against that, like you have pretty good defensive values with two aces and a trump trick in spades likely, and nuisance value if they play in clubs, since it's going to be a little bit of work to set up the spades.
Hmm. Well, we're pausing for a second. Maybe the players are taking a little bit of a break. It is the halfway point in the set. We've finished 8 boards.
Yeah, someone in the chat is pointing out that on the previous board in five clubs, like North was punished in kind of a weird way for his light opening. That it both made the auction easier for East West and it got South to double. But, nonetheless, like, I think that North's decision was eminently reasonable.
And, of course, like, the next hand, the same person is going to say that, oh, North's one diamond opener got North South to an aggressive four spade contract that makes.
Yeah, exactly. Like at
So,
some point, if you have some saw, you just got to stick with it, if only because your partner's going to be putting your hands in a certain range and you should always have the range she's putting you on.
okay. So, a diamond, three clubs, double by West, showing some values, three no trump by East. And I mean,
So
South
once
is
again,
done. South has showed his hand, but North does have the club fit.
yeah, I mean, against that, if South leads a club, North is pretty happy. If he leads a spade, he's less happy. But, this is another one where the first 8 are easy and the ninth is really hard. Same as before, where Cemento led ace king another spade. Here, Versace can lead maybe a high spade and a club shift, and Declare just has no ninth trick.
Right.
If Versace tries two spades and a club shift, it's going to work out badly for him. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to read the position when he sees the 10 of spades.
Yeah, also the jack fourth and dummy.
Right, but like I think he'll read Declare for a spade stopper and know that he's got to abandon spades. He's been 3 no trump, so probably that means that the 10 is a singleton.
I mean, he might just start
if he leaves a
club.
high spade. Yeah.
High spade often is going to. His clubs look like they need a lot of help getting set up, so maybe even one high spade would give Declare too much tempo. Like if he's happened to have ace queen of clubs and could then, after high spade club switch, win, knock out your spade, and then get in with another club, and then run diamonds and spades.
Yeah, and obviously a very different position from the previous one where Cemento had an ace, so we had a guaranteed entry. Versace does not.
Oh,
no spades. So this is the end of the world at trick one. The player gets his ninth trick before taking the other 8.
Yeah, big decision at trick one, and Versace gets it wrong, and this is... I think this is one of the reasons that I was kind of wondering if Cemento was thinking about balancing 4 clubs over 3 now. Not necessarily because he thought I would make, but you really can't risk these red games making, even if they're going down on the right lead. It's such a huge swing, and 4 clubs might be a simple save. I mean, as it is, it looks like 4 clubs would have been making north-south. So...
Right. Yeah, like if he thinks he might go for 500, then you might as well take your chances because at worst is lose 3. But yeah, if you think that 4 clubs is going to be cheap as it would be here, and maybe he does have a pretty good expectation that it is, then I agree it looks attractive.
Yeah, and so that could be very costly for Italy. 2 back-to-back, I guess we could call them game swings that could have been beaten making, and Argentina, I think, undoubtedly will be in the lead after these couple of boards. And
Yeah,
Bianchetti is
so
rewarded with a flat 1 count for his efforts on the
yeah,
previous hand.
and West and North are monopolizing the high card values in this deal. So we'll see. Do East West have a two diamond opening or something like it to show 18-19 balance, or do they just have to start with the heart?
Um, they do not have a way to show 18 to 19 balanced.
So West will start with the heart. North will probably make a takeout double. Like I think even the Americans would, but the Italians definitely do. Yep.
Yeah, just
Oh, that's
showing
what
opening
Kibitzer
values.
Kibitzer points out that two diamonds could not be bid with a five card major anyway. Yeah, so two clubs, West South is perfectly happy here instead of grudging response to takeout double. West obviously cannot be done here with a hand that strong.
No, you just gotta stick your neck out there and hope that you don't get into huge trouble. And it looks like West is going to be doing okay. The 9 of clubs is a pretty big card. Dummy coming down with 4 spades and 5 diamonds means North-South aren't taking a ton of tricks in those suits. So 2-no trump does pass out.
Yeah, and I guess he could double two clubs to show values, but given that he can't respect his partner's bid of diamonds or spades, and then bidding over that would sound much stronger to know. As scary as it is, opposite a passing partner seems better than the alternatives. So if you're North, I mean,
Don't
a
ask
high
me what
diamond
to
has to be
lead.
attractive. I like a high diamond, but a club maybe is a reasonable alternative.
Yeah, I guess partner did bid clubs. Sometimes their club bid actually has a club suit. I guess if we want to lead a club, maybe we start with the ace. We don't want partner with like king fifth as their only entry to fly king of clubs,
Right.
then we lose the entire suit. So maybe we go ace in a club to show partner we have 3 and please duck the second round.
Yeah, and sometimes declare a stopper is king doubleton or even king queen doubleton instead of king queen third, and the ace wins in that way too. I like it. So declare, I mean, once again, the first few tricks are pretty easy, and the last couple could be kind of a challenge. You've got 4 hearts, even on power. You don't have to split them because you have the jack 10 to knock out the queen, a diamond, a club, a second club now. And it's like, okay, great, now what?
Yeah, and
Maybe just try, win this and try a low hearted trick too. Like,
well, that is probably the indicated play. I mean, I guess a technically better plan is ace of hearts and a low heart if you just want to collect 4 heart tricks. It's not going to get you to 8, but a low heart to the 10 could, as Craig's hoping, steal a heart trick if North has like queen third.
well, it could steal a heart trick, but also if North hops up, maybe now you get an entry to finesse the nine of clubs if you need to do that.
Yeah. So he does try heart to the 10, club goes through, and now the defense does set up the club suit. South has an entry with the spade king, and I think is very likely to get in eventually and cash some clubs. So declare all cash
Yeah.
out. This will be 1 down, not the end of the world for East-West.
Yeah, I think Nadal, given that he made this, kind of scary 2-no bid and hit his partner with a useless 1 count, is pretty happy with minus 100.
Certainly. I mean, oddly enough, 2 hearts, I think, is making on the East-West cards, but it's really difficult to get there.
You think 2 hearts is making because you can ruff a club to take that heart finesse?
Yeah, just the entries and the heart split.
Yep.
All right, on to board
All right,
27.
so-
6 boards to play in this set, and then there will be a short break. Not as long a break as we had earlier today. The players have already eaten their lunch, but we'll still be on break for about Yeah, so they're playing good 14 to 17 is their no trump opener, and of course they're
Yeah.
frequently off shape. The hand just doesn't really bid it out all that well. If you open a diamond and partner bids a spade, you can rebid one no, showing 11 to 14, and you don't really like doing that. So there's the no trump opener.
Right.
East transfers to spades. West will accept.
Yeah. So
East gets to retransfer to clubs to no trump.
yeah. So East is kind of in an awkward position because he has like one of these intermediate hands where if his partner has a fit for either suit, he absolutely loves his hand, and if his partner doesn't, then he's got some warning signs.
Yeah, gotcha. So apparently they don't play transfers over transfers here. Three clubs
So
is
natural
just
three
natural
clubs,
forcing. West will bid three
which
now.
may be like honestly, like this might be better on this kind of hand where if it goes like transfer three, I guess transfer three clubs, three diamonds, showing a stiff diamond is really good. So never mind. Yeah, so right, so now West will maybe just try three diamonds. Like just like get a little extra information. He might just try three no, yeah, yeah. So right, so
Ooh.
now East had this real problem. If his partner does have any kind of a black suit fit, the East hand is an absolute monster.
Yeah, maybe he could have been warned off by the 3 no bid, but of course, remember West's range is 15 to 17 or good 14 to 17, and
Right.
West is just kind of minimum. Obviously, the 3 no bid should show a lot of values in the red suits, which East doesn't really like, but convert that Queen of Spades into Ace Doubleton, and I mean, we're getting close to six clubs having some
I mean,
play.
East three clubs didn't show a fifth club, right? So he's got to be a little worried that West wasn't able to evaluate accurately since his shape is undisclosed.
Okay, we're in four spades, and it might look a little bit scary at first, but the suggest
Yeah,
that I mean, I guess you even just have enough red suit discards.
right. Like the fact that North has no thing he can rough to get his fourth spade, and the defense has no suit they can lead to tap declare out and set it up that way is going to make this basically pretty comfortable. Although you know when he sees the dummy, he's going to realize that he's not in his side's best spot.
I wonder how Declare plays it. It doesn't look like he's going to go down whatever he does, but it's not like you can just pull 3 rounds of trumps or 4 rounds of trumps and then um, eventually run the diamond suit.
You play a heart over and a spade toward the queen, just in case something is going on there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, spade to the 7 or spade to the queen are both more ideal ways to play the spade suit itself, but you do have to deal with all those small clubs. If you don't go roughing them, West's hand is getting stranded.
Well, you can play a heart to the ace and plan to overtake the king of hearts as an entry if you need it. Like you don't need all the red suit winners in the West hand, right? Yeah, in fact, if he just starts diamonds, that's okay too, with the way North is roughing in front. Although that seems pretty double dummy-ish.
Yeah. Like, there are a lot of ways to make this hand, but it's not clear what Declarer is going to do. I do expect him to make, but a unsuccessful line would be to eventually pull trumps, realize that you're late on winners, and then try and take the club finesse at the end of play. And that would be one way to go
It's
down.
true. I get that, but man, like, doesn't it just seem so embarrassing to have four high card extra winners in the West hand, only need to pitch three clubs and take a finesse and go minus?
Yeah, like that. That does sound terrible, but you can't just start cashing diamonds. You have full trumps, and then your hard entry is going to get knocked out.
Yeah, so maybe you just bang the queen of spades out of your hand. Although, I guess like you have no entries anyway, so a heart to the ace to play a spade. Well, I guess the defense can play a second heart. Yeah, so maybe just queen of spades out of your hand. The defense probably will attack hearts maybe for the wrong reason. Like if North wins the ace of spades, he'll probably play a heart, just figuring like everything else looks totally ridiculous. Maybe partner has the king somehow, and then like go with the ace, play another spade, South wins, South plays another heart because what else can he do? Actually now like things aren't so great for you.
Exactly. There are a lot of things to think about, um, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think a very reasonable start is honestly to go ace king of diamonds, pitching clubs right now. If those hold up, then we can go ace queen of hearts, ace king of clubs, club rough, and now we're. I mean, we
Oh
basically
right, and
have the
just lose
contract
three
made.
spades on power. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and the two of diamonds lead, while we can see that Samantha has been a little bit cheeky from Jack and one, um, often is going to come from a 3 or 4 card diamond suit. So I think exactly a 3 card suit. So in that case, the ace king of diamonds really should hold up to pitch clubs, and then declare would be in great shape.
Yeah, and Kid is suggesting Ace King of Clubs in a rough immediately, which is basically okay because you do have the King of Hearts as an entry to Diamonds later if you want them. Kind of along the same lines, like just take advantage of the fact that we have 10, 9, 8, 7 of spades and just, try to lose three spade tricks and nothing else.
That seems really dangerous to me because we might just go down immediately. Ace king of clubs, club rough, over rough. They pull a trump and then they cash the queen of clubs. Now you've just lost three
Right.
spades and the club queen. I
Yeah, that's a good
I
point.
think that feels like we're just trying to go down early in the play when there are a lot of alternatives.
Yeah, Madal obviously a really outstanding technical player, so I think probably yeah, like it sounds to me like your conclusion is right, and I suspect if he agrees, then we can be 100% sure it was correct.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's obviously going to come up with a good line of play. Ace king of clubs, club rough is going to work out just fine on this layout, um, as will almost everything else.
So meanwhile, we have a small swing on board 24. The hand where East West got to five clubs doubled and the defense didn't lead trumps. They got to five clubs undoubled and the defense didn't lead trumps. So that's four imps for being doubled going Argentina's way.
Yeah, so currently Italy's still on top by 2, but we do have that board 25 where 3 no trump can be beaten.
Um, yeah, well, so board 23, I kind of missed this at the other table. Oh, never mind. Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm getting some comments about the Switzerland match and didn't realize that we weren't watching the Switzerland match.
We're not. We're not. There are no Polish players at this table.
I
Madala's
see.
still
So on
thinking. I mean, this is a very challenging hand to come up with the absolute best line of play.
So on 25, it was a much quieter auction. The Italian East West are playing two diamonds on the hand where Versace let a low spade to let three no make. So they didn't even get to the three level at that table. Where here Versace got there immediately by his two suited bid.
Right. Right. And, the fact that Argentina was making 3 no trump in this room, so that is going to be a big swing.
Yeah, so Madala does decide to start clubs. Yeah, I do agree with you that that over rough and draw trumps and still have the queen of clubs does seem like a really dangerous layout.
It is. I mean, and, another point is that we're still not cold, even if, even when this works. Like, there were 4-2 club layouts that they don't get to over rough, and yet we still have to deal with the Jack Doubleton of clubs remaining.
Yeah, and I wonder like if it's possible that North had a singleton diamond. Maybe was worried about like lead a high diamond. North roughs Jack in front of dummy, draws a couple of trumps. But I guess actually then we're okay at that point. Now we can draw trumps and once again use. Well, no, now we will need the club finesse because when we overtake the No, never mind. We just picked a club on. Yeah, yeah. So that actually would work. Even if North had a singleton diamond and draws trumps, we're fine.
Yeah, it does, I guess, look like diamonds could be 5-2 the other way with Cementa's opening lead, but
Mm-hmm.
regardless, I mean, the way Declare has handled this, it's going to work out just fine. Eventually, he'll get back to the Queen of Hearts, knock out the Spade Jack, ruff a diamond, pull the last trump, and then the Jack of Clubs is high, plus 420.
Yeah.
So nice result for Argentina here. They avoid getting too high on this hand. 14 ups at 14, but in range it could have been 14 ups at 17 sometimes.
Yeah, he certainly had a good enough hand that he felt like he couldn't quite let it go in case his partner fit him at all. I think Madala had the worst possible hand he could hold.
Yeah, we'll see a pass by West. North gets to open two diamonds, 18 to 19 balanced.
No, with 4-4 in the majors, he's not allowed to. We saw that earlier.
Oh, supposedly. I mean, it's not on their card, but
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were told that by Al Hollander. We'll see whether it actually is the agreement.
yeah, if not, I guess North would have to open a club and jump to 2-0. But we'll see what they do.
Yeah, and South certainly has a pretty good hand opposite the 2-0 rebid, although here his partner has the worst possible hand for him. They do have the ace jack doubleton of diamonds on side, so they're in reasonable shape. I mean, in reasonable shape for slam, with the heart finesse working as well.
Yeah, five diamonds, two clubs, two spades, and three hearts. That's 12 easy tricks.
Yeah. I mean, I do not think that they will get particularly close to it, but it is there. Now, Samantha's thinking about something. I wonder quite what this pause is about. Yeah, kid, six diamonds comes home, but is not percentage. That is certainly one way to put it.
And I wonder if six diamonds actually comes home, because it might be tempting to go ace king of hearts heart rough after pulling trumps and then play for a major suit squeeze if the queen doesn't drop. And that's not going to work. East has the 10 of
Sorry.
spades.
So I appear to have been wrong about the restrictions on two diamonds because North opens it.
Yeah, so two diamonds, 18 to 19. It says on their card, no five card major.
I say, yeah, I thought Al Hollander said in the chat that it was no four hearts, four spades, but maybe he just meant five hearts, five spades and typoed. So I don't know what South's continuations are here.
I mean, if you don't have a five card major, there's no reason to look for a 5-3 spade fit. So I think South is just going to somehow get to 3 no trump from the north side.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, does South have any reason to introduce his diamonds? Like, could five diamonds be better on some layouts? Could he have a slam opposite some hands? Oh, yeah, okay, not five hearts, five spades, where he had said four hearts, four spades earlier. That makes much more sense. Yeah, Versace's hand is pretty marginal. He's figure at the moment. This pauses him like constructing possible North hands and seeing whether any of them make looking for not 3-0 Trump worthwhile. Yeah, so those 11 M's from the Italian East West getting to buy the contract and two diamonds just coming in. So Argentina has now taken a 9-imp lead and much more active quarter than the previous one. In the end, it's only 2 imps net, but 66 have been scored versus 25 in the last segment.
Yeah, this is a much higher scoring set and probably more what we're hoping to see. We have no push boards on the card in the first 9 boards of the segment.
Wow, yeah, it's amazing. And 3 double-digit swings and 2 nines. Yeah, so 3 diamonds. I guess this is natural.
Yeah, so two hearts, I
see.
guess, is just relayed to now, I think. And
So actually, we're Al Hollander is saying what the Luria Versace system here was, which is two hearts was multi-way, possibly four spades. Two no confirmed a four-card spade suit, and one of the possibilities for two hearts was a six-card minor and slam interest, and three diamonds confirms that as a natural bid.
Ah, gotcha. Thanks so much for clarifying that. But
Yeah. So
North says, no thank you, small doubleton diamond. And
yeah,
here we are in 3 now. East is certainly going to get off to a club lead, presumably a high club. Never mind, a low club.
yeah, we've seen a couple of those this week. Players leading low from Queen Jack 9/5 here. It's all the same since West has the 10.
Yeah, we've seen it work out poorly. I don't think we've seen it work out well, but I'm sure there are hands where it would.
It works out really well when partner is King Doubleton or Ace Doubleton.
Yes. So after the club opening lead, we'll probably see Declare preserve that Ace of Clubs entry to the long diamonds. He'll just have to win the king at trick 1. He can't afford to duck trying to cut communication in clubs itself because there just aren't enough tricks on the outside. Even if we get 3 hearts, 2 spades, 2 clubs, and a diamond, that's still only 8. We will need 1 extra trick somewhere. So club to the king, diamond. East is not happy.
Here, obviously, East will just, probably play to the jack just to, make it a little bit more annoying for Declare's communications. But you got to figure most of the time you'll win the king, you lead a diamond to the king, it'll hold everyone playing a small card, and you cross back and play a diamond again, and often we'll have to guess.
Right.
If you guess wrong, then you lose the whole diamond suit because you have to burn your 1 entry in the suit to set it up, and then it's stranded. I mean, maybe the 10 of hearts is an entry on some layouts, so that seems pretty unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Singleton king or a mistake, singleton queen or a mistake. But Bianchetti, unable to conceal the position, is very good for Declare.
Yeah, so now Declare gets to run the diamonds. I mean, we mentioned before there are 11 top tricks, the 5 diamonds, 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 spades, and Declare has the opportunity to take a heart finesse later in the play, although it may well risk the contract. We'll see how East-West discard, though, because if East-West control all their clubs, Declare kind of has a free opportunity to try the heart finesse later in the play.
Yeah, and East has pitched 2 clubs to make it look like he has some major suit strength to try to deflect a finesse, but in fact he's going to induce the finesse.
Whoa, someone wasn't counting, which we've all been. We've all made that mistake before.
Is that someone me? What did I miss here?
No. Declare's 8 of spades was just high, but.
Oh, I see, because the opponents pitched down to only 2 spades between the 2 of them.
Yes, but Declare was not paying attention to this. He was probably more focused on reading the opponent's spot cards, and so forgets the 8 of spades is high. Honestly, a mistake that anyone could make, especially playing at imps, and especially in, what is this, day 11 or something?
Yeah, God. Who knows at this point?
Yeah, you've been playing back-to-back-to-back difficult opponents throughout the entire event.
Yeah, that is one thing. These matches being 48 boards a day, where there was a time when they were, 64. And then I think 16 was like, it is, it makes the matches maybe slightly less formful because there's a lot more boards, but it maybe makes the bridge better because the players get to rest a little bit more.
All right, 11 tricks, 660. We get our first push of the segment on board 26. This room got to 2 no trump with the 5-card heart suit and the 18 count. At the other table, they actually did adopt the plan of making the takeout double, and West, upon hearing partner bid diamonds, just elected to pass that out. That contract also went down a trick.
Yeah, so it was safe for sequence in some ways because 2-no could really go badly, but more dangerous in some, in that you're forced to play 2 diamonds, and some of the time that'll be a 4-2 fit instead of a 5-2.
Exactly.
But here it worked out. Or it worked out equally well / badly.
This hand Samantha gets to open his 15 to 17 no trump. Two diamonds transfer to hearts, and Versace now has the opportunity to just bid 3 no if he chooses.
And maybe you try three clubs just in case you do have a pointed suit problem. Maybe just try three no since it's probably the right target on values. We'll see what Versace decides.
Yeah, and 3 now
Yeah.
gets a little bit of good luck in the heart suit itself. So you have 5 hearts that you can take, as well as the fact that spades are 4-4, so the defense can't cash out. But then you're going to have to decide what to do later in the play, and the percentage plan of cash the ace king of clubs and take the diamond finesse is not going to work out.
Yeah, and you'll get some information on the run of the hearts, but if the defense is careful and conceals as much as possible what's going on, I do think the Claire will do that and go down. Yeah, so he just bids 3 no as kind of the normal target.
Yeah, we're about to see it, though, because if East-West do run 4 rounds of spades, they, of course, squeeze themselves a little bit uncomfortably as Declare runs the hearts. If they don't take the spade tricks, then obviously Declare gets a little bit more flexibility in how to play the hand, but will, of course, also be in this position. Oh, Bianchetti actually leads a diamond. So now Declare just has the first 9 tricks. The hearts are going to come home.
Yeah, and actually, like, pretty reasonably, right? Ace Jack 9 fourth, we've been saying all week, is not that attractive against 3 no trump. Ace Jack 9 fifth is a great lead. Ace Jack 9 fourth is a pretty bad lead. So, yeah, like, maybe this was, actually kind of predictable that Bianchetti would just blow the contract to trick 1.
Yeah, Declare doesn't know that the hearts run, but is probably going to test that suit before doing anything else.
Let's say, put up the 10s, in case it was a lead from King Jack fourth.
Yeah, 10 of diamonds gets covered, so King of Hearts, heart to the ace, Queen of Hearts, and with the Jack 10 dropping, Declare is in a position where he can play for over tricks, although he's not going to risk his contract.
Yeah, so obviously he knows he's done well to avoid the spade lead, but still gotta, figure out how to approach this. I don't think there's anything else he can really do but start the hearts. Maybe he thinks there's some possibility from that lead the diamonds are splitting, and somehow if he can get to test the diamonds and the opponents don't play a spade, then he might have an extra chance. But obviously, if it doesn't work, he's down immediately. So I think he is just going to decide that he has nothing better to do but play hearts.
Yeah, and if the hearts don't split, you can still pick up the clubs for 4 tricks. West having queen third,
right,
or East having queen third, you're doing quite well. So,
yeah.
This does feel like an uncharacteristically long pause because you don't have... Normally, if you have 2 sources of tricks, you kind of want to play on the one where you have less flexibility first. So if we test the clubs first, maybe we go king of clubs, club to the ace. If the queen doesn't drop, then it's not like we've gained any new information. We're missing the 10 of hearts in South's hand, so we can't think about going king of hearts, heart to the 10 at that point. Mm-hmm. And in this case, we just test the hearts first, and then we have to fall back on getting 4 club tricks later. But Cementa's reading real deep into the hand. I do wonder what he's thinking about.
Some of the time we play 3 rounds of hearts, and there's just something that maybe points us into one direction or the other in the club suit when the hearts aren't coming in.
Yeah. Yeah,
on a hand like this, probably someone's going to have an annoying discard on the 3rd round of hearts if they have to pitch something. Like Bianchetti, he doesn't really want to pitch anything. He doesn't want to pitch a spade. That's potential defensive tricks. Doesn't want to pitch a diamond. Could make life easy for Declare. He knows pitching a club could give away a club position. So, if he, looks around and thinks a while and plays something kind of grudgingly, maybe we'll, get some information there. I mean, of course, now Bianchetti is getting plenty of time to think about his discarding plan, so he should be able to, commit himself before Declare starts doing that.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, this would, I believe, be a much more interesting hand at board a match or match points from this state, because
Mm,
then Declare would be in a position where he will want to try and guess the club, and
right.
then Bianchetti really would be pressured to not discard any of those clubs to give away the position.
Yeah, and of course, like very important for East to do it in tempo, whatever he does. But the longer Declare thinks, the longer East gets to think, and the easier it gets to do everything tempo. Like if Declare had like won that diamond and played hard, hard, hard immediately, Bianchetti might not be ready. Would be kind of reasonable to like not have quite he sort of knows what's coming, but it's a hard hand. But meanwhile, yeah, so interesting. Maybe he thinks that he's likely to get true count here by playing the five of hearts to the queen, which will be very useful to him. Or maybe that's not what he did.
Okay, King of Hearts, heart to the Jack and Queen, and now Declare. This time, I think he's paying attention to the heart cards,
Yeah,
so
right.
he knows his
And I
nine is
guess it
good.
was. I guess that five of hearts was impossible because the only dummy entry is the one that's going to make you commit yourself.
Yeah,
Like on some layouts, maybe you play that five of hearts to the queen to conceal a position. We have plenty of entries to both hands to make the opponent's card, honestly.
yeah. So Declare pitches a diamond, as does Bianchetti, and I guess Declare can pitch another diamond on this heart. Maybe Bianchetti makes the mistake of stiffing his king. Then the diamonds will come home.
Yeah, I guess it would be fine if Madala had one more diamond and Declare one fewer.
Right. And he probably feels like the only way to beat it is to hang on to all of his spades. I mean, right now he's counting up high card points because he knows Declare has the ace queen of diamonds. He's seen Declare turn up with the heart king. If Declare has the king of clubs, he knows Declare is making it, so he's placed partner with the club king already on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to need to work on what his partner's spade suit could be. I guess in that case, a club discard is safe because if partner has king of clubs, you only need
Right.
two of them to get over there.
Right. I guess partner would need to have the queen 10 of spades since he only has one entry, but, you know, there's not much else to play for.
Yeah, like, I mean, flip the black suit cards between west and north, and this contract is going down as long as Bianchetti is careful on defense. So he does pitch a club. Finally, on
But
the last
now
heart.
yeah, of course, now he can't really afford to pitch a second one. As you say, a partner is the king of clubs. He needs to be able to get over there, so he might stiff the diamond now. No, he does pitch a second club.
Wow. This is safe, given that Declare had pitched a diamond. I mean, if Declare held on to his
Right.
last diamond, then it would technically be possible for Declare to strip the club, go ace of diamonds, diamond, and playing east, and then there's no way to get back to West's hand. But this is good enough. Declare has collected the first 7 tricks, still has the ace king of clubs, and I expect he's
I think he's going to like lead to jack of clubs now and like hope he's covers. Yep.
yeah, jack of clubs to the ace, another club, and now we give up. Exit
Yeah.
club, but the spade honors are split. Made 3 though. I mean, this could be a really
Yeah.
nice result for Italy and bring them back into the match. 3 boards to go at this table.
Yeah, so East now has basically a strong 2-0 trump, even though it's only 19 points. Then you got to upgrade for all those aces and kings, 5 cards two with 2 tens. You don't, your hearts are weak, so opening a heart is less attractive anyway.
Yeah, they do play good 19 to 21 is their range for
Yeah,
2-0
so
opener.
perfect.
this is very much well within the range of the 2 no trump opener.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It'll go 2 no Trump, West will transfer bid 3 no, and they have 26 highs. And this doesn't play particularly well for Declare with kind of the, 7 card major two fits both being fairly weak and splitting poorly.
Yeah, now
Like you have 7 top tricks, but, your chances to develop more kind of rely on good things happening in the majors, and they just don't.
well, good things kind of happen in hearts. You only have 2 heart losers. If the defense is not careful, I think you will be able to make 3 now, collecting 3 hearts and 2 tricks in every other suit. The natural play in the heart suit is heart to the ace, duck a heart, playing for
Right.
an honor doubleton or the suit to split 3-3. And here you just kind of very naturally pick up that queen doubleton in North's hand. And there's no real
Yeah.
way for the defense to actually set up side suit tricks. If South leads a club, Declare can either
Right.
duck or win, and the club suit actually gets blocked on the second round of the suit.
Yes.
East
Yeah, I
having
guess he
all
has
the
to decide.
entries to the long
He does have to
hearts. Yeah.
he does have to decide which major to play on. Like if he decides to play on spades, which like maybe the spots are slightly better, if the 8 of spades, if there's an honor 8 of spades, then you pick them up, on power that way, and that suit could be 3-3 also. So if he plays on spades, he's not going to do nearly as well as if he plays on hearts.
No, but you do bring up the point that now in spades, the fact that your suit is stronger is a little bit of a red herring because to pick up a 4-2 spade split, you will need honor 8 doubleton, whereas in hearts, you just pick up any honor doubleton. It doesn't need to be a very specific layout of the suit. And so it's a lot more attractive for Declare to play on hearts. Now, North Declare ducks the opening club lead, which makes a lot of sense in a vacuum, and I think is going to work out okay here. North does just return a club, and now it's going to be the decision point for Declare. Play on hearts, play on spades to collect the extra tricks. And while counterintuitive, I think playing on hearts is the percentage play, and without any outside information, that would make it kind of the ideal play.
Kit Woolsey agrees with you that the hearts is percentage, so hopefully for Argentine partisans, Bianchetti will as well.
I think so. You don't have a lot else to go on. I mean, it looks like the clubs are 5-2. But that's about it, which I don't think necessarily indicates much of anything.
Yeah, so it's worth it. I mean, I don't think it's really a possible play, but if I wanted to shift to a diamond, was that enough, or is there just still too much to do?
Like, once again, just both of the minors
Yeah,
are oddly
yeah.
blocked.
South having the late hard entry, but only 2 diamonds doesn't help you. It's true. Samantha can unblock the heart, and then South does have 2 hard entries.
Ah. So was it necessary then for Declare to win the opening lead? Oh, I guess it wouldn't matter because North had unblocked the club queen. Ooh.
Well,
Wait
I
a
unblocked
second.
it because Declare put up the 10 and dummy.
Yeah, wait just a second. Oh, yeah, okay.
Declare
Kip
can
brings
duck
up
the 9 of hearts.
yeah, Kip brings up the good point that the hearts are still, in fact, blocked with the Queen 9 doubleton.
Right, you were always okay to lose 2 hard tricks anyway, so so you just lose not the 2 you're expecting to. Finding quite a hand.
Yeah, it is a clever defensive resource, and probably not one that a lot of players would find or think of at the table, but a little bit easier if you see the plan, which is you need to get south in as many times as possible, and I think North can visualize that. The question is, will he be on point about doing it immediately at trick 3 here when Declare does play a heart to the ace? So there's a heart to the 6, ace, and he does dump the queen. Okay. So we have... Oh, never mind. He doesn't dump the queen. We were baited by the Vugraph operator for a second.
It's a hard play.
Yeah.
Maybe he should find it, but it's hard.
Yeah, so Cementa does win the heart queen. He'll now switch to diamonds, I presume. Maybe spades. But either way, Declare has plenty of time now to just knock out the King of Hearts and make his 9 tricks. Oh, and North is getting squeezed. Sorry, make his 10 tricks.
North is getting squeezed in spades and diamonds with the defense not having been able to attack his spade entry to dummy.
Yeah, exactly. So Cementa did need to then switch to spades to break up the squeeze away from the Queen Jack fourth. Whew. The big results keep coming through. Board 28 in the other room. North-South get to 6 no trump, and with that Queen of Hearts on side and the diamonds lying friendly, Declare makes that. So 13 imps coming through for Argentina. They're pulling away in the second segment. 22 imp lead currently.
Yeah, by the way, I think, here he played a diamond trying to beat the contract. Maybe at, match points, board to match, Cementa, he knows the spade distribution because he's left it at 3 no trump. So maybe there he actually would have played a spade, possibly seeing that this was a danger. I think he kind of knows what he's left on lead with Queen of Hearts, what's going on in that suit. So if he thinks his partner is mostly blank opposite, other than what he's already seen in the King of Hearts, a spade is actually kind of attractive to save a trick.
Right, yeah.
At imps it's a give-up play, but at match points, it might well be the right play, just kind of giving up on everything other than saving yourself from being squeezed.
For sure. And with that 4:30, we got 2 more boards to play in this set. And then I will let everyone know when we are starting up the third segment of the day, third and final segment. It's about an hour from now is when the third set will start up. So after these next couple of boards, you'll have about a 45-minute break. Of course, the other table is lagging behind us a little bit. There will be some action to catch for the final few boards of this segment. And this has been quite a high-scoring affair so far. We have 4 boards left to compare, and we're getting close to the 100 imp margin for combined score from both teams. South opens 2 hearts. Ooh boy. Nice suit.
Yeah, pretty aggressive red-white, although you are 6-4.
And West, not to be outdone, has an even weaker 6-card major suit, overcalls 2 spades, although a bit of a better hand.
Yeah, and once again, East-West, it's a very fluky slam. You do need that King of Spades dropping, but East has, or West as a player has 12 very easy tricks here.
Right, King of Hearts opening lead, second heart,
or 13 if they somehow don't lead a heart, but I don't think that was ever in the picture.
Yeah, the second heart getting roughed, and after the ace of spades, 480, fast claim. We're on to the last board.
Yeah, Versace might even just put his cards back in the board since Declare didn't even get a chance to play the ace of spades. All right, so we'll see whether Cementa decides his hand is worth a bid here. 10 count. He did open that 9-point diamond hand earlier and get burned in a weird way.
I don't think he's phased by it. I expect him to also open a club here.
Yeah, I'm with you. So Versace obviously is going to like his hand a lot, but once he finds out how poor the fit is, he'll just get out and probably place it in 3 no trump. Yeah, the man has learned his lesson.
He's really shaken by five clubs doubled making. So
I mean, this one is less attractive. The other was a weaker hand in high cards, but the high cards were concentrated in the right way.
yeah, and especially if you open a club and rebid two clubs, you lose the diamond suit, which you never really
Right.
love doing. But South gets to open a
Yeah,
spade. He's got
it's true.
14.
Once you open hyperlight, it's really important to make sure that all of your possibilities for surviving it stay in play.
A no trump by North, non-forcing.
Yeah, so 2 hearts. Presumably they play Gazelle, so this is quite limited.
Yeah, and now North, I think, does have a big decision because I could see anything from two no trump, three
Yeah.
spades, two
I was gonna
spades.
say, yeah, 3 spades has to be a little bit attractive, although, you know, you, one problem with it is if partner has to rough with your spades, he might be promoting a trump trick every time he does it. Here, it's only one time he does it because spades are 3-3, but it's not like your hand is so great for spades.
No, but again, it's a 12 high card point. Um,
No, no, 10.
oh, it's 10. Oh, it's 10. Oh my. Oh, okay. I feel so much less justified in thinking Cementa would open.
Yeah, but it was 9 before, so like I don't know, 10 is more than 9.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he just does bid 2 spades. So North South miss a playable game. The clubs never got mentioned, and it turned out that's the trick source in 3 no trump
Right, or four spades.
or 4 spades.
Well,
Yeah, and Kip pointing out that North could have the same hand without the ace of clubs. This is very conservative. I mean, I agree. Like 2 no, it's not great, but your partner could have passed 1 no trump. He probably doesn't have a minimum opening.
yeah, it's just tough. Every bid is kind of a misdescription, and you gotta pick the one that's the least of the evils. Three spades
Yeah,
would. I don't know what three spades would do. Obviously, it would force your side to some sort of uncomfortably high level, although North could have been Drury. So it
right.
probably
Yeah,
doesn't show three card spade support. It's probably this sort of hand. 2 no
right.
might.
But South could just have nowhere to go over that.
Yeah, 2 no trump might be a bit of a stretch, and partner drops you, and then you're pretty unhappy. Two spades, obviously conservative, but it's only a non vulnerable game. At least you're going plus.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like in a standard American auction, you can bid 2 spades and hope South can bid again. Playing Gazilli, you can't. But on the other hand, playing Gazilli, South is limited, so North, I guess, often knows that when they have game values, they're basically like as light as game values can be.
All right, Queen of Clubs
Depending on,
lead.
depending on where
Declare,
the Gazilli starts, but
yeah, Declare just doesn't mess around here. Pulls trumps, heart to the ace, doesn't even take the heart finesse. Really risky if the jack of clubs gets roughed. Pulls trumps,
yeah.
knocks out the club king, and maybe can manage an extra trick here if the defense isn't careful, but I suspect that we're going to see 8 tricks.
Yeah, because the defense now goes like, Jack of Hearts, Diamond to the Ace, other heart. They can take 3 hearts and 2 minor 2 tricks, but Declare will still get his plus score.
Right.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see what happens in the other room. This one could be a swing. I think there were a couple points where if different decisions were made, North South would get to 3 0.
So Declare has to rough, will exit a club, hoping that the opponents kind of
Yeah.
get end played, and it looks like they actually do.
Yeah,
The Jack of
he'll
Diamonds has
get
been
I.
set up.
Yeah, so West going up with the Ace of Diamonds, I guess, stripped East entry and is now going to end play him.
Yeah, the 9 heart scores. So an over trick, well managed, but
Yeah.
Versace was always making his plus 110. And
Yep.
that'll wrap up the play at this table. We got 3 boards in the other room. Make sure to head over there. And Craig and I will be back for the third segment in about 50 minutes.
Yep, 3 p.m. Eastern, and we will see them.
All right, chat. What have we got going on here? We do have another video commentator in this room. We're going to make sure to mute them because we do not want to listen to any of the nonsense that they're spouting. Let's get my webcam back up. Boom. Now you can see that I exist. Michael asked about the, which was the hand? This one, board 28, which is kind of interesting, and 6 diamonds. I'll pull this up and we'll take a look in the break. Can 6 diamonds be made? I'm gonna pretend like we get to 6 diamonds while we play through the hand, and so we'll see if we can manage once again to come up with the right double dummy analysis. Matt's still curious about board 20. Why take the club finesse before touching trumps? At this table. And 5 hearts doubled. So when ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, right, what was the auction? A heart, take out double, 2 now, some sort of silly bid, 4 spades, 5 hearts double, all pass, and we get ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, rough. Club 5, queen 2, heart 8, ace 9. It might have just been that Declarer didn't see the possibility of 4-1 clubs. I'm not sure. I mean, certainly they can make it with the plan of cash the heart ace and then run 4 rounds of clubs pitching a spade, and the 5th club pitching another spade as North helplessly has to follow. But maybe that just wasn't something Declarer was thinking could happen. Certainly the line of play looks weird, but I will point out that strong declarers, and like myself included, because I've certainly done this multiple times on stream, like I will play a side suit before I tackle the suit that I'm thinking about how to play, just to see if the opponents give me some count signals. So maybe Declarer was playing a club over to try and get a count signal from North in the club suit, or a count signal from South in the club suit, and depending on that count signal, he was going to decide whether or not to take the heart finesse or try and drop the stiff king. So I think that would be the explanation for why play a club first. But it also could just be that Declarer couldn't envision the possibility of making on 4-1 clubs. Oh, slow connection once again. Apologies for stream dropping out for like a minute or so in the middle of the set, at least on Twitch. I think on YouTube it's always been fine, which is very confusing to me. Twitch is the only platform that has had stream difficulties. And I wonder if it's a combination of my internet as well as Twitch's site. But for whatever reason, YouTube seems to be relatively stable. So what's going on in 3 now here? We have seen club to the queen, club return. So same defense. A Declarer ducking 2 rounds of clubs. Or the first round, winning the second. And now we'll see once again heart to the ace and a heart. And presumably North also isn't going to unblock the heart queen. It's a cute little defensive resource that Kit found. Actually, it's really interesting. You know what? now that I'm staring at this, I wasn't all that clear on what the difficulty was because I'm looking at the heart division. But if hearts are 3-3, declare can go down, right? Because the natural way to play the heart suit is low to the ace duck. And if South has like king 9 small of hearts, heart 2, ace 6, heart 8, small 9, South continues clubs, gets in with the king of hearts, and then cashes clubs. So on that layout, you actually need to play heart to the ace, heart to the jack. That's probably what Donati's been thinking about. I mean, obviously he knows a priori. Whoops, is that on the bingo card? Yeah, so a priori, heart to the... Oh, he goes wrong in hearts. He runs the 10 of hearts to the queen. Now a diamond comes through. Heart to the ace. Yeah, he's just going down. So this is going to be another big pickup for Argentina. This match is not close. We do have a priori on the bingo card. So like a priori in the heart suit, you want to go heart to the ace duck a heart, but you have to think about it from the perspective of the entire hand, which is, can I afford to make the percentage play in the hearts? How have we done on the rest of the bingo? Are we doing okay? Has there been an end play? There has been an end play. You know what? Look at that. We saw the end play on the very last board, 2 spades making 3, where West got end played in hearts. Boom. We got a bingo. I wish I had a sound effect to play when we get a bingo. But I sadly do not. But congratulations. With the bingo, that means I will be gifting out a sub to my Twitch channel, as well as a membership on YouTube. And Carolyn, super appreciated. Thank you so much for the 50 gift memberships from earlier. I actually don't know if we had enough people in chat that they all got given out, but I do appreciate the support. That's very generous. Thanks so much. So congrats on the bingo today, chat. I think we've been on like a 2-day losing streak. Not playing 2 aces to set a slam. Yeah, that was the Bridge 101 moment. So 10 big imps to Argentina. Whew. Board 31. I don't think we'll see the slam getting bid in this room, but it does happen to make. He must have gotten a weird explanation. I mean, I don't know. Wait, did bridge winners actually get broken? Is that what happened? That the thread exploded the site? Okay, Michael has given us the updated situation. I will read out your message in a sec. Yeah, Bridge Winners is just down for me. I can't use it. Actually, I'll read it out now because it's going to be like another 10 minutes before we finish play. So Michael says, Brad wrote, "Hello all. This is very confusing to me. With regard to calling the director, Morden says that was me trying to avoid giving an explanation. That is completely untrue and a reckless statement from someone I've always considered a friend." Good. Good. I mean, Brad definitely does need to stand up for himself and, clear this up, because I think a lot of people were starting to take Morden's side on it. In fact, the opposite was true. What transpired was I asked for an explanation from my screenmate, who was nothing but pleasant the whole set, and he was unsure. As protocols, and he was unsure as protocols are different in the USBF, ACBL, and WBF. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to ask Morden for the information, and most of all, I didn't want to put my friend in a situation where he felt compelled to give me info I wasn't entitled to. So I called for the director to explain the situation to me. Once the director told me that no communication was permitted across the screens, I thanked him and never brought it up again. As far as the committee hand goes, I believe the facts speak for themselves, and I will take the high road because there's a lot I could say about what the player in question said at the time, and in an earlier moment as well. Thank you, Brad. Signed, Brad. Yeah, I mean, on the actual hand, there is really no question. Morden is just salty and upset about it, which I understand. You can make an upset, salty post. I mean, no one, those appear on the internet all the time. No one's going to be mad if you're, like, upset in the moment and you complain about something. He could have done a better job, like, actually stating the facts clearly. But then when it comes to the actual situation, I mean, asking the director is perfectly fine. Michael says he's made a couple that he's later regretted. I mean, who hasn't? Who hasn't? Alright, 3 passes to a spade. North bids a no trump. We'll see 2 hearts from south, and then we'll see if North does something. Now, is 4 spades actually making north-south? I wasn't sure about this point. And I was glad I didn't have to analyze 4 spades, because that looks like a bit of a nightmare. So many possibilities. I mean, the defense getting a club ruff is probably too much for declare to handle, so 4 spades probably does go down, but it's not as if the defense has 4 natural tricks that they can take. Ilorian says 3 no makes an over trick. Is that true? So East on lead against 3 now. I mean, obviously East would lead a diamond. Yeah, Zimmerman did. I mean, sure, of course, whatever. Like, they can bid, they just bid 3 no on every hand. They're basically like Aachen and Welland. Diamond lead. Like, if you duck a club, I guess you could get into trouble. So, of course, if you go ace of clubs club, you're going to get rewarded here on this layout. But probably duck a club is the right plan. If you can score 4 clubs, a diamond, 3 spades, and a heart, that's 9. Baker Shearson opened 2 diamonds on board 27 with the south hand. Yeah, I mean, anything goes when playing with a sponsor, or when you are the sponsor. Unlucky to find a strain where you could only take 3 tricks. I guess that's true. Maybe every other denomination would have taken more tricks than 2 diamonds whacked. I assume Baker is the one who opened 2 diamonds, because I think it's honestly unforgivable to to open two diamonds if you're playing with a sponsor, even if it is in their convention system. I mean, I used to do that when I was playing with sponsors, and eventually I got told very clearly after a hand went south very quickly that that you're just gonna, I mean, you're gonna get fired, and you're also just gonna get bad results because your sponsor doesn't understand how to play their system. That they want to be the one to open the preamps on very light hands, but they have no idea how to handle very light preamps. So, you know, I mean, Olivia, again, very young, that she probably doesn't know how to handle sponsors very well and has a lack of experience doing this. But I assume that Baker is the one who opened two diamonds with the hand. What happened? How did North-South get to 5 spades? Didn't North pass? The auction started a spade and no trump. What the fuck, guys? How did this happen? Argentina was doing so well. Okay, because I don't want to analyze 4 spades and we have other hands to look at, I am going to take a look. So, on the Queen of Clubs lead, the best declare can do is down 1 by popping the club ace. I believe this. This makes a lot of sense. So 4 spades doesn't actually make North-South. Matt says if the U.S. women's team win, there will be a bunch of comments about the Swedish ladies switching allegiances from Sweden to the U.S. We've stolen them from their home country. How the fuck did North-South get to 5 spades? This is beyond unbelievable to me. What happened? North thought their 3-heart call was conventional. But why are we in... Oh, South also thought their 2-diamond call was conventional. I see what happened. Yeah, Michael's right. 2 diamonds... So South thought 2 diamonds showed hearts. North forgot. North thought it was showing diamonds. North decided to splinter in hearts in support of diamonds. And South figured that North had a good hand with hearts. So did the heart game. North decided to pull to 5 diamonds, which was obviously not what South thought happened. And then, of course, South ran from 5 diamonds, doubled to 5 hearts, and then North ran to 5 spades, which got cracked. So how bad is this going to be? Yes, unlucky is how I would describe this. There's just no way for North-South to do better. So what happened in the other room? Declare a cross to the ace of hearts, pulled a trump. Cashed a club, because East has to duck, otherwise Declare gets... No, East doesn't have to duck, right? East could win, put the jack of hearts through, get back in with the diamond ace, and put another heart through. Now, of course, in the other room, Declare was only in 2. So there was no reason for East to go after the 8-trick defense. But here East might actually think on the on heart to the ace, jack of clubs. Because when East ducked, it kind of cut the communication between the East-West hands, and then the defense got end played in hearts. Oslegard says, surprised North didn't realize his mistake when four hearts came around. Well, I think North did, but North probably was still under the illusion that South had diamonds. I mean, yeah, if you work out that your partner has spades and hearts as North, maybe you bid four spades at that point, which probably wouldn't have gotten doubled. But then again, South might have bid over four spades, so I suppose South worked out what was going on when they passed five diamonds. Yeah, South figured out that they were on different wavelengths when five diamonds came back around, but of course it was too late at that point. What did Declare do? Declare just ran the seven of hearts? And now East didn't give partner club rough? What is happening? I guess this is still good enough for the defense. Declare can pull a spade, try the jack of clubs, but then East will duck. And Declare is in some serious trouble. I suppose you can still get out for down however many by exiting. No, the nine of hearts isn't good enough. East would be able to win the jack of hearts, cash a club, and then play a red card. Yeah, Declare is in serious trouble. I think they're down 3 in 500. Matthew says, interestingly, Mandala said in a podcast he used to play a super complex system but switched to playing all natural and focusing more mental energy on card play, and he felt it worked much better. I think that's how almost every expert feels, is that like card play is actually really important. A lot of people will say bidding decisions are important, and of course they are, because most top players are going to be good at card play, but still, you know, if you can manage to take an extra trick in a game contract that your counterpart doesn't, that matters. Matters a lot more at match points, of course, but at teams it still does as well. So Italy pick it back up 12 on this last board, and it's a 20 imp match. We got 30 minutes. Okay, what were we going to look at? I pulled up a hand. I don't remember the hand, but let's see what's going on. Oh yeah, 6 diamonds, right? So we're going to pretend like we're defending, or like we're in 6 diamonds. And first I want to take a look at just a very passive lead. Take care, Babs. See you in a little bit. So forget for a second that 3 no trump is the contract, because I'll explain what's going on. But Michael wanted to see if 6 diamonds could be made on a compound squeeze. And I'm not all that familiar. I mean, I haven't studied compound squeezes in 15 years, so I'm less familiar with the positions for them. I think frequently when they do come up and occur at the table, you just stumble into them. So let's say the defense does something very dumb and passive, leading ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds, and then as declare, rather than taking the heart hook, we play ace of hearts, king of hearts, and for the sake of this hand, I would love to ruff a heart. The queen doesn't drop. How can I arrange this? Because I want to ruff a heart and then begin running diamonds. Let me go back a few tricks. So let's say East plays the ace of diamonds and switches to a heart. I know this isn't like very realistic. I just want to create the position. So king of hearts. We now play a heart, and we are ruffing in our hand. So South wins this trick. The queen of hearts is still in West's hand, and now we start running diamonds. So the idea with a compound squeeze is that we pitch a spade here. East can discard whatever. But now on the second to last diamond, West has to keep the queen of hearts, so they must abandon one of the black suits. And the hope is that, depending on which black suit West abandons, the position devolves into a double squeeze against the opponents. So if West abandons spades, then East will have the lone spade guard, and we can play the hand basically as a non-simultaneous double squeeze. And if West abandons clubs, then East will have the lone club guard, and we could hopefully play the hand at that point as, again, a double squeeze against West. I don't think this works in this layout, because with us not having a spade entry, so if the king of spades was in the south hand, it does look like this compound squeeze actually does work. So like, let's say, for example, West were to pitch I'll show you what West shouldn't do, and we can take a look from Gib, and Gib makes it very clear to us that, we're in 3-no trump because that's the contract that was given, but pretend we're in 6 diamonds. So a spade discard, while it doesn't look like it's fatal for us right now, will ultimately lead to this hand becoming a double squeeze, and we'll see why. Spade discard, North pitches a spade, East once again can innocently pitch a club, but now what we can do is we play the 9 of hearts. Is this true? I guess not. Now we can unblock the spades. And cross back to the club in hand. And now we lead the 9 of diamonds, and this is kind of your prototypical double squeeze scenario. West can't pitch the queen of hearts because the 5 of hearts holds, so West has to come down to a stiff club. We now discard the heart, and our 9 of spades is a threat, so East also has to come down to a singleton club. So the 6 of clubs takes the last trick. But going back a few tricks, this doesn't really function as well when West can pitch a club on this trick. Because here, we don't have a good discard from the north hand. If we try the same thing, pitching a spade, East once again pitches a club, and now we unblock the spades, crossing back to the club in hand, we lead the 9 of diamonds, but both West and East have the spades that they can retain. So West, in fact, has already abandoned clubs and can continue pitching kind of their idle card in the club suit. We pitch a heart, but East now gets to pitch the 10 of spades. East has retained, northeast, just like north-north and west-west and south-south. Nice naming convention, guys. East gets to retain the club guard, and West retains the guards in both major suits, so the squeeze fails. So even with this layout, and with the opponents kind of being very friendly on how they defended, there is no compound squeeze on this hand. If South had the king of spades, I think playing clubs at tricks 1 and when you get in with the ace of diamonds would break up the compound squeeze, though. Like if South happened to have the king of spades. The way compound squeezes work is that once one defender abandons one of those suits, you then cache the cards in that suit to extract all of their cards, and their opponent is now left with the sole guard, and then you effectively create a double squeeze position. But here West is able to kind of destroy all of our hopes and dreams by abandoning clubs early. because South doesn't have the entries in spades for the double squeeze. Anywho. So cool hand, compound squeeze doesn't work. We got about 20 minutes. I'm going to see if I can pull up bridge winners. Ah, I can. Okay, here we go. We're back. More drama. Wait. Brad Moss doesn't exist? Oh, found him. Brad Moss. Here we go. We can read... No one's responded. Oh, of course no one's responded. No one's been able to get on the website. But this is what Michael pasted in the chat earlier. Brad's comments. Hello all. This is very confusing to me. With regard to calling the director, Morden says that was me trying to avoid giving an explanation. And Morden does say this, and this is a direct attack, and this is just... I mean, again, I wasn't there at the table. It's like a he said scenario, but it feels demonstrably false. And honestly, I think a big thing for Morden's partner to do, who I don't know who his partner was, I guess we could look this up, but whoever Morden's partner was could come out, clear the air, and just be like, I apologize. Like, we didn't present the facts accurately, and yes, Brad is correct. There was no, like, you know, he wasn't, like, trying to avoid giving an explanation. I think that would be a big thing to do, and I don't think that that's going to happen, but I would have a lot of respect for the kid if he did that. Anyway, Brad says it's completely untrue and a reckless statement from someone I've always considered a friend. In fact, the opposite was true. What transpired was I asked for an explanation from my screenmate, who was nothing but unpleasant the whole set, and he was unsure. And this is kind of echoing Joe Gru's take on the scenario. So, you know, they have their story straight. As protocols are different in the USBF, ACBL, and WBF, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to ask Morden for the information, and most of all, I didn't want to put my friend in a situation where he felt compelled to give me info I wasn't entitled to. Yeah? So I called for the director to explain the situation to me. Once the director told me that no communication was permitted across the screens, I thanked him and never brought it up again. As far as the committee hand goes, I believe the facts speak for themselves, and I will take the high road, because there's a lot I could say about what the player in question said at the time, and in an earlier moment as well. So, not exactly taking the high road, but just laying the seeds of doubt. And, I mean, fair. You know, turnabout's fair play, right? Morden says, all the way at the top, I'm scrolling. It's a really long thread. He gives this sort of, like, explanation or this statement, which is now argued to be not true, about what Brad did, and then doesn't make any further comments about it or even explain what had happened. And Brad and Joe have offered the explanation for what happened, and it's not this. So, scrolling back all the way down. Oh my god, this is such a long thread. Also, my mouse cursor is broken. I killed it. Okay. Where was Brad's comment? It was toward the bottom of the thread, I think. Yeah, down here. So Brad is now alluding to something and not giving any other explanation on it, which is totally fair. He also said, this last thing I'd like to say is hopefully a more positive way for me to end this. The talented young player Morden referred to was not only a pleasure at the table, but I thought he played brilliantly. I'm sure he will be winning lots of events in the years to come. You know, Brad said that to me too, and look where I am. At some point I was a talented young player. Now I'm nothing. Hopefully, though. I mean, Brad can't miss every swing he takes. I'm sure one of the talented young players will actually succeed. We hope. Alright, but that's the thread. So we got 15 minutes until the next segment starts. Oh, scores. Yeah, let's take a look at scores. Good call. No one said this, but this is a good call. Switzerland, dominant performance over Poland so far, although the way the match is shaping up, it's going to get closer. It'll be 33-27 in the next set, then 33-47. Oh, no, 33-37. Yeah, Poland's probably a little bit too far behind. I mean, it's going to be 33-57 in the sixth segment. I see the pattern here, but Switzerland will still outpace them. And Argentina, Italy. Ooh, 101 imps scored. I mean, the bingo board is kind of irrelevant, but I'll keep bringing it up. So we do get less than 20 imps scored by one team in a segment, and greater than 100 imps scored by both teams in a segment. Nice. Well done. People almost played in a Cubit or Splinter. So few Grand Slams doubled and made. We've had a contract doubled and made today. I don't think I'm missing anything else on the card. In the women's. USA Sweden. Ooh. So Sweden making a comeback. They're now ahead by 9 in that match. I'm sure the 1100 or whatever in 2 diamonds contributed to that. China getting stomped back by 33. Wait, check out board 23 with Zimmerman. Did he play in a Cubit? I would be surprised if Zimmerman didn't play in a Cubit, at least won a set. We'll take a look in a second. USA against France. USA off to a good start. India against Sweden in the seniors. India crushing. Matt says Sweden against Sweden light in the women's. And finally in the mixed. Wow. What'd they do? Like duplicate the score? 37-57 in both matches in favor of the lower seeded team, I think. Oh no, Germany is the higher seed. But so Germany over China by 20. Italy over Poland, the strong Polish team from mixed, also by 20. Okay, what board was it? Board 23 with Zimmerman. Did he play in a Cubit? I mean, yes. I don't even need to look at the board. We will look, though. I mean, I guess Noah Zotsky is playing in a Cubit, so where's the hand? This one. We don't have the result. We don't have the hand at all. Let's check Lovebridge. Any minute now. I mean, the website is just broken. It has way too much traffic. Can't handle it. Open semifinal. Poland, Switzerland. 2 clubs doubled. Board 23. Found it. Yeah, so it went a club by West. Kind of a normal opening bid. 2 clubs by North. Showing 5-4 or better in the majors. Double. Penalty-oriented, or just cards, even though East doesn't really have a penalty-oriented hand. Only 3-2 in the majors. And Zimmerman decides to float his partner's 2-club doubled bid with King 5th and 3-card spade support. Pretty unusual, but I mean, he probably thought that that he was getting doubled in 2 spades, because East double tends to be penalty-oriented. And if that was the case, then maybe he can goad the opponents into running from 2 clubs doubled. It's not an unreasonable attempt. I guess if you want to say technically we played in a Cubit, but it's Is it a cubid? I don't know. I'm gonna need a ruling on this square. Playing a cubid or splinter, bottom right. Because it's not a Michael's cubid. It's like a two-suited bid. Maybe by definition, if you bid the opponent's suit. It's not really a splinter either. I mean, the two clubs wasn't a splinter, as promised. It was just a bid that showed both majors. Yeah, I think we're skipping it. Get your pitchforks ready if you want to go to war over this. Have I finished my soda? I have not. This is great. I have something to drink. Do we have any other exciting results from this set? There's a lot of imps flying around. 4 hearts and 6 hearts. Matt says their convention card says 1 major, 2 diamonds is 5-5 in the majors. Why show 5-4 with such bad hearts? Man, I don't know. At some point you stop questioning the opponent's conventions. They can play whatever they want. So what was their auction to get to 6 hearts on this one, now that we remember the deal? I will, let's actually... Is this going to be effective? Maybe. I will, let's take the little screenshot and I'll bring this up so that we can analyze the auction. Boom. Here's the hand. And let's try and get the auction up to 6 hearts. All right. East open to club. Looks reasonable. Spade by south. 2 diamonds by west showing hearts. 3 spades by north. We saw a very similar auction at the table that we were watching. 4 hearts by east. Pass, key card. Pass, 5 hearts. 2 no queen. And west also takes it into 6 hearts. Like, Craig brought up the point that he thinks it's percentage to get to the slam opposite all the hands that East can hold, and I think it's anti-percentage, but it's probably not by a large margin. Like, I feel as if we're talking in the 40 to 60% EV range for slams, which tends to be break-even. But this is, I think, my main argument as to why Imps is not a particularly skill-based game, is hands like this. Like, a 50-50 slam that is bid in one room and not bid in the other has a 22 imp swing. That's if you're not vulnerable. It's 24 if you're vulnerable. Or 26, I guess, if you're vulnerable. So, you know, like, that's almost the margin of a lot of the matches that we've seen on just one board, which erases a lot of the other hard work. I mean, there's no perfect form of scoring, but this is certainly one of the biggest downsides to playing Imps if you want to treat it as a skill-based game. Of course, a lot of people like Imps for this reason, because there are bigger numbers that get swung around. No one really wants to play these games that are like +1, 0, and plus a half, or like +1, -1, and 0, or whatever. That's not a large enough amount of points being scored. But anyway, yeah, Matt says that he remembers Joel Wooldridge saying in an interview after the Bermuda Bowl bronze medal that slam hands are the most important part of these tight matches. You have to be very aggressive in bidding them. Yeah, it's... But so, like, there's kind of the opposite effect. Like, in the USA match, I don't remember if it was against Switzerland or in their first round match, where they were playing Denmark, it was. Fleischer and Martel bid aggressively to a lot of slams, and I think a lot of them were very similar to this one, which are like on a finesse for the most part. And they happened to go down a lot in their slams. So they, I think, were 1 out of 4 for getting the slam decisions right, or getting to the 50-50 slams that made. And so they were behind, 20 or 30 imps on the slam ones. Mark says, don't you want to bid the ones that make? I mean, yeah, I would love to bid the ones that make and not bid the ones that go down. That would be great. Please tell me the system to do that. That doesn't involve cheating. Ship says BAM is the best format. I mean, if you ask any real bridge player what they think the most skillful format is, it's BAM, of course. Ilarian says that someone on Barrington or Gavin's stream referenced that an analysis of the blue team showed that they would have done better if they never bid a slam. Yeah, could be. Anyway, there's the hand. So kind of similar auction to what happened in our room at the other table. When a club, a spade overcall, 2 diamonds showing hearts, same bid. At this table, East didn't bid 4 hearts, which I think a little bit of a misstep, but probably not a large one. West balances with double, East shows the heart raise, and then West was not enthused about bidding onto slam. Didn't Mexstroth say that border match is not real bridge? I mean, yeah, Mexstroth is a fish. I mean, I don't know why anyone would ever listen to him. His ideas are just outdated. I don't know. That would surprise me. I'm not sure. Obviously, most of his wins come from teams, and the system that he plays is very team-oriented. Right? He likes to be aggressive and bid to games, and he doesn't care if he gets doubled every once in a while, because he'll hopefully take more tricks than everyone else and make the games. But border match is definitely the form of scoring that, let's say, 99% of real experts will say is the most skillful form of the game. Coming from an unbiased person who has 3 second places with an asterisk in national border matches. Ilorian says, likes imps because you're rewarded for aggressive bidding more than aggressive playing. Well, I mean, liking imps and thinking that it's not all that skillful are completely different, right? It's totally fine to enjoy playing imps and be like, I would much prefer to play imps. And I think that's one of the main reasons why imps are more preferred by most players, because they enjoy the format more. Like, a team match is much more enjoyable than like playing in a pairs event where you have to like get up and move all the time and play different opponents and you don't really get settled. So I am on board with people being like, I enjoy imps more. Personally, I enjoy match points or border match more, but that's just because I'm a much stronger player in those formats. But when it comes to which part of the game is more skillful, it's very clear that match points and or more so border match is more skillful, because every decision matters. Like, every decision is equally important and all the decisions are like relevant. At imps, if you do very well and hold a part score to making exactly the right number of tricks, that board doesn't matter. You win 1 imp, but then if on a later board you decide to go low on a game contract and your opponents bid the game, or, on these slam contracts that are 50-50, like on a finesse or not, you go low, the other table bids it, then they win the match, because that's a 22 or 26 imp swing right there. So yeah, in terms of like skill based, I think it's without question that it's board match. But what do people like more? Sure. I mean, imps are fun. You know, that's the feeling of a lot of people. I don't like hate imps. I just spent a lot of my time learning and studying match points, and I was definitely a much better match point player because I do some out there things that that can easily cost 13 imps at imps, but would just cost a single board at match points. Yeah, Schmeeble basically says that imps are a little bit less punishing in that if you are hyper aggressive on a lot of hands, you just get to bid and bid and bid and bid, and like you'll slowly bleed out to a better team because they're going to double you and defend better, but at least it doesn't feel like you're completely outmatched and you still get to play the game. Johan says, picking between the integrity of the Danes and the Americans, hands down the Danes. Maybe overall. In this case, I mean, you know, we would need to really have clarity on the facts, but it does seem like Morden has kind of overstepped his bounds. That is my viewpoint based on the information we have so far. All right. Goodbye Twitch chat, goodbye YouTube chat. I'm gonna head over into the match and Craig will join me in just a second. Let's check out this table. Oh, let's not check out this table. Yes, error, could not join table. Perfect. Welcome back, everyone, as we get settled for the third segment of play, Switzerland against Poland. Switzerland holding on to a 42 imp lead in the match, although remember, this is just day 1 of 2. Craig Ganser will be joining me in just a minute. There he is.
Yep, so we've got 2 Polish pairs playing each other, obviously East and Western now expatriates playing for Switzerland.
Yes, and 2 Diamonds is a multi-opening bid. I think all of the other matches that we've done commentary for so far today, 2 Diamonds has been like 18 to 19 or natural for these pairs.
Yep, so 4 Diamonds says, bid your... A little surprised West didn't try card showing double here. Like, you know, obviously, if it happens to be hearts, that's great, but he knows it isn't. When 4 Spades comes around, he's got an awkward decision to make.
Yeah, now the auction, of course, is not over. East has an opportunity to get involved here with the singleton spade and might do so, but of course South could have a wide range of hands, some of which include a very strong array of values.
Yeah, so he does double. I mean, I think that's the argument for West doubling, given it's extremely unlikely that he's going to be defending 4 Diamonds, you know, doubled or redoubled, and he does have pretty good defense against it. If 4 Spades came back to West and he had to double, it's a much more awkward position.
Yes, and after the double, West has, of course, a decision to make. With Ace-King, probably expects this is going down and can just pass and collect his plus. He knows his partner doesn't have as many as, I guess, 13 high card points, otherwise he might have doubled 2 Diamonds to start with. So bidding out at the 5 level might be a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, he's got a lot to think about here. And obviously, if any of his aces and kings aren't cashing, combined with the fact that East hand is limited, this could be a pretty awkward defense. And in fact, we can see the ace of hearts in his partner's hand doesn't cash, our second diamond doesn't cash. You know, this is kind of dicey. Declare can make 4 Spades if he guesses the jack of clubs.
Right, and on the flip side, Declare appears to be well poised to make 6 of either red suit if he picks up the hearts.
Right, which he would. He'll start with the hearts of the ace, and now he has no possible misguess.
Yeah, I guess in fact 7 of either red suit is coming home, um,
Right,
with the
five
diamonds
hearts, six
running to pitch
diamonds,
the
and two
clubs.
aces. Yeah.
So yeah, Klukowski, big decision. I mean, if he does decide to sell out to 4 spades doubled, then this could be a huge win for Poland. And even if not, they might have a bit of a challenge getting to their slam or possibly even grand slam, if even if he does bid here.
I mean, if you bid, what do you bid?
Good question. Probably 5 hearts would be the most straightforward down the middle decision.
I mean, I guess, but yeah. I mean, obviously we can see that everything is fine, but King Jack 9 3 deuce, knowing that his right hand opponent was willing to play 4 hearts as well as 4 spades. Yeah, he tries 4 no right. Like the 4 diamond bid was willing to play either major, so he does have a pretty good indication that hearts are not going to be super. Like obviously they are super friendly for his side, but South could be 5-5 in the majors. He just has no idea.
Yeah, and for no trump, I was going to say I think Klukowski is going to pull 5 diamonds to 5 hearts.
Yeah.
This is going to show a slam try in hearts, and Kalita decides to let it go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably reasonable, but I'm sure he's going to be very anxiously awaiting dummy here. And he can be almost certain that there's a 4-card heart suit on his right. Otherwise, his 4 diamond bid would be pretty frisky, even non-vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm not sure the hesitation by Novak. I mean, it doesn't look like one of these hands where he wants to be saving in 5 spades. He doesn't know if the opponents have missed a slam, so he does let it go.
Yeah, I think he just give that Queen 10-7 of hearts another look before you decide that probably doubling is a little silly.
Queen of spades lead, and this should be relatively quick. Declare can win the ace, ruff a spade, and then go ace of hearts, and when he gets the news in the heart suit, I imagine he'll use the ace of clubs to cross back to pull all the trumps.
Well, he can use a spade ruff as an entry to do that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, heart to the ace first, and then heart back, and then a spade ruff, and
he's still got a heart to take the last finesse.
So all 13 tricks. Looks like a good start for the polls here, but I guess the other table might be put in the same position, and if 4 spades doubled happens to be the final contract north-south over there, Switzerland actually picks up imps on this board. But a potential swing.
Yeah, East West had to do a little bit of fancy footwork to get there, but they got probably the best result available in context. Getting to slam, I think, is just impossible. Especially after that 4 diamond bid telling you that the trumps are bad for you.
Okay, on to the next board. Kalita going to pass in first seat, and Novak has a flat 17.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure how this pair handles this. I think they're a 2+ club, as most of the Polish pairs here are, but not Polish club.
Yeah, that's correct. So Novak could open a no trump. His range in this color is 15 to 17.
So if he does that, if you're West, probably you show your 1-suited major hand, as ugly as it is.
Yeah, I guess the question is, does West feel comfortable bidding 3 spades?
3 spades? I wouldn't personally. We can always bid out over something. Our goal is really just to get into the auction. Like 3 spades is, 3 spades over 1 club. I like 3 spades over 1 no trump. Seems a little bit like committing yourself to knowing what's going on before you really have any idea.
Yeah, the vulnerability I think plays a big factor. West 7-2-2-2 is kind of the worst distribution that you could have for the 7-card suit.
Yeah, and you might be in a position where you bid three spades and the opponents are kind of end played into bidding three no trump, and now they can just hold up in spades once, and if they can just deflect the lead into your partner's hand, they might make a three no trump that otherwise they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, so this double by South confirms a strong club opener type of hand um, in their system and is take out of spades. North is able to bid four hearts.
Yeah, North was just a little bit too light for a negative double in the previous round, although he is thrilled to death to hear his partner reopen and show a good hand when he has 9 points like this.
Yeah,
Like
and
nine pretty
now,
good points.
yeah, Declare is going to go down in this contract. He'll probably get
Right.
a count on the hand and find out West is 7-2-2-2, and therefore it's a lot more likely that East should be played for the Diamond Queen.
I am not at all convinced of this.
Okay.
So how about Ace of Clubs, three rounds of trumps, and King of Clubs club?
And then they just give you a rough sluff.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you still have to guess the diamond. Yeah, we'll know a lot about the hand then, but I guess not enough.
Yeah, it looks kind of natural to try and strip and end play the opponents, and maybe they do guess the diamonds for you. So it's not a guarantee that Declare will go down. And he also may get some sort of read depending on how the defense, play their cards or discard on the third round of trumps. But I think it does seem natural to play the hand with longer diamonds for the queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he'll find out that East has some points. He'll know about the Queen of Clubs probably. He'll know about the Ace of Spades, but there's still plenty of room in East's hands to have the Queen of Diamonds not have opened.
Yeah, for sure.
So meanwhile, let's see. We don't have a result on that first board. Not surprising. It's taking some time. It's a high stakes decision for both sides.
Al Hollander gave us some insight into the auction in the other room. So East West are in the Heart Slam over there.
Wow.
And that means it is going to be 11 imps going the way of Poland on the first board, assuming they make all 13 tricks.
I see. Wow. So a little aggressive. So three spade opening by North. I assume that's Brink and Driver.
Yes.
So East made a somewhat aggressive takeout double. Obviously, he wants to get his hearts into the picture and might never be able to if he passes. But now West, basically had a slam force. So it worked out really quite well for East West in the other room. The North made the more aggressive preempt, and East was unfazed and made an aggressive takeout double. Yeah, Kid points out East could be leading low from Queen Jack of Clubs here, given that he knows his partner is short. Playing low here obviously would win a trick immediately, which he does need, and the cost of being wrong is pretty minimal. There's no way East let a singleton club. I guess West could have a singleton club on or a crossover, get a club rough, but that's probably not consistent with the five of clubs lead in their methods.
Well,
Actually, it is.
Yeah, the five
East
of
could have
clubs is
Queen
fourth
8-6,
best.
5-4-3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I don't know. Like ducking seems a little deep to me for both reasons.
Well, I mean, a bigger point is why would East lead from low from Queen Jack fifth or sixth of clubs if they could just lead their partner spade suit? So Declare
there's
this by
that.
ace, and
Yeah, it seems normal. Yeah, Kid also pointing out, as you did, that the rough and discard is unhelpful with the hands being mirror distribution.
right, yeah. Otherwise, that would be a very attractive line of play. I mean, if North South were 5-5 in hearts and 3-3 in diamonds, then we could just claim a trick one.
Right.
We pull the trumps, king of clubs, exit a black suit, and the opponents have to give us something. But this is a position where you want to be familiar with this type of defense, counting out Declare's shape, making sure to follow your partner's signals so that you know that a rough and discard doesn't give Declare an extra trick. And the defense should get this one right.
So yeah, I wonder if Declare is going to try to maybe induce an error, but I was going to East wins. If East plays another club here, without catching the spade, and West had both the ace king of spades. Obviously, he would like hop up, but maybe there's some position where you can like get a defensive error that. Well, I guess again, then West can always just give you a rough left. Never mind. Like, there's no way you can induce them to like do something helpful enough to go plus.
Yeah, I mean, what so as Craig is talking, there is something that could go wrong defensively. East could win the ace of spades. Yeah, he doesn't. But if he had won the ace of spades and then played another club, then Declare could strip the clubs
Right, yeah.
and exit a spade. But it's just Kalita's a little bit too good, too on the ball to make that play.
Yeah, but then West can still give the same rough stuff, right? Or East could in clubs.
No, because you still have a club loser that you can pitch.
Oh, right. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just wasn't quite following the plot, but I knew there was something along those lines.
Yeah, so we do see the 11 imps coming through on the first board of the set, which is much needed for Poland to start their comeback against the very strong Switzerland team that they're up against.
And Switzerland, after a bit of a slow start in the round robin, they finished like somewhere in the middle of the pack. Has really been dominating the knockout stages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were like neck and neck with USA before pulling out. I think the previous round they did very well. Anyway, East now, once again has to like look around and find any kind of a chance for the defense. I don't know what he's going to conclude.
Klukowski kind of sees what's happening. He knows the count on the heart suit.
Whoa.
What?
He's in the other room. East West found a save on this board.
Four spades doubled. So, I mean, it could be a phantom. I guess we're about to find out because it looks like Declare is going to exit the spade queen, which seems to be important to do just in case West happened to have the ace of spades there. Queen of clubs gets cashed, and now Klukowski really needs to convince his partner to give the rough sluff in clubs. This might be an easier defense to find if Kalita had the jack of diamonds, like jack third. Mm-hmm. Then you kind of know that if you exit a diamond, it
picks up the suit.
Yeah, it sets up the suit and blows two tricks, kind of. Whereas the rough sluff would still protect your side's diamond trick in that case. But I think Kalita will work this out. If his partner has the diamond king, which would be, why a diamond switch would be helpful, then he can still afford to give the rough sluff. Declare's not pitching enough diamonds to avoid the diamond finesse later anyway.
Now, do you think that Declare will, be able to infer anything useful from the fact that the play was kind of fairly quick to this point, and now Kalita's giving it some thought? Like, do you think this gives him any indication of what might be going on?
That is personally, a really good point.
But...
if I think the answer is no.
I think so too, but like you do wonder if Kalita maybe, could have thought more on the last one, kind of knowing this position was going to arise, so he'd be readier here.
Yeah, like he could do that, although one of the things about the rough sluff being the right defense is that it always feels very unnatural for a defender to give a rough sluff. So frequently they will want to like double and triple check what's going on and their count is correct. I think it would be a lot more challenging if Kalita was sitting here and dummy only had 3 diamonds, and for whatever reason the rough sluff was still the right defense, because then you could imagine that Kalita with like queen third might switch to queen, kind of feigning that he has like queen jack third to give Declare a guess.
Yeah, that would be a common expert play. We saw one yesterday in the previous games of round robin where I think it was one of the polls when someone else had like queen jack third in that kind of position and played the jack, and Declare immediately was not fooled.
Yes.
Like everyone kind of knows those positions when you have to break something. Like probably in theory, it's random which honor you play, but like everyone plays the jack. Yeah. Like, look, we saw a world-class player do it. Like, everyone knows that you should vary your strategy, but I suspect people probably don't as much as they, as much as a true random number generator would. Anyway, he does correctly deduce the rough sluff position. So
Yeah, so he plays a club, Declare ruffs, and now Declare is in this position where he knows diamonds are 3-2, with Kalita having three of them, most likely
so
on the auction.
are you surprised by Declare's play? Because I would have thought the Declare might try pitch a diamond from dummy, rough in his hand, and lead the Jack of Diamonds to, give one last shot for the defense to help him out.
Yeah, I don't think that the defense is ever covering that. All right, diamond to the
No,
king.
but you're planning to play it that way anyway.
Jack of diamonds, taking the hook.
Yes.
There we go, one down. So Phantom save in the other room, and Switzerland picks back up those 12 imps, 11 and then some that they had lost on that first board. So maintaining their 40 plus imp margin over Poland.
Yeah, trading double-digit swings back to back here. All right, so we'll have a hard opening by West, and that'll get East pretty excited, whether or not East sticks in North sticks in his light one spade overcall. I think we saw Brink or possibly Driver. I think it was Brink. Make some extraordinarily light one spade overcall on kind of a similar shape just to get in there.
He loves to bid.
That kind of guy.
Yeah.
Bidding is fun. I didn't fly all the way to Argentina to pass.
No. So pass a heart by Klukovsky, and I think regardless of whether or not North comes in with spades, despite the vulnerability, South is not too thrilled to be 4-3-3. So East West are just gonna kind of quietly land themselves in a heart contract of some level.
Yeah, I think he's right. He's gonna be 2-0, showing 4+ limit raise plus, and that'll basically just shut North South out for the rest of the auction. Maybe South sticks in a 3-spade over raise to be annoying, but 4-3-3, it's not super appealing.
No, and so here with South having passed, East West, it looks like, are going to get a free reign at this point. So Klukovsky loves his hand. The Singleton spade is great. He has a bunch of controls. The fact that he has weak hearts is a little bit mitigated by the fact that his partner often has 4 of them for this 2-no trump bid.
And the stiff spade combined with no raise on his right is really good because he has weak trumps. I think he can already envision the possibility of a dummy reversal.
Yeah, it could be as well. And
if partner has like 3 or 4 weak spades, this hand is kind of going to play itself.
Yeah, now Kalita, I think, has one of the final decisions. If Kalita makes an aggressive move here, they will get to the slam, and slam is just absolutely stone cold. Whereas, and he just bids 4-0. So
yeah, I mean, Kalita might have made an aggressive move on the previous round, right? West Q bid, obviously showing that he was accepting limit raise and possibly even showing extras beyond that. And if they're playing non-serious, 4 clubs showed extras already.
Yeah, so they do well to get to the 6-heart slam, which...
Yeah, no trouble. They just bid it super quickly.
Burris on lead, might ask a couple of questions. Other table also gets to the slam.
Yeah, nicely done all around. So, I don't know, maybe you lead the ace of spades and, somehow hope that the defense says, or, the declaring side has failed to diagnose a spade control. That seems unlikely. I think, a club, which would probably be the 9 in their method. No, it would be the 6 in their methods. Seems pretty attractive to me.
Yeah, for the club lead to work, you kind of just need your partner to have the king, and then you get in with the spade ace and cash a club later. The spade opening lead, could work if your partner has a singleton. That seems unlikely on an auction like this. The opponents might have been a little bit more worried about the spade suit if that was the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you catch king, queen of spades on your left. You lead a club. Declare's plan was to lead a spade toward those to get some pitches, but that doesn't work anymore. If partner had this, hope for king of clubs. He's going the simple route of finding either an accident or a stiff spade. Also seems pretty reasonable.
All right. Ace of spades lead, and Declare, I think, is going to have no trouble. Hearts 3-1. You can just pull 3 rounds of trumps and then pitch dummies club loser on the third diamond.
Yeah, Wes, we're told, has already faced his hand. I mean, if he had a Trump loser, then he had a Trump loser, and if he didn't, then he had a claim. So either way, he's safe doing
Yes.
that.
Okay, we
Yeah,
get our
there's
first
already
push of the
Trumps.
segment.
Yeah, so we'll see if North opens a somewhat sketchy week 2 bid. Good suit, but vulnerable, otherwise unsuitable hand. I think he will, but the textbooks would say that this is not a week 2 bid second seat vulnerable.
So they only have play one range of multi.
Yeah, he does it, which seems pretty normal.
2 diamonds, double by East, probably 13 to 15, somewhere in that range in terms of values.
Yep, South will bid 2 hearts, pass or correct, knowing already which one it's going to be.
Maybe.
And I think that'll probably, I think so, right? Like, if your partner opened a natural 2 hearts, I mean, maybe he redoubles to try to defend. I guess that's possible, but, actually, yeah, he just does bid 2 hearts. If the opponents get to diamonds, are you in such a hurry to double that? So this will probably just end the auction.
Yeah, West knows his side doesn't have a game in terms of values, so the only real thought is, are we interested in going after the opponents in a heart contract? And I don't know. Klukowski invents some pretty unusual actions on some of these hands.
So East double, it's usually 13-15, but it could be a very strong hand. So, like, if it's East-West hand for a game, the auction will not end here. East will do something again, and now Klukowski can come to life.
Yeah, so he passes. Kalita has no reason to continue competing. He doesn't have spades.
Same completely average hand he started with, and maybe a little worse now because the hearts are wasted. I'm just going to go shut my door.
Yeah, go for it. So Declare has a little bit of difficulty in pulling trumps. Doesn't have a ton of entries to the north hand. It looks a little bit more attractive to maybe try and score some roughs with small hearts and cash some of the side suit winners like the ace king of spades, the king of clubs, and hope that the trumps work themselves out later. Klukowski has to make an opening lead, probably from one of his jack thirds.
Yeah, I kept pointing out it's tough to draw trumps since you can't really get to the north hand conveniently. But, as you say, you can just start by trying to rough as many things as possible and hope that the jack 10 of hearts provide a trick at some point. Combined with South winners, you're going to get pretty close to 8.
Yeah, if we get to, say, rough a diamond and rough a club in the north hand, which I don't know if that's actually going to happen, it'll depend on how the defense goes, then we're up to a club, 2 spades, 2 roughs, that's 5 tricks. The ace jack 10 of hearts frequently provides 2 tricks if the opponents have to play them for us. That's 7. We're getting awfully close to making 8.
Yeah, and even if we don't, I think given the horrible misfit, if we got out of this hand for minus 100, we're probably okay with it.
Yeah. So 7
it's true,
spades
Declare
lead.
can,
Second
Declare
best.
Declare can play the 10 or 9 to lead a club immediately, which is a pretty good start.
And he should know that the 10 of spades holds because of the lead agreements. I mean, this could be a singleton, but the singleton lead might have happened a little bit quicker.
Right. Anytime West, since this is the highest missing spot, anytime West has more than 1, it includes the jack.
Yeah, so we'll see if Declare adopts the plan of trying to draw trumps, ace of hearts, low heart, which is kind of effective here, but you don't have a great way back to the north hand to pull a third round. Or if he adopts the plan of let's lead a club to the king right now, duck a club, and see how many roughs we can score.
I think with these having effectively shown the ace of clubs, I mean, sure, like West has to have some values, but East is a pretty heavy favorite to have any given high card. Leading a club seems attractive to me.
Yeah, and of course the plan of ace of hearts, low heart only looks good because it's king, queen, third. Much more often it's going to be king third or queen third, and ace and a heart just kind of blows up the suit. But Novak has done well, at least to start out the
Yeah.
deal. 2 rounds of hearts.
Yeah, so Kalita, I, I don't even know what you do. Maybe try a diamond. I don't know. Club partner could have the king. Spade partner could have something there that he led away from. The south hand being concealed does make this defense very challenging.
Right. I mean, dummies, diamonds, and clubs are almost equivalent. 10-1 versus 9-1.
Yeah, no, the only thing to break the tie is your own holding, not declares.
And Klukowski's signals, of course, in the heart
Sure.
suit.
Yeah, he did play high low, suggesting that he likes diamonds better. But he didn't
So,
play highest low to suggest a spade.
what is Kalita going to do? If he does play back a spade, okay, he does switch to diamonds.
Yeah, never terrible to do what partner tells you.
Nope. Diamond goes around to the queen, and the 4 of diamonds should indicate that East has a high diamond, so I think West will cash the ace here.
Yeah, I think again they are fourth bet, second and fourth throughout. Trick one mid hand. Anytime they have the chance to do anything.
Yeah, so the 4 of diamonds notably just being an attitude card. If East had, say, Jack fourth or 9 fourth or something, East would have switched to the second highest.
Yeah, so now West has to decide. I think West, he basically knows what's going on in Trumps at this point because Declare didn't play Ace King in another. So I think he's trying to figure out if there's any possible way that he can promote a Trump trick for himself. I don't think there really is, but like if the event has an extra non-high card winner, maybe somehow you get the 9-8 of hearts going in some way. Like, if he can give his partner a spade ruff, maybe. Well, I guess that wouldn't really help. Never mind. I guess he would give his partner a spade ruff when Declare incorrectly plays the Jack or 10 and promotes a trick.
Yeah, now the actual layout of the hand, so he forces dummy.
Yep.
Declare can now call for the Jack of Hearts, and just on the off chance that hearts are 5-2. So East will be in. East can force dummy with another diamond, but then Declare can pull the last trumps and run the spade suit. So,
well, he'll lead a club up because now that he's seen the ace queen of diamonds, he 100% knows where the ace of clubs is. Right, the diamond they force him with is the last one, so I think leading a club there is completely free. Well, I guess he could just pitch it on the spade anyway. None of it matters.
Yeah, that's the point. That now the
spades
are so just good.
Right, so he actually needs to cash the ace of clubs here if he's going to get it.
Yeah. I guess, kind of not true if he just plays back a spade. There's no entry to pull the last trump. So he gets the ace of clubs eventually. But, yeah, Declare's done pretty well in this hand. He could have been a little bit more conservative in the play, not going after this very fortunate layout of the heart suit and tried to get out for down 1 against maybe more likely layouts of the East-West cards. But playing to make it works out beautifully here.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll win 6 imps since they got to 3 spades and a 5-3, which most of the time would be a better proposition. But here with Declare reading the hearts correctly is going to pick up some imps. So Poland will cut the deficit to 37. Cut. So, yeah, so...
Okay. 5 imps.
Yeah, so 110 is, 210 is 5. I was thinking that he was making the overtrick, but of course he wasn't. Alrighty, so we'll see if Kalita has a bid for this hand. We've seen some of the pairs playing major-minded two-suiters. I don't know if this is one of them.
For Kalita and Klukowski, you mean?
Are they open 2 hearts to show hearts in a minor?
They could. but East decides not to with this hand.
So West opens his Polish club. North, having passed, has a kind of a maximum overcall.
Yeah,
Double
it's not the
probably
greatest five
transfer
three three
hearts.
two, but
What can you do?
double by East over Diamond, I assume shows like 8 or more high card points.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it was that or a transfer, just a general values double or a transfer.
The South does bid onto 2 diamonds, so West passes this back around to East to see what he wants to do.
Yeah, East West certainly have a playable heart spot. Kid is making the claim that 4 hearts looks like a make, and I'm not convinced of that with the 10 of clubs offside.
Yeah, there are just 4 quick defensive tricks on this hand. A spade, 2 clubs, and a diamond.
Yeah, some of them quicker than others, but I don't think there's any way to stop them from scoring. Yeah, and Kid has just realized that that there's a problem there. Okay, so very comfortable 2 heart partial, 5 hearts, ace of clubs, and 2 spades right off the top, and with clubs 3-3, probably have the time to play clubs and set up that 4th round.
Yeah, and the club suit itself is kind of interesting for students of the game who want to work on their suit combinations. How do you play this club suit for 2 tricks? I imagine we'll see Kalita show us, because I don't want to ruin the fun. In case you want to work it out for yourself during the play, so don't spoil the answer, Craig. But
well, putting that aside, I'm a little surprised by this trick 2 play.
The King of Spades?
Yeah, just given that the West hand is more entry heavy than the East one, I'm a little surprised that he didn't want to preserve the King of Spades.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Although I think ultimately at the end of the day, the plan in the club suit will be revealed in just a second. Pull the next trump.
It just feels like, like if you're committing yourself to using diamond roughs as the only way back to the East hand, that seems less ideal than having the high spade in there when, getting to West hand is both not a problem and, possibly not as necessary.
Right. So club to the 7, jack. This is the right way to play the club suit. You pick up a lot of doubletons in the south hand, as well as all of the 3-3 splits. And of course, the off chance that the king, queen of clubs are both in south. So club to the ace, the clubs break. And that'll be 9 tricks for declare. Well done.
Yep. And so we'll see whether it swings any imps if East-West of the other table get overboard to a heart game. I don't think there's really any other place to play the hand for either side.
No. All right, Kalita has 13. Gets to open the Polish club with this one.
In fact, notice 3 players at the table have 13 counts.
I can figure out which one doesn't. I found the culprit. It is West with the single jack.
Yeah, so North-South have 26 high since you have 13. I don't know whether they're going to get anywhere. Like, they'll certainly bid at some point. Are they going to bid 3-0 on their 26 highs? And if they do they make it? I think the answer to both questions is no. But we'll see.
Yeah, so the Polish club, often going to just be a weak no trump. South makes a takeout double of clubs. And Boris is going to start with a game-forcing 2 club bid.
Yeah, so I think now they'll get to 3-0, probably just for lack of anything better to do.
Yeah, so I imagine
2-0 by South, 3 hearts by North. Well, I guess, actually if South bids 2-0, North will just raise since South is really denying. Well, I guess he could have bid 2 spades, but.
Right, South had this option to bid 2 spades on the 10-4th, but decides with king, queen, third in the club suit and 4-3-3 to just reach for the no trump game. and he's gonna kind of be right about it because they don't have a major suit fid, and the north hand would be getting tapped in a heart contract, but there's not a ton of tricks and no trump available. The queen of hearts is offside, the diamonds don't come in, at least not in the natural way.
Yeah, we'll see if North shows his four-card heart suit along the way to 3 no trump or just raises. And West does have to find a lead if he, I think one club being so nebulous, if he just decides to lead his best suit, which is a diamond, that'll concede a trick immediately.
Yeah, Burris is thinking. I guess he's considering the possibility of playing in a 4-3 heart fit, even though he knows that he's the one getting shortened.
Yeah, and maybe not a 4-3 since that did conceal a four-card major. He actually had kind of a tough decision on the previous round where you kind of have to game force because everything else is bad. But you know that your partner has a minimum takeout double. You don't really have a game force.
Okay, there's the diamond lead, and now whichever way Declare decides to play the trick one, the 8 of diamonds or 10 of diamonds would both hold.
Yeah, and the 10 of diamonds is the advantage that you can lead a club at trick 2 from the hand you want to lead from. Against that, it'd be pretty annoying if he's had Jack Doubleton of clubs. Although, actually, no. The deuce almost certainly is going to guarantee the Jack because I don't think West would lead from shortness. East, I guess that would give East 4, which he could have. But the deuce would normally show that he has an honor. So the Jack being the only one missing maybe makes the 10 percentage.
Well, Declare does quickly pick up the diamonds, and on this auction, he knows the ace of clubs is on side, taking those finesses. He probably knows the location of every honor. At match points, it might even be possible to strip squeeze East on this hand and score the king jack of hearts at the end for an over trick, but Declare is going to be relatively happy to just be taking 9 tricks, 4 diamonds, 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and a spade.
Yeah, Klukowski did lead that diamond pretty quickly. I think everything is unappealing. Like, maybe just let the 9 of diamonds sway you into going that route. Obviously, here, not especially successful.
Yeah, so the king of spades comes back to the ace and dummy. Declare can cross in clubs to test the club split.
Yeah, when he decides to just cash his 8th and 9th tricks, he'll be rewarded with his 10th and 11th.
Right, yeah, so Colito was already squeezed and decided that his best chance to beat the contract was to bear the heart queen, which was unsuccessful in terms of over tricks.
Yeah, Klukowski couldn't really do much to affect the defense after the opening lead.
No. 460.
Yeah, nice result.
Yeah. All right, 6-5 from South.
And North.
Yeah, this is a nice hand, though. South gets to go first. Could open 2 spades, showing spades in a minor. Could open 3 spades. Or, of course, could pass.
Yeah, I like 2 spades. You have a bid that shows at least 5 spades, at least 5 in a minor. They deal you 5 spades and 5 in a minor, you make the bid.
Yeah, I do think at these colors it would be 5-5. On their card, it's written as 5-4.
Yeah, always 5 spades, presumably.
Yes. So there it is, 2 spades. Now, Klukowski just doesn't have quite enough to come in. This passes around to Kalita, and he's going to have to balance with something. He tries 2 no trump with the 18.
Yeah, so West will probably investigate hearts and place it in 3 no trump.
Yeah, that seems like the most likely plan, although I wouldn't be surprised, given what we've seen from this partnership in the past, that West might just bypass the heart suit and bid 3-no directly with king 10-9 of spades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like on a hand like this, you don't care a ton about the opponents. Finding out one extra thing about the distribution, like there might just not be much they can do to affect the play, given that their hands are kind of so restricted in what they can hold. So, like the usual reason to avoid Stamen doesn't exist here, but he may just decide that 3-0 is so much more likely and hearts could break badly. So how are they gonna do? I mean, they've got 10 tricks. Am I counting that correctly? 9, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so 9 top tricks plus plenty of chances for a 10th.
And I mean, they'll definitely get a 10th at trick 1 because South is going to lead from one of his queen jack
Right.
combinations, and that's going to blow
Yeah,
a
good
trick
point.
immediately. The question is just
Yeah,
high spade, low spade. He goes high.
yeah, yeah. I like this lead. You know, maybe I guess a low one might work out on some combinations, but if partner has stiff 10 or stiff 9, like the 8 might give you a little bit of extra protection.
Yeah, so this runs around to the ace. Declare can pick up the clubs, in fact, for 2 tricks as well. So 4 hearts, 3 spades, 2 clubs, and 2 diamonds would get you up to 11.
Yep. And it's kind of free to try it. You have double stoppers in every other suit, so heart over, club toward the ace jack, like Declare still doesn't know which suit South has since he has room for either one.
Yeah, so I guess it is possible. Declare could instead go after diamonds, playing north for the queen jack of diamonds, run the 10.
Right? Yeah, if he decides that South might have clubs instead of diamonds, that would be an attractive alternative.
He might get some information if he just runs hearts immediately. Okay, he's decided to use the spade entry. Looks like he's about to play on clubs or diamonds.
Yeah, I think he's going to play a minor. He may take a moment before deciding which.
I think he was hoping that either North or South would give him some info on one of these tricks, and they don't.
Yeah.
um, North does well
Yeah,
to play
South.
a card he's known to hold, and South plays a card that he's known to hold.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week on a Brink driver hand. South has done well not to pitch that quote unquote idle fifth diamond to make sure the declare still has no idea which suit he has.
Right. So again, not a lot of excitement for the remainder of play. It's all about overtricks, but Kalita still has the opportunity to pick up an imp or two if he guesses well.
Yeah, so he does. That's interesting that he's playing a low diamond and not a high one.
So this makes sense, right? Because if he's decided that South has diamonds, then he could have picked off a singleton jack or queen in North.
Oh, I see. Right, and yeah, yep. North singleton. If it was an honor, just win the high one and play another.
Yeah,
right.
or similarly, I mean, he could pick off a singleton diamond in South. So I guess he hasn't. Right. He hasn't exactly established which suit he's going to play on for overtricks yet, but
right.
Yeah, you were going to bring up that 5 imps came through on board 5.
Yeah. Yeah, for the other table played one level higher and somehow didn't make it, which seems moderately unlikely to me, but obviously it didn't. Was there a so I see they tapped Declare out by starting diamonds, and now the 4th club got stranded.
Yeah, that's basically how it went down. I mean, Declare had certainly opportunities to play the hand differently and try and collect 9 tricks, but he went after what looks like a pretty reasonable approach, which, given the silent north-south throughout the auction, or at least the silent south not showing the 5-card spade suit, Declare tried to cash 2 spades, and the second round got roughed.
Oh, I see. Well, North has given it a good effort by putting in the 10 of clubs here. I think he got up with an honor. East could duck and still safely play toward the jack. Maybe not so safely because they can attack his entries, but yeah, guess it right.
Yeah, club to the jack.
All right, well, now that we've seen the drama in the hand, I'm just going to step away for 1 second. I'll be back in a moment.
Sounds good. So we're up to 11. Is there any way we can do a 12th? South has the diamonds, North has the clubs. I think the answer to that is no. There's no squeeze that's going to be taking place on this hand. South has a bunch of idle spades to throw on the run of hearts. So this will be 11, but again, kind of a nice result for East-West to make as many tricks as they possibly can. Coming up, board 8 will be the midway point of this set, and man, Kalita just keeps picking up, well, someone keeps picking up a distributional hand at this table. 7 diamonds, 4 spades, but he's going to have to wait until Burris opens in front of him. Apologies. So Klukowski actually opens 2 hearts, which I think is a little unusual given that on a previous board, board 5, we saw Kalita actually pass the hand with 5 hearts, 5 good hearts, and 4 small clubs. Granted, in that case, he had King Jack third of spades on the side. So 2 hearts, take out double from North. 2 spades by East, I assume conventional. Probably, I'm not sure. Maybe East is just psyching a 2 spade call of some kind. Novak says, I know what you guys are up to. 3 no trump. And man, Burris is thinking about continuing on over this bid, which I can understand. He's got 19, and his partner opposite, just a regular old takeout double, has bid a game. Three small hearts does not look all that great, though. Frequently, Novak might have something even like ace-king third, or ace-queen third, or king-queen third in hearts, and you just can't do anything with that third round loser in the suit. So he does bump 3-0 to 4-0. Understandable. Which South has declined to push on. 10 of spades lead. Ooh. Declarer did have 10 cashers. This spade lead gives up a 11th trick. Now spade to the 9 will pick up the suit.
Yeah, and the 10 is not their normal system card, but depending on the nuances of the auction, they may deviate from it. You know, if Kalita showed real spades or, willingness to play spades, then they may revert to top of whatever.
No. From 10 and 1, they actually do lead high.
Oh, I see. I thought that they broke the tie of the jack. Got
So
it.
3 rounds of spades. Declarer obviously thinks West has hearts and diamonds for the opening bid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he'll find out when he leads a club to the ace and East shows out. So he can try a heart finesse. It's going to fail. And he'll probably just claim his 11 tricks once again.
Yep. With both pointed suits still stopped, he can take the finesse freely and not care if it loses.
Wow, actually 3 hands in a row at this point. Then we're going to have 3 no trump making 11 tricks at this table by various declarers.
Yep, so no possible squeeze for an extra trick since he knows the rest of distributions, maybe not exactly, but close enough at this point. Yep.
Yeah, there's the claim. Tried the heart finesse. It was unsuccessful.
Oh, another potentially wild hand here.
Yeah.
So I think we'll start somewhat quietly with a 2-diamond multi-opening and, probably East will pass, South will bid 2 spades, pass are correct, and now West has a decision to make. Pretty annoying hand there to hold red against white when you can't show both your suits immediately. Yeah, you could really be in trouble. Ace Jack empty fifth, Ace Queen empty fifth.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, to start out, we'll see if Burris decides to open his hand three spades.
We saw him do that. I think this hand is just so classically a weak two, and also not great for three spades with the Ace King that two diamonds is more attractive to me. Huh, funny kid, speculating that this might end the auction.
I,
Wow, so actually Kalita makes the light too hard overcall. Seems fine. A little aggressive red white, but if you don't get in now, you probably never will. And this could get out of. I mean, East West have a landing spot in clubs, but this could get a little uncomfortable for them before they find it.
yeah,
Yeah,
West has all these values, but the lack of heart fit, I don't know, is he
I
tempted to
mean,
pass?
Partner's range. Given that it does include hands so much better than this. The three little spades is not great because a partner could be three no trump for only one stopper. Yeah, like at some point your hand just becomes good enough that you got to do something. And this will work fine. He at least he bid three clubs, figuring that maybe his partner could bid three diamonds with the extra step instead of starting with three diamonds. So that worked out really well for him. Yeah, so East can't believe his luck at this point. He came in on a hand that he was probably a little bit nervous about. He was right to be given the North South holdings, and he's not just gotten away with it, but hit absolute gold.
Yeah, and Klukovsky's three club bid, he's probably hoping that if his partner doesn't have club support, he might have diamond support and bid three diamonds
Right.
himself. And so,
Yeah, that's what I meant.
yeah, this is
Saving the extra step gives you room to do that.
so they
So
do find the club fit, and they get to five clubs, which is a little bit too high.
yeah, just because of that spade rough, but all things considered, this didn't go so bad for them.
No, there's definitely a bit of work, even if the spade rough didn't come through, because you can't really rough the diamond suit good, and you're gonna have some
Yeah,
issues.
so many losers.
But yeah, two rounds of spades, a spade rough, kind of feels natural for the defense. East West did well to get to clubs, but not so well to play at the right level.
It was, I think that's the trade off of bidding on a hand like East's. Once West shows the clubs, it's impossible to stop at the right level. East has to raise, and West has to worry about a slam.
Yeah. All right, two rounds of spades. South can pitch a diamond of some kind, spade rough, and then we'll see. South probably continues a trump just to cut down on
Yeah.
roughs.
Yeah, so, I think. Well, I don't. Yeah, that's actually is probably what happened. Maybe just in case partner had a seventh spade. No reason to withhold the king if you're planning to play another trump immediately anyway.
Yeah, right. It just it could never really gain.
Yeah.
If
you're going
your
to play
partner
the
has the
seven,
club ace, then you're just like, come on, guys, what are you doing on this auction?
well, it doesn't even matter. If your next two cards are going to be the king of clubs and seven of clubs, then it doesn't matter what order you play them in.
Well,
Unless there's a technical reason.
yeah, unless partner has ace in one club, in which case you have blown a trump trick.
Oh, I see. Right.
But then they're just going down three at the five
possible.
level. What?
Yeah.
Nice auction, guys.
Well, a partner didn't open multi with ace king ace, right? That's not possible.
No, probably not. So, yeah. Good play of king of clubs club.
Yeah, so declare, win this, ace and rough a diamond, ace of hearts pitching, a diamond, rough a heart, rough a diamond, rough a heart. Are you now going to have to promote the 10 of clubs at the end? I wasn't really counting how many things that was on both sides. I think, yeah, it feels like you do.
Well, certainly you will because North is going to start pitching hearts on the diamonds at some point.
Oh, that too. Yeah. Yeah. So they will lose another trick here. I mean, I guess Declare could try to set up the hearts. Like, I don't think that's going to work any better than setting up the diamonds would.
Yeah, so is there any way that South somehow gets comes under pressure by Declare? Because there's extra length in both red suits that could technically be set up. Like, what if we hold on?
What if we draw 2 rounds of trumps and force West to pitch a red card?
No. What if we go like Ace of Clubs, Diamond Rough, Jack of Clubs, and depending on what South discards, we might be able to like overtake and rough out the suit.
I don't. I think South can just pitch a heart though, because Dummy now only has 2 entries, and we'll still need to rough too many things to do it. Like we don't have the entries to do it at that point.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too low on entries to the east hand. But
Yeah,
it's close. It's close. I mean, some of
it is
these
close.
positions you can actually. This is the miracle of squeezes that tricks appear out of thin air, um, but not quite
Yeah,
this
it's kind
time.
of like it's not like close to being an out lucky type hand.
Yeah. I actually love the table action from the Vugraph operator here. East, after losing Ace King in a rough, has already started putting his hand away, and West says, "Wait, there's more to it." That's never a good sign. I mean, we've all been there, but you bid this game and you're just like, yeah, I think we're on thin values, and the opponent's cashed the first 3 tricks, and you're just like, oh, okay, like time to clean the cards up and put the hand
Yeah.
away. Nope, not this time.
Yeah, so he does try that plan, both, draw the trump since maybe he can see that he was going to have this problem and, yeah, like force South to do something helpful, but I think it's just not going to be enough.
No,
Now we can cross rough a bunch more tricks, but not quite enough.
no, heart rough, ace of diamonds cashes, rough 2 diamonds, rough 2 hearts, but you're stranded with a red suit loser. Down 2.
Yeah, so, I mean, this was a tough hand for East West. Obviously Kalita with his aggressive overcall got his side in trouble. But if he doesn't do it, West may feel compelled to bid, and he'll get his side into trouble also. Like whatever he does, if he ever says, ever gets a club bid on the table, East is just going to go crazy anyway.
Exactly. All right, after the first couple of boards, things have slowed down a bit. We've had some over-trick battles,
Yeah.
boards 6 and 7, with currently Poland coming out the advantageous side on those. But still a 40 imp lead to Switzerland. Again, this is not the last day of this match. We still have 48 boards to play tomorrow, so regardless of what happens here, Poland or Switzerland will have an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, so I think East will have a 15 to 17 no trump available here. So we'll start with that, and then we'll see if North South get involved. West will try to transfer to spades, and maybe when 2 spades comes back around, non-vulnerable North might try venturing a takeout double. Particularly like if you're playing match points instead of imps. We'll see whether he's willing enough to brave the 3 level here. I think I would not be.
Yeah, interesting question.
It's pretty close.
I would say he'll probably reopen with double just because sometimes the club hooks work and you just make a heart game.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Burris decides to do. Obviously, there are downsides to doubling if West is kind of maximum and West only has 5 spades. But then, of course, they're in a 5-2 fit and trumps are 5-1. Partner's going to pass.
Right.
So,
Kid saying the shortness basically just makes your decision for you. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Forrest
think the
agrees.
singleton really sells me. If North only had a doubleton spade with the same kind of structure, like a doubleton spade and only four diamonds, then
Mhm.
it's a lot closer.
Yeah, so South now has to decide whether he does want to gamble on having four tricks in his hand and enough help from partner to go plus here. I mean, I think probably for South you pass. Like you're not confident of declaring three no trump, and you're really not confident of declaring three of a red suit.
If you can bid Tuno, Better Mine, or Lebensol, maybe you do that because partner will sometimes have a five card
Right.
minor to bid.
Yeah, and I think Tuno probably does. Sort of say two places to play. In this case, it's just like wants partner to do whatever he can. Yeah, so he does pass. And I think it's reasonable with parts working for Declare. It may not be good enough. Declare starts five round suit tricks. He doesn't need much in trumps to go plus.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a massacre for in favor of Switzerland here. I mean, just Declare is going to run the Jack of Spades and find out North has one, and then just like peek through the screen at his left-hand opponent, like, "Are you feeling okay today?" And
Yeah, so North puts up the king. Like, what else can he really do? But that makes Declare's life even easier.
right, and the Eight of Hearts lead, obviously second from either Doubleton potentially, but I think they also lead high from 10-1. So this is going to look like Hearts are 4-3. There's the Jack of Spades. South flies ace, and I mean, how bad is it going to end up
I
being?
mean, now can they exit a diamond and like use all the entries for a trump coup to pick up the nine of spades late in the day?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes.
I'm pretty sure it is too. I mean, South being totally flat is really bad for the defense. Yeah, it gets saying could be two over tricks on a trump coup, and um, I have not looked to
Thanks for
see
the
whether that's
hilarious
on your
commentary.
scorecard for today.
Yeah, 1070 would be quite the result to bring back on this board.
And we've been waiting all week for a Trump coup, and we might be getting it. So the seven will hold, and then Declare will probably play a diamond, or overtake and play a diamond.
Yeah, so the Eight of Spades holds. The diamond will come, and then North can start knocking out some entries to the east hand, but it's just going to be a little bit too slow. Kalita
Yeah.
now has a full read on what's going on in the hand, and he just needs to be careful to engineer the trump coup. He needs to rough two diamonds and still get back to the east hand, and he has plenty of entries to do so.
He doesn't even need to do that because Dummy will have a long club, so he can just rough two diamonds and exit with that club and sit back and wait for the king ten of spades.
Okay, yeah, fair point. That is also true.
It's actually like a little more embarrassing that way because then South is thrown in a trick 11 to lead a spade. Yeah, so now North, whatever. Like this was a very unexpected way for this to go wrong for that double, but maybe it's one maybe it's one more reason to sell out to two spades. Minus 170 is a lot better than minus 1070.
It's definitely the case that passing out two spades could be the winning action. It would have been on this board. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, actually, this is like the kind of hand that sometimes I like to post on bridge winners, where it's like, I'm not really sure what the right thing on a hand like this is. Like, it is obviously very close either way.
I,
Doubling has some advantages. Obviously, this is a particular disadvantage. So just like, let's see what a bunch of really good experts do.
I think I'm with Kid on this one, that I don't think it's particularly close. I think double is standout on the North cards, but it's not like it's 100%. There are always hands you can construct
Right.
where it like it doesn't work, and this is clearly one of them.
Well,
Oh man.
that's why I like posting poll, because if it's like everyone just says, well, of course you double, it's like, okay, then I'm miscalibrated and now I've learned to recalibrate.
Yeah, and that's a great resource for being able to get a fixture on whether or not, your ideas and bidding judgment are aligned with some of the expert players. So third round of hearts comes.
Yep.
Here comes a diamond ruff. Club to the ace. Cash the club king.
Probably the second club, yep, and then diamond ruff, and then now South can't unblock, which means he is going to get thrown in for that embarrassing end play at trick 12.
Right.
Boy, what a result for East West after a few flap words.
This is so overly greedy by Kalita, but I love it.
Yeah.
he takes the club hook for the third over trick in case North had Queen Jack third in the suit.
Amazing.
I guess he was a little bit in danger of. No, he was
never doing worse than 870.
No, yeah. Well, he was never doing worse than 870. Yeah. He was at danger of giving up the second doubled over trick and for trying to score a third doubled over trick.
Boy, I mean that, I think their teammates will understand what happened, but, it's a pretty demoralizing result for North-South.
All right.
As you say, no one did anything so unreasonable. It just came up incredibly badly for them.
Yes. So Novak has an 11 count here, very flat. I kind of expect them to open.
Say,
I expect them to open. There, I didn't finish my sentence. You didn't know what I was about to say.
I did not.
North responds a heart, showing hearts.
So East will certainly overcall, which is kind of good news for South. He can make the support double, but now North may get a little too excited on basically an opening bit of his own, now knowing that he has an 8-card heart fit.
Yeah, and I think West will stay out of this one. He doesn't have great diamond support, so we'll just see how high North-South get after, as you say, we're expecting a support double from South. There it is. Yeah. And
yeah, this is one where it doesn't matter how ashamed South is of his opening bid. Once you decide to open, you just look at your hand and count your hearts. You can't decide that now you want to backpedal. Look at here, partner has a good hand. You could have a much better hand, and you just can't deceive him about what's going on. If you weren't prepared to make this action here, you just should have passed.
No, and of course, I think there was some dispute about whether or not you should make support doubles with minimum openers many, many years ago, but people seem to have come around to the idea that you should just make support doubles with all opening bids.
100%. Yeah, if you have a bid that shows 3 hearts and don't make it, you don't have 3 hearts, and the partner is entitled to act on that information.
Right, and the danger is not that, if your partner gets another call, you're never going to find a 5-3 heart fit if you pass. It's just that you don't know what's happening on your left. Your left-hand opponent might be ready to preempt the auction to an uncomfortably high level, and then if you don't show the support, your partner won't know what to do.
Right. It makes it impossible to make winning decisions if you overtly lie about what you have, especially when it's a key holding.
So Burris kind of taking a pretty down-the-middle approach to the hand. He first game forces in case South has extras and wanted to Q-bid. South tried 3-0. And then Burris corrected to 4 hearts, not necessarily a slam try. He was just trying to keep the auction alive, but make sure that he got his game force in.
Mm-hmm.
Ace of Diamonds opening lead. And how is Declare actually going to do in this one? Maybe a trick short?
Yeah, unfortunately, he really needed to have either the 10 of spades to have a spade guess or the jack of spades just to have a cold 4 hearts.
Right, the Queen of Diamonds is not really playing.
Right. I mean, even if East mistakenly cashes the King of Diamonds here, it doesn't help. The best you can do is pitch a club, which saves you the club guess, but not the club trick.
There's the club switch from Kalita, low from the doubleton in the middle of the hand. Does pick up the clubs for Declare, so he's happy about that. but still a lot of work to do if he even wanted any remote chance at making uh, four hearts.
Yeah, so East may just return a club just on the very remote chance that that was a singleton five.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. I suppose he could also try and play back a diamond, hoping that the king cashes.
Yeah, I think he's certainly playing a minor suit card next. Like, the diamond, probably there's just no urgency. The club rough, obviously, there often would be.
I mean, I could see an argument for switching to spades. If partner has ace queen nine of spades, then we can force out the king, set up two tricks, and otherwise maybe that queen of diamonds really is a threat that could discard a spade loser from North's hand. So I think there's an argument for anything other than a trump, and Klukowski will undoubtedly hear me from across the globe and put the jack of hearts on the table. I don't think that's happening. The match is getting closer, though. On board 9, Poland actually does pick up 6. 5 clubs goes down 2 in this room, whereas at the other table, North not really having a 2-spade preempt or not wanting to open at the 2 level over there, opens 3 spades, which passes out, and that contract sails down a trick. Kit trying to be argumentative about a spade shift.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm convinced that North could have 3-2 in spades and diamonds, and then a spade shift might be necessary.
So that's it. Like, you can virtually always construct some hand that fits some possible play.
Yeah.
Here, this just seems like the most likely thing to work. But yeah, like any given hand, you could find out that you should have done something different, no matter how unlikely it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, Declare's gonna, somehow hope there's a miracle, but there isn't.
No, there definitely isn't. Would need to pick off the ace doubleton of spades and ace sand, which could have happened.
Have that hand not have the long heart because he needs to get that rough.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of work to do, and
yeah. So a quiet down one, although if they don't open at the other table, they probably will not get quite so high.
Okay, 4 hearts down 1, minus 50. And as Craig says, it's very possible that that could be a swing in favor of Switzerland. If South doesn't open, then no way North-South get to the game. This time North gets to make the opening bid. Klukowski not going to open in first seat. 13 count from Burris.
Yeah, so I suspect I was gonna say it'll start a club double, and now South has kind of an annoying, so I guess one spade showing like a balanced hand of whatever range, like a little annoying for South to have to find a call over this double.
Yes.
Like he sort of has redouble strength, but redouble with no willingness to defend anything is pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, so, you kind of like the idea that South just makes the one bid, gets his hand off his chest, and then is happy to let partner play a no trump. 2 hearts comes back around to him. He's not going to be too happy now, because it could be right to play 3 of a minor. It could be right to defend 2 hearts. The opponents might be in a 4-3 fit. He does let it go.
He's red-white, and his left-hand opponent chose not to bid on the previous round of the auction. So, he has to figure that East-West values are kind of thin, so defending seems pretty reasonable. We can see it is. They have a beat off the top.
Yeah, I mean, West 2-heart bid on Queen 4th, a 4 count, and 4 triple 3. It's what, a 12 loser hand? You don't see those every day.
He's favorable. Let him have a little fun.
He's having a lot of fun, I'm sure. He's probably giggling to himself. Look at this, Mom. They didn't double me in two hearts.
I don't think either of them are particularly giggly, but I think East is very slightly more giggly.
So, spade opening lead from Burris. We
Yeah,
see kind of the
so
distinction. They do play second, fourth, so from bad holdings, they'll lead second.
yeah, very popular method in Central Europe, like not just Poland. I played that way with Romanian players. I know, like just that part of the world generally, second, fourth throughout has a following.
Yeah, Declare now has to. Oh, Burris
Well,
flies the heart ace.
the defense better shift to a minor now, otherwise something's going to go away on the spade.
Yeah, exactly. And Burris has worked it out. Ace of diamonds
Yeah,
gets the two. King of diamonds, he'll get a count signal. And now he knows a third diamond is cashing, and Novak can continue
yeah,
ace king of clubs, beating the
yeah.
contract.
Yeah, otherwise Declare could have taken three hearts in a rough after drawing trumps and four spades, and actually gone plus on this hand off six cashers. But they were able to find it fairly quickly. I mean, not that hard looking at the ace king of diamonds. I'm sure he figured that with trump control, there's just no reason to immediately cash a diamond. There'd always be all the time in the world.
Okay,
Anyway,
board 13.
four boards to go.
Yeah, four boards left in this set, and Poland actually putting together quite a good card. I've been told that board 10 we might get the result duplicated, so a big sigh of relief for Poland over there, or in this
Wow.
room.
And Kid, has expressed his moral outrage about that two heart call, but as he puts it shows a profit, possibly. Yeah. I think he's a little bit offended in his soul that they did get away with it.
North has
I mean,
13 count, gets to open a
my,
club.
my sympathies, my sympathies are much more with Kit than with Klukowski on this. But who can argue with success?
No, Kit's supporting Klukowski's two heart bid.
Oh, he is. Sorry, I was horrible. Was yeah, got it. Doesn't pay us out a low level. Yeah, fair.
Club by
Anyway,
North and no trump by South. And
yep.
that's where we
So
reside. Heart opening lead, fourth best from King, Queen, fifth. You kind of expect that. It will give Declare a tempo in the heart suit, picking up the trick immediately. Now he'll have time to cash out clubs and probably even set up spades.
yeah, you could imagine some position where like if East had the spade entry, maybe he plays ace of diamonds, low diamond, and Declare guesses wrong, and they lose four diamond tricks. But even that seems kind of unlikely.
Yeah, like they can lose five diamond tricks. On a really bad day, East is going to have the ace of spades and West has ace, king, jack, six the diamonds and didn't lead one. But, I mean,
Sure.
that's not what's happening. So perfectly safe to knock out the spade ace, and now Declare is going to cash out. Two hearts, two spades, five clubs. Sounds like nine tricks to me.
Yep. Yeah, and I guess on that 1070, if the play somehow goes differently at the table, maybe 1070 is worth five imps against 870.
It could be. It could be.
Like it did kind of play itself, but you know, you never know. Wow, so East has 21, including all four aces. So now is this a hand that opens two no shove, or just open a Polish club with the rare strong variant?
They do have 2-0 as good 19 to 21.
This may be a little too good. Obviously lack of spot cards and two jacks isn't great, but four aces is always a very nice holding.
Yeah, Ace Jack Doubleton isn't a particularly good holding from East
Yeah.
in the spade suit, so I would expect a 2-0 opener, even though the 21 with four aces, but I wouldn't be surprised if they upgraded it into the 22 to 23 range.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close either way. Yep, he does just go with.
So West will probably just pass. East tops out at 21. They're not vulnerable. A queen and two jacks is, it's technically 4 points, but it's just not really that good. The fifth diamond is nice, but that's about it.
I've seen a
Yeah,
lot of people make arguments that whenever you have a 5 card suit, you should just bump 2 now to
yeah,
3 now. And, Klukowski might do that. This is one of the partnerships that really likes to get to these no trump games that the other table is
yeah,
not
that's right.
playing.
Yeah, I mean, if you catch partner with 4 or even 5 hearts, you're in really great shape too.
Yeah. So he does go through 3 clubs, and we will see them get to 3 now, which on the surface is not the worst contract. If diamonds had split a little bit better, you might be able to score 4 diamonds, 2 clubs, a heart, a spade, and then either the spade finesse or the wrong opening lead might see you home.
Yeah, I mean, South has to lead something, and anything that's not a club is going to blow a trick immediately.
Yeah, and South might just lead a high diamond. I mean, he
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this contract
So
has
now
gotten a lot
here's
more interesting immediately.
yeah, and his 10 of diamonds is now toast. Declarer is obviously going to see North show out, so he'll know how to play the suit. I mean, there's still some work to do, right? I mean, South can just duck all of his diamonds. West has no real possibility of an entry. I mean, you might try leading toward the Jack of Clubs, hoping to catch the Queen in South, and the Jack of Clubs gives you access to them, but that's not going to work.
It's very tough because South is going to get in on the 4th diamond and then
Yeah.
have to play something. And if South switches to clubs, I mean, how many tricks are North South actually getting? They're going to get a diamond, they'll get a club, they will definitely get a heart at some point. A lot of this might come down to whether or not North gets in and switches to spades.
Yeah, so Kalita's sort of in this like good news, bad news position where he can pick up the diamonds, but he knows a lot of the time he can't use them.
Right, but I mean, I can see a line of play that would be very
Yeah,
reasonable where Declare makes this. We play a bunch of diamonds. South gets in,
right.
even if they switch to a club. It goes club, jack, queen, low. Club. Ace of clubs, king of clubs, jack of
Yeah,
hearts. Now what?
right.
Your play, South. Your play. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. So North had better play spade if that's the way the play develops.
yeah, and North can't put a heart through either because Declare kind of does the same thing.
Right. Well, North puts a heart through. Does declare win or duck?
We put in the jack, and
And
South can
South
then
wins.
go,
But South has clubs to exit with.
yeah, but this is only 4 tricks. The defense will have scored 1 club, 1 heart, the king of diamonds, and then we go ace of hearts heart after stripping the clubs. And
Oh, I see.
South
Now
is not
he's
just end
and
played to give us a spade trick, but that gives us an entry to the long diamond.
right,
So
right. Even if he has the king of spades, now the queen is the winner.
yeah, there. I mean, the defense has to be really careful.
It's true. I mean, Kip points out Declare might just, win a diamond and dummy whenever he's allowed to and lead a heart to the jack himself.
This is a good point. This is a good point. I mean, Declare hasn't taken this line to throw South in. Um,
It's pretty double dummy, yeah.
I mean, is it necessarily okay? North is pitching a lot of hearts. I don't think this line is so double dummy anymore. North has pitched way too many hearts. Kalita's gonna be here for a minute. I mean, he might have had this plan of, sure, I'm going to overtake the jack of diamonds and then play a heart to the jack and hope that the hearts are actually friendly with, like, Honor Doubleton in North's hand, but there's no way that's the case at this time. North has pitched so many hearts. North clearly had spades to throw. We'll see. The defense, I think, can still come out on top as long as they're careful, but
Yeah, it's true. They definitely have, those pitches did give Declare something to think about because I think now the possibility of catching an honor on side has diminished quite a bit.
I suppose we could play for the South to have started King Queen Doubleton of Hearts. Um, so we could go Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts at this point. That's not unreasonable. Yeah, he does exit a diamond, so okay. I mean, we're about to see this plan come to fruition. Novak should exit a club. He's gotten the signals from his partner in the spade suit. And club Jack Queen, I think Declare will work out his best chances to duck and kill communication and clubs.
Yeah, it would be quite a coup for Declare to go plus on this hand.
You know, I wonder if he's going to go down in a far less spectacular way. He might just play for the clubs to be 5-2, where he would then have a legitimate make. If South had one more spade and one fewer club, we just don't bother with ducking the Jack of Clubs. Yeah, okay. I'm back on train, down one, or down two, possibly.
Yeah, although maybe North would have pitched a club at some point if he started with a 5-card suit.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
I mean, North, I think, has been, asking for both black suits, right, with his carding. Yeah, so he does.
Okay, here's the moment for Declare. If he plays low, he gives himself a chance on this actual layout. But it's going to be a lot more attractive to play for a layout that he doesn't need a defensive error. So yeah, he does just win the club king.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if he lets this hold, then a spade will immediately sink him, and that would be pretty rough if there just was a legitimate lie of the cards.
Right. All right, wins the king of clubs.
Actually, yeah, I'm wondering also, if clubs are 4-3, I guess it would also be a defensive error, but maybe a more reasonable one. Like, South might have had some holding where he can't unblock enough to give North an entry.
It's possible. Possible.
Like, not when he's led the 7, but maybe there's still some hope that there's some position like that.
Yeah, Singleton Heart Honor in South is definitely in play. We could go Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts here.
Yeah, other than, what was South's hand to start with?
Longer spades. I mean, it would probably be somewhat unusual.
But he let a diamond.
Yeah, I mean, it would be unusual, right? If South has 5 spades to the king and 4 diamonds, king, queen, 10, a lot of people would lead a spade from the 5-card suit. Some might lead a diamond from the stronger diamond holding. It wouldn't be that unreasonable, I don't think.
I don't either, but it's it would be kind of one more thing that goes against that read. I don't know.
You know what I've been really enjoying? Seeing the push come through on board 10. 1070 push.
Not as much as the players on the wrong side of the 1070 will enjoy seeing it.
All right, there's the Ace of Clubs.
Yeah, so kind of a missed opportunity by both teams to not go for 1070 and pick up some imps. Yeah, so unblocking just in case. This partner could always overtake, but now he's forced to. So save partner the mental burden of figuring out if he needs to.
Yeah, and this long pause by South before 9 of clubs, I think Kalita now knows that he's gone wrong. So he was probably hoping to exit the Jack of Hearts for this exact position, but where South has one more spade, one fewer club. But now this long pause, 9 of clubs, he's reconsidering his plan.
Yep, so unfortunately, I think reconsidering but realizing there might just not be one.
Yeah, we could try and play the hand here as like a strip squeeze. We exit a club, North cashes another club, and then if North doesn't play a spade through, we get to win the ace of hearts and exit the jack of hearts to South. But North will have one more opportunity to play spades, and at that point, South will have given him a signal and the spade suit itself.
Yeah, so is there any, like, kind of given what he knows and assuming South does have a third club, which I'm sure he's pretty sure of, is there any layout where he can salvage this position where the
Yeah,
defense has not been mistakes at this point?
flip.
Oh, the ace hearts.
I mean, flip the major suits. Like if North has king, queen of hearts, king of spades, then exiting a club does create the strip squeeze.
Right.
Yeah, although, maybe given the North pitched a couple of hearts, fairly easily, he may think that North doesn't have much.
Yeah, I think that was his rationale for actually going after this plan of, yeah. So he tries a low heart. Here comes a club.
So club, spade, and South does have to find one pitch. So he'll presumably get end play to lead away from the king of hearts at the end there.
Yeah, that's going to be the decision for Declare, is how to handle the end position. I think he has a good read on the major suit, so this is... And in fact, Burris switches to a spade, so he doesn't squeeze his partner.
But it wasn't, he wasn't really squeezing his partner, right?
He was. The 10 of clubs, South would pitch a spade. And
Right. That would be... Declare would have 8 tricks, now only a 7.
Yeah. So, good defense by North. He knew what was going on. He probably worked out exactly what the honor structure was on the hand from Declare's line of play. And so he knows that the 10 of clubs is a little bit risky. It only gives up an extra under trick, but that's 2 imps.
Yeah, so very nice read by North on what's going on, and I think Kalito probably take this finesse, even though it's going to lose, because what else do you have to play for?
Yeah, 7 tricks, down 2. Very good defense by Burris and Novak after that kind of misstep on opening lead that blew open the diamond suit for Declare.
All right, so 2 more chances today, and then we've got another 48 just like them tomorrow.
Yeah, and Poland's done well in this set. They've picked up a couple of over tricks here and there, a couple of part score decisions, and they're actually leading by 9 in this segment currently over Switzerland.
Yeah, and a couple of decent results coming in. Obviously the 4 hearts they got overboarded isn't great, but this 3-0 feels good. They make that 150 on, slightly friendly defense after that hard lead. All right, let's see what happens here. I think probably this will come around to 4th seed. I doubt. Yeah, I was going to say I doubt North opens 3rd seed red-white.
Yeah, and Kalita opens a no-trump. They open a lot of off-shape no-trumps, and this one's no exception.
Yeah, South could have been something showing both majors, but once his partner's a 3rd seed past hand, he knows there's no game and his suits are horrible. Only 9 cards in them, goes 5-5. He might have been much more tempted.
Right, and on the spade opening lead, this is going to make Declare happy with that king of spades offside. Now has the potential to pick off the club suit if he guesses it. Club to the king, run the jack, because of the singleton 10 in South.
And I do not think he will do that despite it being the actual layout. I mean, he knows even if the clubs don't run that he's got 7 tricks, right? He's got 4 clubs and 2 spades. The defense I guess the defense can take 1 club and 3 diamonds and 3 spades if everything breaks badly as it does.
Yeah.
He just takes an all play on the club suit.
Yeah, I mean, the defense should be able to come out on top from here because Declara doesn't have enough time to set up a heart trick. He's going to have to knock out the club queen And now North is going to knock out the spade ace, and the defense will be able to get in with the heart ace and cash out for down one.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised, unless he's planning to shift his tack here, that he didn't play the Jack of Clubs just to, stop South from playing a second card and maybe telling North a little more about the deal.
Yeah, I agree that seems to be a more principled approach to the hand. You want to give up your tricks as early as possible to prevent these signals from your opposition. So the King of Clubs holds, although I wonder if what might happen here is he could play a heart. Okay, he does play a heart.
Yeah, it's like if you're planning to change your attack on the hand, then that seems totally fine.
Yeah, and now it's going to come into question whether or not North-South have signaled well. Can South exit a low spade to declare his bare ace, or will South try something else? Because if South just plays back a heart here, declare is in great shape. The ace of spades not knocked out. He can just knock out the club queen, and he'll be up to 7 tricks at the very least.
Yeah, so this is one. If they're playing Smith, I think they should get this right, because you've played a spade, when Jack, Queen, and the 10 is in dummy, which means North Smith signal is not like, oh, I have high cards or I don't have high cards. It's, is my holding better or worse than you would normally think it is? And here he had a third one, therefore it's better. So if North could give positive Smith should be for 3 versus 2.
North gave negative Smith, by the way.
Yeah, so South shifts to a diamond based on that signal and gets the spade through, which seems fine.
Yes. Yeah, so this works out equally well, and now with a diamond to the king holding, North is going to play a spade to his partner's king, and I think South is going to cash the diamond queen relatively early before running the spade suit.
Yeah, to let partner know what's going on.
Yeah, that seems like an important play to make. And
then negative Smith signal holding ace king of diamonds is a nice play, obviously.
Right.
Positive Smith there. If he just had a, less, more scattered hand or whatever, should just show that he started with a 3-card spade suit.
Yep. So North gets in with the club queen. Will play a spade through. I mean, maybe North cashes the diamond ace.
Yes, they'll actually beat it 2 now. They have 5 more tricks to go with the 3 they've already taken.
Right. Yeah, so Declare is kind of trying to sneak the heart through. Cost a extra under trick, but was probably one of his best attempts to make the contract. A little bit of risk-reward payoff there that doesn't come home this time.
And after all that, Declare is going to have to pitch one of his club winners anyway. It's he can't pitch the king of hearts because he doesn't know probably where the last one is. So, So after all that work setting up the clubs, he's got to pitch them anyway. In fact, he's taking no more tricks in his hand.
Never takes a club trick.
Or a heart trick.
All right, 1-0 down 2. Strong defense from Barras and Novak.
Yeah.
And on to board 16. Last board of the set. West gets an 11 count, can open a diamond, I believe, 4x1 or 5 diamonds.
Yep, and I think North will certainly overcall a no trump with these colors. He'll be pretty happy to. He probably cannot bid 2 clubs. I bet that would show both majors, but he might be able to show the club suit in some other way.
Yeah, maybe via double, if he's feeling frisky with the 9 count.
Yeah, good point. I mean, once West no opening is always unbalanced, maybe it's less attractive because if it's short major, North-South have a run out of short clubs. That certainly doesn't help with the defensive chances, but he does have a nice hand for defending monotone.
All right, there's the 1 diamond opener. North overcalls a no trump, and what is Kalita going to do with the East hand? As Craig has mentioned, a lot of players will be playing 2 clubs as both majors, so East only bid to really show values is double here, which he chooses. That passes back around to North. I wonder if North-South have some sort of agreement about what pass over the double shows. Looks like the answer is passes to play. So here we
Yeah,
go.
and which is an agreement that I like a lot because sometimes it's just right to play one no exactly doubled, like these bids that fine, it's great. Your pass shows you have a run out or wants to pass a redouble. But, like sometimes one no doubled is just the right spot. And here he's got a 5 point hand. He knows his side has at least half the high cards because partner has 15 or more, often more than half because 15 is like an absolute dead minimum for the overcall. Like, yeah, just like let's just play one trip double. Maybe it makes, maybe it's cheap, whatever. I mean, here, like, I haven't really counted the tricks, but I think he's going to make this.
He does have quite a few tricks, and everything is positioned well for him if he guesses it. He'll have to decide how to play the heart suit later, because the defense will duck a couple rounds of spades, and he'll lead a heart up towards the king 9. Maybe he sticks in the 9, maybe he puts up the king.
I mean, it's almost like what difference does it make, though? So he loses 2 hard tricks to go with the 1 spade and only 1 diamond he's going to lose. Maybe in 2 clubs. Like, I think he's still fine if you lose the second hard trick. At worst, West, let's say, wins the ace and shifts to a club, and you misguess the heart, and he gets 3 tricks in his hand, and West gets 3 tricks in his hand. There is no possible 7th defensive trick at that point.
No, and Klukowski actually just switches to hearts, so this is going to make Declare's life a lot easier.
Yeah.
He obviously didn't like the prospect of switching to spades with Jack 10 4th and dummy. The singleton club was very unappealing, and he figures that from his partner's diamond lead and the no trump overcall, Declare probably has good diamonds. So
yeah, and this is even better for Declare because now he's got that guaranteed entry to the 4th spade. On this deal, they couldn't have shut him out of it anyway, but on some other deal, maybe they could have, duck spades and somehow denied the king of hearts as an entry, but not anymore.
Yeah, so this should be another big pickup for Poland, or potential big pickup for Poland on this hand with a no trump doubled making. How many tricks is this going to be? 3 spades, 3 hearts.
He'll take the diamond finesse at some point.
It's at least 9. That's an awful lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess just lose 1 if they get to 3 no north-south at the other table and make 400 because it's only 380.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to reach 3 no, though, with 15 opposite 5.
Yeah. I mean, it could go the same way, like same diamond opening, same overcall, same card showing double, same lead, and here we are.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, you'd much rather be north-south than east-west, but it could be in the same way the 1070 was a somewhat embarrassing push for both teams. This could be the same.
This could be the second doubled part score that makes 2 over tricks.
For a push.
Yeah. Alright, 3 rounds of spades have come. West now gets back in and has to decide what to switch to.
Obviously, at this point, he's in damage control mode. Maybe play a club, like maybe partner has the ace-queen, and, you at least salvage not going for, quite as much as you could have. I don't know.
And I mean, at the end of the day, it's still Switzerland by 36 right now, while Poland have some good results on the next couple of boards that haven't been compared yet, and even this looks like it's a potential plus position. Switzerland appears to be in command of the match still. Like 380 versus 120 or 150 in the other room is not too many imps, it's only 6.
Right.
So a diamond comes, Declare now has this guess in the diamond suit, which spot card to put in, the jack or the 9. Yes, I did just call the jack a spot card.
Yeah, I guess. He doesn't know for the opening lead what Kalita's higher one than the middle one he led is.
Yeah, he sticks in the jack.
So jack is probably percentage, especially after he's seen that ace from east.
Yeah, and we'll cash our heart, cash our spade, cross back to the north hand, and cash the 10 of hearts, eventually giving up either a club or a diamond to the appropriate defender.
Yep, so 3 more tricks for 9 and 380. Quite a result for north-south here.
Yeah, this is the last board of this set, so concluding the first half of the day. There's still a bunch of action going on in the other room, so head over there. Craig and I will be back again tomorrow to take you through the second set, or second segments of this match, second day.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks to everyone who joined us at Kibitz. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, chat. I feel like Kit was being an angry old man the entire duration of this segment, and he was sometimes right and sometimes wrong. But this is one of the things, you know, like all bridge players are like super arrogant and think they're right about everything all the time, which is really sad and unfortunate because it pushes this attitude of that like people just think they're allowed to talk this way or act this way. All right, let's get my webcam back up. We'll finish out the set. Matthew says there's a thread on Bridge Winners about how distributional and slamming the hands have been all tournament. Applies the last two sets. There have been a lot of comments on it. I briefly read through the WBF response to it, or maybe it wasn't the official WBF response. It was a... I don't remember who it was from, but someone like put a thing out to showcase that like there was some sort of private encryption that generated the hands. And they didn't give enough detail to really know whether or not it's like true or false, that like this is something that either can or can't be manipulated. Of course, anything could be manipulated, and maybe this is just a factually incorrect statement. But from what they're saying, I mean, it sounds like there are safeguards in place for people generating unnecessarily large distributional hands. Yeah, there were so many 6-5 hands today. There were a bunch the other day. It's statistically unlikely, but and the problem is just that the one statistical anomaly is going to always stand out as an outlier, but outliers in and of themselves are actually relatively likely to happen. BZL says the WBF did explain their encryption generation process, and it's pretty solid. I mean, that was the sense I got from the thread that I briefly looked at on Bridge Winners, but PGS says Kid is like that recently. I heard him and Chip Martell commentating, and Chip ran rings around him. I mean, yeah, look. I mean, Kit plays okay, but a lot of his ideas are very skewed. His analysis is, like, generally good, but when it comes to, you know, world-class players, he's definitely not really there, I don't think. And I think he probably was in the past, maybe like 20 or 30 years ago. He's definitely a very strong, solid, expert player. But there's a reason why he doesn't, you know, his team never really has a chance to qualify in the U.S. trials. Obviously, U.S. trials is a very strong event, filled with a ton of world-class teams. But still, he makes it to, like, the quarterfinals every year and gets knocked out. He plays fine. Like, the guy's good. I mean, he plays fine. But I'm just saying, like, you don't have to be so I'm right all the time, and anytime anyone disagrees with me, they're wrong. Like, he complained about something that was just blatantly false and makes this blanket statement to the kibitzers in the text chat. I feel like he was listening to our commentary, because he did bring up, and this is really important, as a text commentator, like, Al Hollander doesn't listen to our commentary when he does text commentary. A bunch of the other text commentators don't listen to our commentary when I've been on the video. So, Kid at least was doing us the favor of actually paying attention to what we were saying. And yes, he was calling Craig out for some ridiculous ideas. A couple times Craig was a little bit off base, and, like, I don't mind just, like, trying to, as I've learned from my improv, yes and, with my co-caster. I think it just looks bad to tell your co-caster that they're wrong in a very, blanket statement. It's okay to like point out mistakes or misevaluations and whatnot, but you never want to be like, no, this is stupid, your idea is wrong. That's not good commentary. No one wants to see that happening, whether or not the person is saying something completely stupid and dumb and obnoxious. Like, that's just not how you should go about it. But I feel like that's the way that people have been expecting bridge commentary for years. Anywho, BZL says the encryption generation is on their website. Multiple people have parts of a secret seed, and they can publish it all after the tournament, so anyone can rerun the same generation. And it's probably like one of those multiple people have secret keys sort of things, like the blockchain or whatever. There's public keys and private keys, that sort of stuff, so that you can run the process, but you can't reverse engineer the process until you get everyone's private keys. Johan says, for an up-and-coming YouTuber, suggest consider making max 20 minutes for those that are interested in learning bridge and already in the learning curve. I mean, I'm not making bridge videos. That is not what I'm doing for my job. Like, bridge video, I mean, this doesn't pay, right? Like, no one cares about bridge. No one's really interested. Oh, we see the same 3-no trump, same opening lead. I guess we're going to find out if Declare also gets to a similar position at the end. But yeah, for people who are curious, what I am trying to do for work is be an educational YouTuber, obviously not for the game of bridge, for, more approachable subjects that are widely accepted by, or widely valued by, the entire community of people worldwide, not just bridge players. And there's a much bigger market for that, of course. So no, I mean, like, if I wanted to make educational bridge videos, I could do a much better job with that. I definitely can. But that doesn't pay any money. So I could spend 80 hours a week making an awesome bridge video. That would be cool. And then 500 people would watch, or 1,000 people, or maybe 2,000 people would watch. That's just not worth my time. You don't get any money for getting 2,000 views on a video. You get money for getting 1 million views on a video. Imagine a bridge video that gets 1 million views. Try and think about that. I mean, I've already done this, right? And no one watches any of the videos. I made an awesome 20-minute video on Stamen. It now has 1,000 views. Like, there's just no future in making bridge videos. Or being a bridge YouTuber. Yeah, Matt says you guys watch them. I appreciate you guys. I mean, I will still put in my kind of minimal effort of putting out videos at regular intervals on my YouTube channel. Kind of the same content that I've been doing for a while. But, yeah, anyway, I've said enough on it. Oh, I can get rid of these. Don't need these anymore. I hear the AC or whatever thing turned on above me. Hopefully that's not too distracting. I guess we didn't have video commentary for this table today. Italy and Argentina and Poland have seemed strong. The standard is better than the quarterfinals. I mean, all the teams are good, right? I think we watched some high-level matches in the quarterfinals as well. But yeah, all these teams are quite good. Switzerland does appear to be dominating, though. Alorian, exactly. Why watch bridge when you can watch someone run into a wall over and over on Fortnite? I'm hesitant to link my video, my other channel, to people, because I feel like bridge players are not my target audience, but in Twitch, !new YT, I think is the link to my other channel. and I guess I can bring it up on screen after we finish watching the final few boards of the set, so that I can show you all what channel I am trying to turn into my full-time job. And I'd say we've had some ups and downs, but I'll show that off once we finish up the segment today. I'm gonna pull up the the bingo board. I know we've already hit bingo. No extra bonuses for filling out more of these things, but if we get any, it would kind of be cool to check them off. Maybe there's a record of which ones we've completed over the course of the week. Have we had a Grand Slam? We did, right? The 13 cashers with the hearts 4-0, Queen 10 4th on side. Declare goes down in a cold contract, maybe? Did I cancel Kit? Sure. We'll check it off. I've canceled Kit. Oh, we also have the one-suit squeeze that Kevin Rosenberg had alluded to take a look at. I do have that pulled up. So over here on this board, there is a one-suit squeeze that we can take a look at, or the potential for a one-suit squeeze. Matt says, it seems like there's a gap between Switzerland and the rest, which is strange because they aren't new. People have had years to study their success. I mean, sometimes there are just teams that have a lot of natural talent. I don't know. Like, Klukowski is a very good player, and something that I didn't mention the other day when I was bashing on Kalita a little bit for some of his play, especially his declare, that doesn't necessarily seem as strong as his other team members, is that if we can keep Klukowski happy and he wants to play with Kalita, then we should keep him happy and let him play with Kalita, even if Kalita might not be the strongest player on the team. So Kalita, obviously a very good player. I would certainly say world class by judgment. But if they could have gotten, say, like Helgamo to play with Klukowski, but they're just incompatible system-wise, like they can't play, Helgamo can't play Polish club and Klukowski struggles with 2/1, then I would much rather have the team's best player or one of the team's best players make sure that he's comfortable so that he can do his thing, and rather than put him with someone else who might be stronger and might be better at declare, but then your auctions are not as in sync and your defense is not as in sync. Alright, declare plays a club to the king. Jack of clubs? I mean, I think I think the normal play in the club suit is to play it like this. So what Declare did in the other room was very abnormal. And I mean, I didn't get a chance to talk about it on air because they played the hand so quickly. And it's not as if this is a large percentage swing in terms of this being right and the other line of play being wrong. But I think this is very much percentage, given that we expect spades to be 5-3 from the opening lead. I guess the 2 of spades, not entirely clear. They're playing attitude leads. Lorian says Kalita used to play with the player that Zimmerman plays with, Nozatsky. Matthew says yes. On Poland, they won 2 Bermudatables. I'd believe it. Now Declare plays a heart after picking off the club suit, so this is going to be even worse for the defenders. They can cash 3 diamonds at this point. And eventually score a long heart. But Declare is doing quite well. So he's going to get 5 clubs, 2 spades, a heart for at least 8 tricks. If the defense isn't careful, they might give him a 9th. So this will be a pickup for Poland and 6 imps. 1 more board to go today. So the lead's been cut to 28, which is still a couple of game swings away from being a tie match, but a lot closer than it was coming into the segment. Okay, here we go. So, will West open a diamond in this room as well? I think the answer is yes. Will North overcall no trump? Absolutely. And then it's over to East. Does East have the way to show his clubs? Oh, North doubles. Wow. Well, in that case, North-South are not going to be collecting plus 380. Ah, yeah, Kevin makes a good point as well, that if we do take the club hook on that previous board, then South might have a hard time knocking out the spade ace and could make an error on defense. North would not make the same error. Good call. So diamond take out double 2 clubs. Just natural, non-forcing. I think West is going to pass. He doesn't really have anything else to bid. And what does Driver do? I mean, he can double again, I suppose. They'll find their spade fit, but he just decides to let it go. Not going to be 380 for the North-South pair. Heart lead. So how's Declare gonna end up doing? All of the diamonds are offside. Clubs are not positioned all that well, although I think Declare will pick off the club suit. Cross to, say, the ace of spades and lead a club to the king and duck on the way back. Dweek says, strange double by North. I guess Driver just didn't like the fact that his hand was so, you know, flat for a no trump. I'm sure a no trump would be natural, if that's what we're wondering. But North, for one reason or another, decided not to go after it. The overcall. Take out double's not so bad. I mean, it's a little bit safer. You bring all the suits in play. Oh, Olivier says North-South play Raptor. I did not know that. Well, in that case, then, yeah, North-South can't overcall a no-trump. Good point. So I think the play to me is spade to the ace, club to the king, duck a club. That's got to be step 1. Pulling trumps seems somewhat important, although I guess we could make an argument for trying a diamond hook now because it's convenient, and we're going to want to do that eventually anyway. Diamond to the 10. The South can't have a singleton, so... I guess... Jeffrey says, what's Raptor? Don't know that convention. No Trump Overcall shows a 4-card major and a longer minor. I mean, any strength, basically. It's like 8 plus, 10 plus, something in that range. It's just like a normal overcall, but you don't want to overcall 2 of the minor in the 5-card suit because that's not great. You don't want to overcall 1 of the major because that would show 5. Can't make a takeout double, you don't have the other major. Alright, spade to the ace. Club and a club. And I suppose Declare is kind of in danger of getting tapped out at some point. So there's a club ducked. Probably should have at least tried playing the 6 or 5 on this trick, but I guess the 3 is fine. So another heart from North, probably the indicated play, hoping to get in with a spade and put a 4th heart through. Nope, never mind. Just kidding. He's gonna play spades. Yeah, and now what? Declare to make this. Once the clubs don't split, is gonna have to take 2 diamond hooks. So maybe diamond to the 10 now, or queen of clubs now, and then diamond to the 10. Rough back to hand. Diamond to the queen. You're kind of at risk for going down quite a few tricks if you do that, but it's your best plan to try and make it. Johan says, somehow I have a feeling that most of all you would like to play bridge professionally, but looking forward to see what you want to do. These are fighting words. I mean, I've already played professional bridge. I think I've made it very clear that I have no interest in playing professional bridge. I've been there, done that. What I want to do is I want to educate people. That's what I've always wanted to do. And so I'm a lot happier with the, plan that I've come up with for where I'm headed in life. Brink has a little bit of difficulty working out what to do from here. I mean, leading a diamond will set the contract if he plays a spade. Oh, sorry, Declare was on lead. Yeah, so diamond to the ace. Queen of diamonds, North wins the king, and now North-South actually have a trump coup, or thereabouts. So the Jack of clubs will score. Jeffrey says, have I ever been a teacher? I mean, I played bridge professionally, so I don't know if that counts, but no, from an educational standpoint, you need a PhD to be a college professor, and that's the only sort of teaching that I'd be interested in doing. I like educating adults, but like young adults. Yeah, let's all psychoanalyze me, please. Bring it on. Okay. So since people were curious, I'm going to pull up the YouTube channel that I've been working on for a couple of months now. I make little educational videos, and these are the sorts of videos that I've made. I mean, one of them, well, a couple of them people have actually really liked. We got 30,000 views on one about math, 3,000 views on one about human evolution, kind of, and a couple of other videos, but haven't been that successful as of yet. These are all really high-quality productions, at least in terms of, what people might expect from my YouTube Bridge channel. So I would encourage you to take a look. It's called LBOE, Little Bite of Everything. You can find me if you're curious. I'm not going to link it in the chat, but I also have a little announcement on my Bridge channel for people who are curious. You can go searching through my old videos and find that announcement about it. Anywho, let's get on to the main feature. So we have this one-suited squeeze. So here's the idea that Kevin was bringing up, and like, maybe if Declare had started playing out the hand this way, we could have started talking about it, but Ace of Spades, Spade to the 9, Queen of Spades. Alright, we have pulled 3 rounds of trumps. Sorry, I didn't mean to click give, I meant to click play, so that we can now see what could happen. West, on the auction, is marked with hearts. 5 hearts to the king. And some 4-card minor. So we start running clubs. We play a club to the ace. Ace shows out. We now have a good idea what West minor is. We cash the spade king, pitching a diamond. Let's say West shows a club on this trick, and now we start running the club suit. And watch what happens to West's hand. So we continue playing more and more clubs. Queen of clubs. West has to make a discard. They can pitch, say, the 2 of hearts. I know Kevin's going to chime in with like, oh, we need to swap some hearts. Let's say West pitches a diamond for now. And now on the Jack of clubs, West comes under a little bit of pressure. If they, I guess I should go back and show what happens if West pitches a couple of hearts. So if West pitches that heart and then continues to pitch another heart, we can actually throw almost whatever from dummy, it doesn't matter. And now we duck a heart. The king of hearts drops under the ace queen, so West can't pitch too many hearts, which means West actually does need to throw some diamonds. So we go back, queen of clubs, jack of clubs, and on this trick, well, not on this trick, let's say West throws the 10 of diamonds. We pitch the jack of diamonds, I guess it doesn't matter. East throws a diamond, we play a diamond over, and West gets squeezed down to 3 hearts on this trick. He could have done this earlier, but regardless, West was going to have to come down to no more diamonds and 3 hearts. So if West pitches the 2 of hearts, now imagine the 10 and 9 of hearts are swapped between the 2 hands. If West pitches the 2 of hearts, we win the ace, East follows, and we lead a heart. And if West has King Jack 10 here, East could try and put up the 9, but we would play low, and West would be forced to win this with the 10, their end played. Instead, if West tries to unblock the 10 of hearts, remember the 9 and 10 are switched, we win the ace of diamonds, and then we could try the same effect of I'm just looking at the spot cards, but we could try the effect of the 5 of hearts. The 8 and 7 are equivalent. If East plays low on this trick, we run the 5 of hearts, West gets end played, and if instead East puts up the 10, or 9, then we cover with the queen, West wins the king, but Dummy's heart spots are good enough that West is still once again end played in the heart suit. So this is what Kevin Rosenberg was talking about earlier when he referenced the one-suit squeeze in hearts. And this would have been a very interesting hand to play at a match point event. Again, right? Like at Imps, no one cares. I think, I heard from some very strong words from people in YouTube chat or otherwise about how they hated match points and thought that Imps is the only real form of scoring. But this is kind of part of the game that, like, at Imps, we would never see this. Yeah, maybe Declare could play for it, but he just doesn't care to be this careful going after the extra tricks. Whereas at a match point or border match event, this would be very important, and it, this hand turns from a board that no one's really going to care about in the Imp game into one that becomes very exciting to watch. But anyway, So this is kind of the cool one-suit squeeze that could have arisen. Declare could have played for it, and that's kind of how this hand could have played out, but Declare elected to just cash out, plus 430, and that was the end of play. So ultimately, with 2 clubs going down 1 no trump doubled making, that was another 7 imps to Poland, who is now back by only 21. Let's take a look. Ooh, oh my god. The Swedish women. I guess we'll pull up the scoreboards, but this was a brutal set for the US women's team. Here are the scoreboards. Let's take a look. So in the Open, Argentina, Italy, very close. I think we're probably going to watch that match tomorrow. Assuming things are as they are. But of course, 21 imps is... it's getting closer. And then over in the women's set, 44-1 in favor of Sweden this segment. I guess I'm a little bit surprised, because I would expect the USA sponsor to sit out. We could take a look and see who is playing in this session. The USA sponsor was in fact sitting in. So, you know, less surprised. I'm a little surprised that they decided to put her in for the 3rd set, but maybe that was just a strategic decision. Either way, Sweden now off to a huge lead. Could be overcome, but it's going to take a lot of work. China, on the other hand, making a big comeback. They're now up by 1, having picked up 34 in the 3rd set. Seniors. USA has slipped a little bit in the 3rd segment, but they still hold on to a 9-imp lead over there. And then India by 15 over Sweden in the seniors. And finally in the mixed, we have Poland over Italy by 5. That match is looking really close. Poland, once again, was the 1st seed overall out of the qualifiers. And then China over Germany by 21 on the other side. Wait, is Michael Rosenberg still playing in the seniors? I don't think he is. I don't think Michael qualified on any of the teams. This is the senior team. Hemant Lal, Bobby Levin, Zia Mahmood, Reese Milner, Eric Rodwell. Oh, Michael Rosenberg. He did qualify. Apologies. I didn't mean to insult him. Yeah, there he is. He is totally on the team. He's playing... Oh, right, his partnership with Zia was reinvigorated. I forgot about that. How does he have time to be ranting on bridge winners? I mean, there's only 48 boards a day. You thought he was out and was posting on bridge winners constantly? I think he just likes to rant, you know, and some people just like to rant. And most of his comments are actually like, he multitasks. He has his phone at the table. Senior moment, brings cell phone to table. Just in the middle of hand, sorry. I need to put this guy in his place on the bridge winners thread. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is factually accurate. Okay, so that's going to wrap up stream for today. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow, same start time, 9 a.m. Eastern, and we'll probably check out Argentina, Italy. I get the feeling that we're only going to have one option. So I think I'm going to avoid putting up a poll on my YouTube channel for which match to watch, because it's looking like BBO is only getting agency to host one of the tables, and they're apparently trying to host one of the women's and mixed and maybe seniors as well. But yeah, we'll stick with whichever table they have available to us. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. Have a great day, and I will see you all